looks like revenue missing. Yeah, forecast a bit of problem as well, a little on the light side for GE Healthcare.
Yeah, you know what, GE Healthcare had been doing pretty good, but I got out of that one. I just, I have other healthcare plays that we like a little bit better there. The volume is pretty poor. Like usually I'd be all over something doing this on earnings, and you just say, hey, look at that. There's your support at the 84 level. You've got your trend down. Look for short back into the 84. But 97,000 shares of volume, yikes. There would be a potential SSR bounce, but the other thing about looking for something down 10% and then looking for the bounce like you got over there briefly yesterday in SoFi is you need volume for that as well. Like the whole point behind it is that, okay, it's falling really heavily into volume, and when the offer releases or people can't short sell it, you do want that volume to at least give you an opportunity for it to move back the other direction. So it could be worth a look at the open. Obviously, it's a pretty decent name, but the volume, I think, making it pretty difficult to want to trade any GEHC here. I'll be staying away from that bad boy. But I do like SSR plays in general. If it does get down 10%, there's other ones to be had. Like basically, if you are an online education company and you reported last night your SSR this morning, Coursera and Chegg. Both of them got absolutely shocked. They've been under pressure ever since like ChatGPT and AI and things not getting better for them. I think they're a little bit more on the radar if there's going to be like dead cat bounce type stocks. Yikes. Chegg now 15% actually to the downside. Not a very good look, as you can tell, for them. Actually, I like Coursera.
Not good at
my
all.
wife has used Coursera. I've been on there before, but yeah, it hasn't been good for the online educators.
This DJT, yeah, another move here again today, as Brendan just mentioned there, up breaking that $49 level. You still have on the daily here this 53 and change. That's something again, but as more and more traders get educated on what exactly a short squeeze means and what it means to like hold on to your shares and see if, apparently they're putting money into the stock instead of into the campaign, and so this could have some support for a minute. That's one. We could sit here and say that the stock is worth nothing, and maybe that's the case, but it's sure worth about 50% in 5 days. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. With potentially the largest candle coming today. So again, the people are going to win some points, man. We've seen it with GameStop and AMC for a minute. Although whether or not the people won at the end is a different story. Don't be one of those people. But let's wait to see what happens. It's a nice move to the upside. DJT could continue to roll today. No reason for this thing to pull back. It's tried to break 50 a couple times and stopped at 49.80. No liquidity in the pre-market means this name could move very, very quickly. Watch out for VWAP back here to 49. But yeah, DJT, 5 straight days. You guys in the chat have called it, so congratulations to everybody in the chat that's nailed this one. DJT has been a stock for you guys.
Just reading through a couple other headlines we got there this morning. There was some news coming out around the Bank of Japan possibly making some moves once again as well. Remember, the next 2 days could be a little bit light on the economic side of things going into the Fed. There won't be any Fed speakers. There won't be any major releases ahead of that. But Wednesday at 2 p.m., make sure you're with us here. Sean mentioned this one. Let's touch on it real quick here. Basically back to highs on the spike, at least up to $800 there for Eli Lilly. Much better than expected. I think to be expected here across the board for some of these numbers.
Yeah, Lilly's been just a monster this year and last year. So here's a look. They hiked their full year forecast, so the street liking that. They continue to make money off their diabetes drug Mounjaro, which is doing really well. Now they have a new weight loss drug specifically for weight loss, not off-label use now. Zepbound net income absolutely destroyed their net income year over year. $2.25 billion they took home. Compare that to last year when they took home 1 1/3. Revenue up big as well. 26% year over year increase on revenue, up to $8.77 billion. So it's a beat all around here, Brendo. There's a couple of weak spots with the close guide, but the full year guide absolutely killed.
I was watching a podcast, really interesting one last night with, I can't think of his name right now, but it was an author who was on these drugs for 2 years for the specific reason to write a book about them. And the book has now come out with his results and experiences on them. But I mean, he was saying some of the new or the next generation versions of these drugs, like right now it's around 18%, like the average person using these drugs will lose 18% of their body weight. And the next generation, it's already at 24, and they're talking about 27, 28% down the road too.
And you and I have talked about there's going to be other uses as well, addiction, substance abuse issues that could be used for.
Yeah, they mentioned that as well, and some of the data and experiments and science, or the science-related data that was coming out on that, specifically for alcoholism, was very, very positive.
Good.
So yeah, maybe only the start here, guys. 6%. Yeah, nice day for Lilly.
Yeah, maybe. The thing about Lilly is, like, I actually told Sharif this morning that Lilly, I sold another 10% at about 750, like just underneath that. And I was like, oh, finally Lilly is no longer a bigger holding in my portfolio than Nvidia. And I feel like that might not be again true in a week or two, because it's entirely possible that that's just not true if it breaks out that 880. Look, Eli Lilly's been an absolute beast. And if you do, this is a weekly chart, by the way, here on my trade ideas. If you look at the last time it had a consolidation resembling this, obviously this is not the same thing that happened last year late in the year, but it's pretty similar. Like, you saw it looked like it made a top and felt like it was coming back, put in a couple of higher lows. And obviously right now you're trading at 83, so you are up here. That candle hasn't come in, it's the weekly chart obviously. But the last time it did this, it ended up breaking out a high and not messing around with that trend into the upside. So 800, you guys can see it, like a close on the weekly above 800, and you know this thing could see, there's no reason it can't see quadruple digits. I mean, the addressable market's gigantic, all that good stuff. So this is one you don't necessarily want to be fighting. Them and Novo, just absolute beasts. And I remember, like I actually remember when, for me, when it all started was, I think it was like Biogen had like a crazy day to the downside, and it's like, oh, Biogen, there's all this upside and Alzheimer's and this and that. And then I remember, and then it was like, well, you could make the same bet, but then Eli Lilly has a bunch of other stuff in their pipeline too. It's like, okay, well, they got that, but they also have these GLPs coming online. It's like, well, why wouldn't you bet on the thing that had more into its future? And that ended up being right at the end of the day. So I love Eli Lilly. That 800, it's probably not that tradable. This is one that'll be nice if it gets to triple digits, or quadruple digits, and then we can get a split.
Yeah, look, we bought some Eli Lilly last week. We talked about it. It was discussed on the podcast. I gave you guys the bull case for Eli Lilly. Said they were going to raise their guidance. They did exactly that. Said that they would meet production. They did exactly that. So Eli Lilly wins again. Podcast wins again. We're up. We bought it at 730. We put our money where our mouth was, and it goes to the upside. So congratulations, everybody, with Eli Lilly. We've been long this name for a minute. We did sell some a while ago, but that was a good buyback, so I feel like we did good there. You know, we sold some Meta, we sold some Google, we bought some Lilly, and we bought Alibaba was another recent one that we bought up. So good trade here into earnings. We won't be trading it today, but another great name. Breaking through 800 is next stop. We could get up to there today, look to see if it gets going, but I don't want to celebrate too much. This is a long-term hold. Feel like we could drop back in as well. It's 300,000 shares, which is pretty nice. On the imbalance locator here, you know, it's not even, I didn't see it on here before unless it's joined the party. There's not too much size on here at all. So it's only 845 right now, but Eli Lilly, a good name. I like the stock. I think what Brendan was mentioning there about some of the technologies, bet on science and you'll probably be okay. Except for the Earth part, the flat Earth part.
Well, that's the best science in the world.
You know, gravity part.
Gravity's not important. You don't
Stuff
have to,
like that.
You don't have to worry about gravity.
Eclipse. I mean, I went outside. I didn't see no eclipse, you know.
I still know.
I mean, I still have my glasses right here.
You know what?
Sticky note attached to glasses.
The good thing about the glasses is at least, like, you know, if you feel like the eyes get tired, you're staring at screens all day long, you can put those on and take a nice break.
I actually have a really sad story about one of these things.
Sad? Well,
yeah, because yesterday my lovely wife was in the kitchen, and unfortunately, a bird rammed into the window and unfortunately passed away.
Yeah, it sucks.
But good news, it was a mechanical bird. So, you know, it was one of those ones that was sent
the
here
fake ones, yeah.
by the, yeah. So
I thought they were all fake, though.
it kind of was real, but at the end of the day, I told her to look at it, and yeah, there was some technology in that bird. So there was, I don't know if it was a Chinese bird or what, but there was there was some technology in there.
It beats the dead animal discussion at my house because I was reading my daughter's stories last night. And she's like, "Oh, we saw. Do we ever have any dead mice? I saw one at school in the yard."
Yeah.
And I was like trying to explain to her, like it happens from like time to time, and
Nature.
she's like, "Have you ever trapped and killed a mouse before?" And I'm like, "Well, I'm not gonna lie to her."
Yeah.
Because like it happens, right? Like there was one in our yard.
Wow, Neil, you kill mice? Wow.
Okay, I didn't.
Send this to PETA immediately.
I'm not gonna say someone in my neighborhood puts down stuff that you shouldn't that ends up killing mice. So it's like that poison stuff. I'm not gonna say who it is.
Well,
but what'll
obviously,
happen
that
is
would be illegal.
they'll wander into other yards. So like it's half dead. Now, what I should have done in that situation is just put it out of its misery, but I decided to release it. My wife's like, "You're gonna release it when it's like half tripped up on poison. It's gonna last like half a day and just get killed anyways. So like, what's the point?" So I should have done like the humane thing. But yeah, that bird we actually had in my my parents' condo. Like that's the worst. Like you get a bird in the window, and then so like every now and then you'll see it like end up on the balcony. Ugh, it's the worst. But they're all real. We don't actually believe in that stuff. It's a bird's life. I'm not. Yeah.
When I come back into another next life, I want to be like an eagle or a hawk or something. That'd be badass, man.
Hawk,
honestly,
yes.
man, you're just flying down. You're like the king of the castle. What hunts a hawk?
That's a good question. I mean, obviously something hunts everything. Everything
Maybe
gets,
like a
everything
bigger,
gets getting hunted.
like a bigger bird.
I wouldn't mind like a dolphin. You know what I mean? Like
I don't want to be a dolphin. Then I get trapped.
Fair, but the ocean's so vast. Like you have so many. There's just
Yeah.
So
I
much
don't mind
freedom
being
out in
ocean. It's not bad. Fish,
I don't know.
shrimp.
What would you want to be?
I said a hawk or eagle. I've already discussed this.
Yeah,
I
you
already
wanna
know. I
fly.
already know what I want to be, man. I mean, you want to talk about the ocean? I mean, I got the whole sky. You know what I mean? And then I can chill out in golf courses. That's what I figured I would do.
That's actually not bad.
Yeah, you get. I mean, the best part about chilling out at a golf course. This is how much I've thought about this. Is you can see on the fairway. You can literally see little mice running around, and I'm a hawk.
That's basically
It's
easy.
wide open.
Yeah,
It's free money. It's like collecting these stocks coming through. All right, an eagle. Yeah, I do like the eagle. I do like the
Orca.
eagle. Orca, eh? Well, yeah. I mean, there's lots of things to be. Anyways, put what animal you'd like to be in your next life. Everybody in the chat. How about you there, Sharif? You want to be one of those gorillas or what? Let's go back to the desk.
Whatever happened to the
A random leg.
I don't want to see
I was just saying to Sharif, there's more and more downtown right now, and they have this habit of they'll catch something, they'll have a snack, and then they just drop the rest. So you find these like
Wasteful.
half-eaten carcasses all over the place downtown, like squirrels and
better
stuff.
than that.
No, I got to go with you, Sean. A hawk all the way. Way more fun.
Yeah, look, well, have you seen how intelligent ravens are? And crows?
Yeah.
Like, there's videos on my favorite social
They're
media
just
platform.
annoying.
They're
loud.
brilliant, Brendo.
Yeah. I want to talk about Coke here real quick because it's actually basically dead flat. But Coke out this morning, KO, CEO saying China retail sales growth continues to improve, but consumer confidence specifically still below 2019 levels. That's on the earnings call for Coke. So China, a big market for them. I mean, some of these numbers are just insane, though. Like Q1 revenue, 11.3 billion, beating estimates. I mean, across the board, forecast was basically in line, so a little bit light here, but dead flat after the initial move.
Yeah, it's interesting here, Brendo. I mean, look, North American sales were flat. They didn't really perform all that well. Global sales grew 1%, really helped by China and the Far East. As you mentioned, it was a beat on revenue, 11.3 billion they printed. The street was looking for 11 billion. Also, earnings per share came in a little bit higher, 72 cents. The street was looking for 70. We'll have to watch and see how they do. Not really much of a pre-market mover, though.
You know what I learned recently?
What?
It's also a great Drano substitute.
That's not.
I'm not even joking.
No, but you're probably right. But it just doesn't. It's not a glowing endorsement for putting it in your body. You know what I mean? Like,
it works great though.
when the everyone's in that science experiment, right? Like to show how corrosive like that stuff can be. I'm a little surprised it's not moving a little bit better on this, but it's Coke, so it's not a trading vehicle. It's a good stock, but yeah, it's breaking out on the daily. The numbers aren't bad, but it's dead flat here. Like it's wild because it did do a move up and down, but like where's the Like, where's the oomph to this? So maybe you look for some volume to come through. It is a breakout on the daily chart. Anyway you look at it, above 61.5, and now you're going to try to sustain that on earnings, but there was the pop on earnings and the drop, and now a heck of a lot of nothing. This is where you just got to pick your spots. There's a reason why you trade Tesla, and you look at PayPal today because it's actually moving, and Coke might just have to get put on the wayside. That said, I'm not a pop drinker. I don't mind owning, I've owned Pepsi. I still own Pepsi, but yeah, it's not for me. And I agree that it's not exactly a ringing endorsement that you should be putting in your body that it's good for cleaning. But hey, maybe Boeing can use it to clean some planes. I don't know.
Who knows? But remember, Coca has many more products. But at the end of the day, this is starting to work. You know, you still have some top resistance here. I mean, there's many names that have broken out. This has just been such a nice run into the print. Generally speaking, you don't want to have this kind of action into the print either, but it was just so well documented that it's been on the comeback here. So taking out this 61, you'd already did that. I would have rather seen it down here in and around 60 trying to break out, and then maybe you would have had a top move to the top side of 65. That's where I'd fade this name. So $62 right now. I think it probably gets to 65. Good quarter. More names, more people will come in and buy it. It's only down 0.13. NASDAQ down 0.4, ES down 0.3. If the market can rally, I think Coke gets not to 65 today, but break some of these highs. It's not even 200,000 shares yet. So $62, probably a good level to look at. Let's see what happens on open. Won't be heavily traded, not too much volume. Let's go over to the screen now with upgrades and downgrades and Adara.
MSCI kicking off the list here, getting an upgrade from BofA Securities. ExxonMobil coming off their earnings last week, getting an upgrade from TD Cowen. Jefferies Financial upgrading Ralph Lauren here. And last but not least on the upgrade side, Continuum trading up almost 2% after this upgrade here from RBC Capital Markets. Argus downgrading Boeing to kick off this list on the downgrade side. Chegg, after that earnings yesterday, earnings not well received by the market, that earnings report, getting a downgrade as well by Jefferies Financial. Needham downgrading Paramount after its own earnings report, which included the announcement of the resignation of its CEO, Bob Bakish. And last but not least, XP Inc. getting a downgrade from Goldman Sachs, guys.
Yeah. Oh, just kick them while they're down on Boeing, eh? It is what it is, but the stock had it had a good 2-day run. There's no question about that. It looked like it was on the verge of something decent, good. I guess good things can happen to Boeing. Like if it gives up, oh, Randy's in the house. If it gives up 171 today, I think it goes gap fill. But all I want to see is hold 72, break out the top, because the relief rally would be much more exciting than the continued short on this stock. So it's broken that 72, it needs to hold today, and then take out this local high at 174. That's the setup that I'm looking for on Boeing. Tesla's up, Tesla's down. It's down 3% because they're doing layoffs, which we already knew they were going to be doing. What's up with that?
Well, layoffs are layoffs. Cost cutting, cutting things to the bone. The whole China self-driving deal, boost. Again, I said buy the dips when you can. There's more coming. Layoffs, everybody's doing layoffs. The Chinese markets, the competition in the EV space is huge. They're complaining about these EVs from China piling up on shores in Europe and sitting in ports. So let's ride the storm and see what happens.
Ride the storm, he says.
Ride the storm by the dips.
I see you're a little bit chilly in here in a sweater, as I'm like freezing my butt off.
Yeah.
I feel my hands are cold again, but I do feel.
It's always it's coffee o'clock always. This is done, but I'll cheers anyways.
It's coffee time.
No, it was like a sip.
Yeah, I was looking at Shopify. They don't report till May 8th, but I really like this name, pulling back into this $71 area. We had looked at this at 70 and actually lost on it going long that one day that it dipped. The one day that it dips under is the one day that we get the price. But it's really bounced off that level. So if this market does come in today, I think we should be somewhat excited about a Shopify 70 long. So I like this trade. I think Shopify is going to see. You see the difference what I'm talking about with Coke? Now it's May 8th, so you still have a week away. But like if this name hangs around here, I think Shopify works. So I like what they're doing. New real estate here in Toronto. We talked about that. You know, they have the pay at your, what are those little machines? Like the square machines, but the, anyways, whatever. I forget what they are. Like the Interact machines here, I don't know what they are in the States, but yeah, the squares. No, we're talking about that. But yeah, this tap as you go pay stuff. I've seen a lot of those Shopify machines around here. I don't know what's up with that, but maybe they're getting aggressive back into that market. But Shopify back down to $70. I think I like that one. So I'm going to be looking at Shopify if we get a dip in the market. I am feeling today, though, bearish. So we were bullish yesterday. We only had longs until the end of the day where we lost on some Tesla shorts before making one back at the end. But today I'm feeling bearish to start with. So Shopify on a move down is something I like. Point of sale.
That's right, point of sale.
That's the question mark. All right, we'll get into a few other things here. I was just noting 3M to the upside. They reported. I saw NIO up 3% today as well. Some of the Chinese EV names moving around after that huge move in Tesla yesterday. Li Auto, not so much. I feel like I say this every time. All the other ones are up, but Li Auto's not. NIO, nice look here in the pre-market, up 3%, as I mentioned. So let's get into what we need to know here heading towards the open on a Tuesday.
51.47, guys, just below that 50.50 that we talked about, 51.50, excuse me, that we talked about yesterday as that key level of resistance. It absolutely features in. We couldn't break through it on a closing basis. It also rejects off the 200 period here on the 4-hour, so that doubled the resistance there. To the downside, let's say 5,100. If we keep continuing down as we are, same thing for resistance, 51.50.
If you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab this. It's absolutely free every single day. Go to the website, tradertv.live. You'll see that pop up. All you need is an email address, and then you get that every single day sent right to your inbox. Just reading through a couple of headlines here as far as PayPal, top of the list this morning, is concerned. Yeah, revenue beat. I mean, I have to say, there's not a lot of volume behind this move this morning, but up nicely anyways, coming off their report.
Yeah, look, and the only really negative here that I could see was their user base contracted a little bit, and that was part of their valuation, the fact that they had almost 500 million active users that they could monetize, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. But total payment volume did increase 14% year over year on the quarter, so for whatever reason, people are continuing to use this more. It was also a beat on revenue, $7.7 billion. They grew about 9.4% year over year.
Yeah, trying to get going once again here, guys, back to session highs anyways for PayPal.
Sharif, you just sprinkle some buyback on there. It was like $5 billion, something like that. But anyways, look, it's obviously decent. And regardless of good earnings, bad earnings, price action says breakout. So remember, like last night, we're like, yeah, it's going to gap through this. And you'll already have broken this on the earnings. And at the open, if it's above 68, you know, you're going to be looking at prices that aren't 68 for the long. Thank you so much, Randy, for that.
With our fancy
Nice
cups.
Well, I have the.
All right, cheers.
I already had the new one.
The real trader.
Shout out to Mark and appreciate you
Yes.
for the customized mugs. Thank you, Randy. Appreciate it. So I'll go. I'm going. Like it's a breakout at 68. I'm looking for the dip back into 68. Now the market might have said. I already forget the name of that number that came out at 8:30. That's how much we care about it. But the market might be looking relatively weak. There are plays I like to the short side. Like I said, I might not get NVIDIA, but PayPal above that 68 where it broke out on the daily. If we dip back in, I'm just looking for some longs. Maybe it's the 70 level. It just held there. Oh, I'll use a 3-minute because that's a bad dark pool wick that you have in there. But yeah, it just held 70. So I could maybe play off that at the open. But the 68's the real one. If we get underneath $70, I want to look long into that level on PayPal. So I like the break on the daily chart. I like the buyback. But ultimately, this is about that price action. And we knew we wanted this one long if it was above 68. And it looks like that's going to be the case.
Yeah, so that was my little thing about Shopify there, was a little undercover play against the PayPal. With PayPal had a good number there. Again, I know they're different businesses, but you know, if we do have a strong consumer, PayPal should be okay. 7% increase on that side. They did have a decrease in the active users, which is expected. I feel like there's so many different options now. Like I go online, I can pay everything with Apple Pay. Like even my kid this morning wanted to get something. He's like, oh, just take Apple Pay, you know? So it's like, it's just so easy, but I still like PayPal. I feel that it's working. I have the same level. It will be on the sticky note, but any kind of a push back into the 68, 69 level, I think you buy it because that's the break. PayPal's been a great name. You know, we didn't get out of any of this. I feel like I could check when we last bought it, but I don't even feel like it's been a year ago. I feel like it's been longer than that. So we're probably not in the money, but PayPal trying to get back up to the upside. I like a 68 break here, so that's going to be my long. I feel like we could dip into there. Don't catch a falling sword here, though. Let's wait to see what it does. 68 will be an actionable level, but it could easily not hold as well. So let's wait on this name, PayPal, with the negative market. I'm feeling bearish today. Will not be at the top of my list, but is a trade that I think we'll eventually get into.
All right, a few notable earnings names to come after the close tonight. This is one of them, AMD downside right now. There was, a minor analyst note on this and a price target cut. AMD not as strong, I guess, as the rest of them yesterday, but as far as chip names are concerned, we did get back to highs. That's NVIDIA, basically back to support levels right now. Some of the other ones involved in that move yesterday faring a little bit better. I mean, overall, the ETF here, SMH, ending the day at highs.
Yeah, I'll definitely be listening to the earnings call, see what Lisa Su says about their upcoming GPU, the MI300. We've been waiting to hear about how they're going to scale this, who's going to be making for them, and what kind of orders they have from some of the hyperscalers. So I'll be all ears tonight with respect to how they're going to do. So Q1 2024 consensus was $5.64 billion in revenue. The guidance was a little bit below that, $5.4 billion. So we'll have to see if they can beat tonight, Brendo.
Yeah, I saw this one yesterday too. I don't think we touched on it in the morning, but ON Semiconductor came out with their report early on yesterday. Also had a pretty good day, ending at day highs.
Yeah, and look, AMD actually was, before that number, possibly trending into the level I wanted to play, which is 165 short. So last time it got up here, it's not really a huge gap or anything like that, but you go back to the 17th, when it did that huge push down, it was like a double or triple top at 165, and then right into 157.5. So I was looking at that range today. Short into the top, obviously that it's a little bit less likely, so if I'm favoring shorts, as long as it's not breaking 165, there's pre-market high, there's 63 that come into play. NVIDIA would have been a similar story, but then 885, which looks a little, if you pull back even further and made this like a 30-minute, here, let's do it right now. If you go like a 30-minute chart and then zoom out a little bit further, you can see the 885 level pretty similar to AMD's for resistance. That's a little bit closer in terms of percentage-wise. So either one of those two. Obviously, I like shorting Pops and Intel, but AMD with the report and then the bigger levels on these two, I think that's the way to go. The number did drive us a little bit further away from those resistance levels, so we'll have to play it by ear if there's any pops. If it comes a little bit shallow of those levels, I am willing to get in, especially on AMD. Don't mind trading this pre-earnings. If you look at it where it's already come from, AMD's fallen so far that after earnings, I don't think they have to do that great to get a bit of a relief rally if they haven't already done so. But yeah, today I'm looking 165 short.
Okay, all right. AMD price target cut. Yeah, look, I mean, I didn't even look at AMD or anything yet today. We didn't really, oh no, we did trade AMD yesterday. It was actually a good fade off of this level at the end of the day. But it was right there, actually. Looks the same, but there's where it was. And then eventually we ripped higher. You guys will remember that trade. Yeah, it's up today, market's down today, and we have a price target cut. So not really acting normal for me. Possibly a fade up there to 162 and change. I mean, to me, the more important name obviously is going to continuously be NVIDIA. We did have a great 880 short. I think it was Kyle yesterday or somebody had this. I think you wait for that level to come in again. Didn't break it all afternoon, and when it did, it went like $2 or $3. So I'd say you wait for 880. You could easily get that pop early. NVIDIA up to 880. The sticky note will be out in a couple seconds.
All right, Tesla back on watch here as we were mentioning some more headlines coming out about these job cuts and layoffs coming through today. Monster day from Midday yesterday. All the way, I mean, it was what, 16% at the highs for Tesla on the back of this news coming out of China in regards to full self-driving. And then today we're right back to support levels here. I mean, it's 3.2%. Yeah. To be expected after a 15 plus kind of event.
Exactly. We were talking about 200 almost yesterday. All right, guys, here is the deal. So the layoffs are going to come in the following departments. Supercharger. There's going to be a significant amount of layoffs. The Supercharger head there, Rebecca Tanushi, also out. There's going to be another individual here by the name of Daniel Ho. He runs their new vehicle program. He and his team are also out. There's also a public policy team that's being let go. Rohan Patel and his crew are going to be out. And here's what Elon wrote, Brendo. Pretty aggressive statement here. Hopefully these actions are making it clear that we need to be absolutely hardcore about the headcount and cost reduction. He goes on to write. So, he has about 140,000 employees. He wants to cut about 12% of that.
There's also this from Goldman this morning, tempering some expectations here for this FSD from yesterday in China, saying, yes, it's a step in the right direction, but still nowhere close to a quote unquote eyes off, unsupervised kind of situation.
Yeah, well, I think we know that. Like, is it really, if it was imminent that you were just like hands free, don't even bother, no one needs to be in the vehicle, you don't have to attend it, I think we know we're not there yet. I think that's fine. I didn't want to change. I don't really have generally different levels on Tesla because I thought yesterday was a fade 200 to 205. Now, obviously, when I sat down today, I thought the same thing, and then this number came out, and Tesla was already to the downside. The 180 to 184 was this level on the daily, and then 180 is where the body of those wicks are. To me, that's the buy area. So down in here, if it cannot hold on to 180, I think it goes gap filling today. The other name, we didn't really pay too much attention to this yesterday, but NVIDIA. Rivian made a pretty valiant attempt to take out the top. And this is it's a beaten up stock that's been trying to go, and you're starting to see a little bit of a bottoming pattern. Clearly, it's now down 2.5%. When I was on the train home yesterday, I'm like, oh, if this breaks 950, it looks pretty good. And I know Tesla was going. Probably gonna have to put this in the back burner. Obviously, overnight, it looked a heck of a lot better than it does this morning. Might not see it, but Rivian, again, showing signs of an attempted bottom break. It's got, or top break here at the 950 level. It's showing some signs, unfortunately, down 2.5%. This might be a later on in the week kind of thing, but I just wanted to bring it to attention because at some point this week, you might see me in a breakout long on Rivian.
All right, so yesterday we talked about Tesla was P&L number one. This was yesterday's sticky note, so it is not Happy Monday today. But we wrote down here 185 long yesterday, right? So if you're gonna look to see what we did yesterday, there's the 185 long. We had that numerous times. You can go find it on X or on Instagram as well, at TraderTVSean. There's the 185. We hit it early, we hit it late, we hit it again. And then by late, it's 10 o'clock, 10:30. So now I look and I say the same kind of thing, but I'm looking short today, obviously. So I'm not looking long. Yesterday, we were only long this name until we were short at the end and we lost. So today, we're only gonna look short on this. I've written down here on today's sticky note, let me go find it for you, it's just out right now. We wrote down right here that I like the 191 short. Watch out for 195. I want to be short until we break 195. This name was just 140 a week ago. Let's not forget about where we're coming from as well. It's really heated up. The longs have won, right? The shorts could have a day at some point, and maybe that day is today. I'm shorting this name into that 191, which is right there. I won't hold this short all the way up to 195, but that's really where I want to stop going short. So, up into here, 195, possibly a 196, something like that. We'll test those areas for the short. But for me, no longs for this guy. I mean, we nailed it yesterday at 185. So depending on what we do, if it just kind of hovers around, we could try that. But I'm going to try to make the bigger plays on the short side today for Tesla. So that's kind of what I'm looking for there. And we'll see if it comes through. We'll start it at 191, and then we'll see. We'll see where we go. The market right now is kind of flattish off that number, hasn't really moved. But Tesla, the story is, as I wrote it down, it needs to cool off. So huge move up. There's 140, like I said a week ago. It's up to $200. This is not normal movement. Needs to cool off. I'm going short Tesla today.
Yeah, monstrous. We're just talking about MicroStrategy here. Let's touch on crypto downside a little bit this morning. Bitcoin sitting at this level right now, 61,000 coming into play on the daily chart here. Just sitting here. This is a daily chart. So 1, 2, 3, 4, call it 5 or 6 different times we've been sitting at this 61,000 and change, trying to hold. So big time support here.
And lower highs, Brendo, on that chart, so a little concerning. All right, with respect to MicroStrategy, they reported yesterday after the bell, and here is how they did. So we're not really looking for MicroStrategy to produce a whole lot of revenue, but it is one metric. Sales came in at 115 million. That missed the street's expectations of 121 3/4. The company now holds, Brendo, 214,400 Bitcoin with an average price of 23,680. So he's well in the money there. But as you and I were talking about off camera, mostly financed with debt. Canaccord Genuity also chiming in on MicroStrategy today, lowering the price target to 1590 from 1810.
Still, I mean, that's an enormous trade for MicroStrategy. 20% short interest, so there's that. On MSTR, it's also, yeah, as we were saying, like relatively small float on this stock as well versus the market cap, 15.5 million shares.
It's been known to squeeze, although with a little bit of weakness. I mean, we're testing 61,000 on BTC. Yeah, it's hard to like the long on that. You know, when I look at this, what we do actually trade around here, at least from time to time, is Coinbase. And I put this trend line in yesterday, sort of demonstrate what this was holding on to on coin down to 2%. This is the 50 period. You can see it's hugging the 50 period. Every time it breaks, it's closed above, and then the following day, it's right back underneath. So breaks, close above, right back underneath. You could be breaking that trend in here today. Like 210 doesn't look good if Coinbase fails to hold on to that level. So yeah, that's the one I'll be watching today. Like if this can't hold on at 210, I'll be looking for some shorts. MSTR is just not a trade for me. If you're in there on the options, it's not a dissimilar setup. Like in a general sense, the setup is very similar on MSTR, but if you're executing, there's a very big difference between trading Coinbase under 210 and looking for an MSTR short, underneath 1100. Like it's a different beast. The floats lower. The spread's going to open up on you. Everything is completely different. Now you got the jacket on.
Yeah, it's too cold.
It is. No, don't get me wrong. Like it's weird because it's actually warmer today outside than it was yesterday. But it's inside the studio that it's cold, is all.
Yeah, all right, gonna watch out for my mic, I guess. Okay. All right. Yeah, look, I mean, with Bitcoin going down to 61 too, we just talked about MSTR. Obviously, it's a highly levered Bitcoin product. So I don't, as far as a trade, if you want to sort of YOLO something, I think MSTR plus Bitcoin price, like I would rather go long on MSTR than any of these other things, only because you get that bump if and when that does happen. So it's a levered Bitcoin product. So if you like that, great. But look at IBIT right here. If you just want to go 1-to-1 and you want to trade crypto, I mean, this is breaking 34. I remember when we went long 34 and we were like, yeah, 34 is a good price, baby. And now it's right back into that level. And I'm not going to be buying more. It doesn't look good. I mean, whatever we want to talk about with crypto right now, it's not a great story. We had the halving. Now it's trying to figure itself out back into these levels. We've seen 60,000 hold before. I can call up a Bitcoin chart as well. It's going to look like this anyways, unless we're going to go way back when this didn't exist. It looks like we're going to give it up, man. We're under the 50 period moving average. Yeah, it doesn't make me very happy, but move down to this $30 area, which I think is 50. This is why I need the Bitcoin chart out, 56, 57,000. That could be sort of the next area for this. 54. Yeah, darn it. Yeah, anyways, I'm not super impressed with this. We talked about Mara down at 14.5. That could be something that you catch a falling knife on as well, because we've seen this hold a couple times. So this to me is the safer play of everything. But yeah, I'm already invested in crypto, so it hasn't been a nice run the last couple months. We'll see if it can hold out these levels. It has to hold 60.
Just want to mention Apple here real quick. There was a bit of an uptick there on this, but I was just reading this really interesting note. It was the first time it closed above its 50-day moving average if you go out to a daily chart. Let me back up. Since 2001, when the iPod was released, there was 6 different periods where Apple was below its 50-day moving average for 62 trading days or more in that period. And yesterday ended the latest, and it was the longest period below its 50 since 2015. I don't know if that means anything, but it seems like a long time. But trying to get back higher right now for Apple once again after that big day yesterday. But yeah, we were going to talk about Roku here. Nice deal for Roku teaming up with the Trade Desk on a data-driven digital marketing agreement for advertising on Roku.
Yeah, they're looking to monetize their platform. Obviously, they have 81 million streaming households. I'm talking about Roku, so there's a lot of eyes there that they could look to monetize. Obviously, that is one of their major sources of revenue, digital advertising on their platform. So we'll have to see how they do. Good partnership here with a non-TV or non-streaming kind of company, Trade Desk.
It's not a lot of volume, 251,000 shares here for Roku, but trying to hold 60 on this pullback.
So, look, Roku, they basically came out with that good news just so there was no flat bottom break. I'm completely convinced of it. No, I'm just joking. It was setting up like false breakout on earnings. I can get rid of this trend line. I should always do that. False breakout on earnings, and it looked like it was trending down into a bit of a break at 55. Clearly, that's no longer the case. But you know what? That's not bad, because if support holds in a situation like this, and it's got a short float, I guess you have to hold on to 60. I'd rather it be breaking a bigger level out, like 63. It's not quite there. Like, it's still diddling in the middle between that bottom and the 63 level. So if it breaks 63, I think I'd like to get involved. Remember with Roku, like, it's a stock that usually on earnings you get like double-digit moves times 2, like 20, 30% has been pretty normal for it, and it's still inside of the range. So I know it's up 2.5%, but if it can get above 63, like, it's a kind of stock that can run even further than that. Like, the 63 level, I think, is a little bit more interesting. At least that plays into 66, 67. Still a couple of bucks to go. I don't want to diddle in the middle with Roku. We kind of glossed over that Apple story there. Apple could be closing above the 50 period, and it's 173. It would be so much better if that number hadn't somehow moved the market, which I wasn't suspecting. So that 50 period's at 173. If it doesn't hold, I still like 171 from yesterday. And if it gets down there, I think that would be the support level for me. But Roku needs to break 63 bucks. I'm not trading that post-earnings inside of the same range it was in before. It's got to break into a new range after earnings for Roku.
All right. Yeah, I won't be looking too much at Roku today, but I was looking at ARM right now, just trying to find out some different names. We had last looked at shorting this one. We had talked about missing that that 120 break and the $100 break. But right now on the daily for ARM, you're right back into this 105 area again. So something to short and to think about 104 to 105 here for ARM. So this is just going to be another one of those names that we're going to look to see if it bumps back up into that range. I mean, we were there yesterday, down today. Again, we had NXPI earnings come through last night as well. They were initially to the upside and still holding. So NXPI saving some of the chip names again. And look at this name into the report. You know, you want to talk about a name that's been super strong. These semiconductors continue to work up to 260, looking to break out through that 265 marker today is NXPI. So make sure that you do join us live daily, all day on More Trader TV Live, as we have a second feed going, 3 feeds. We have many feeds going. Also the landscape portrait feed that's going through there as well. You can check that out on your iPads and on all socials and everywhere. And then on the recap show, we had all the earnings last night, and one of the best ones was that NXPI. So a nice move back up to the upside today, holding that 250 area. So again, maybe dip buy opportunities for NXPI, checking in on NVIDIA, and then we'll throw it back to the desk, because I think we're really early today. I don't know why.
Yeah,
882 or so. Well, we didn't have a guess or anybody. 882 top from yesterday for NVIDIA. I still really like that fade if we can get up to 880. So this is going to be the name that I'm going to look at ahead of what's reporting. We have AMD and Amazon. So that should be some exciting movements there. I like Amazon dip buy opportunities. I think they're going to have a monster quarter. This is one of the names that I'd like to buy if it does whoosh down. If we get some sort of a meta moment where maybe they're spending too much and the street doesn't like that, I'm a buyer of Amazon. I think, as opposed to some of those other names, into the quarter, this name's actually great. We've already whooshed out into the quarter, and now you're starting to make a move back. So this little flush, base, and go. It's not near the high. It's near the highs, but it's fine. So I feel like into earnings, we could take this 190 and see a two handle on this tomorrow. So let's see what happens here with Amazon. Yeah, that's funny, Danielle, or Daniel Melendez there. This is the new cold studio feed. That's what I'm on right now.
Ice cold, baby. Ice cold. See?
Got that chew going on, my guy? All right, back over to the desk.
All right, 3M, real quick, just to wrap things up. It's bonus round time. 3M, another earnings name today. I'm just going over some of the headlines for them. Profit estimates, price hikes this morning as well from analysts. They did announce some cost cutting. A little bit slower sales, so a downtick on the sales side, but maybe the cost cutting benefiting. But 3M up nicely here.
Yeah, and it's interesting here. So they raised their dividend for 25 straight years. And that may be coming to an end here, guys, as they look to reset their dividend, or how they're calling it, after they spun out their healthcare business, Solventum. They're looking at reassessing how much they're paying out in dividends. So typically that's something that causes the stock to sell off. Not this, though, up 4.84%.
This was if you go back to, there we go, there's a daily chart, pandemic times, there was a lot of positivity around this. On the 3D printing side of things, but it's come off significantly since then. But breaking through finally on this, guys, breaking through that 95 for 3M.
You know, with stocks like this, if you're trading something like this one, like, it's probably more interesting for swing traders, because your real trade is like, oh, thank you very much. Ty's like, yo, you can have my cardigan. Now it's almost like I have a cloak. I feel like I'm like Jon Snow or something, like up on the wall, like my paisley shawl just sitting here. Thanks, Ty. It is freaking cold in here.
See, now you look 70 years old.
I do look. It's like, it does make me look way older, this whole thing. But now
Exactly. Good. See, this is why this guy's always thinking, man. This guy is always thinking, Ty.
We love you.
Wow. Get a different target market. This guy is genius.
We should brand this. For sure, because I do have my own. I just did not bring a sweater. I've worn sweaters and brought a sweater almost every single day. You guys see it on the show. And then this week I'm like, it's supposed to warm up. I'm no longer doing the sweaters because it's spring. And spring my butt. Like, it's freezing in here. But 3M's probably not much of a trade. I think when you see things like that stock, they're swing trades, because when they consolidate like that and finally break out, at least you can hold it for the days and weeks that it might take to give you that 15%. But as a trading vehicle, I'm just not going to be into it for 3M. We got other things and other fish that we do want to be able to fry today. One of those, just a reminder, SoFi was SSR yesterday because it was down over 10%. Of course, that will extend to today. It's broken $7. I'm looking at the 650 level on the daily for a day 2 SoFi play. If it gets down to 650, I'll look for an SSR bounce. Has to get there first, has to show a bid. If I see it, I'll go for that. Same long as yesterday off 7.
All right, just looking here, I'm just trying to figure out where we'll be for this open. So we just did get the imbalances coming through. I'm going to take this jacket off now. It's getting a little warm in here. Well, I'm warm, but Tesla right there for the sell. So that is starting to go to the downside. So it looks like we will be somewhat correct as we'll do this ridiculous bear riding thing right now. We are looking short on Tesla. So far, so good. I wish we were in it, but we are not. Down 3 and a bit percentage points. Let's go, Sharif.
All right, guys, today we are talking about fading the open within the context of the gap and go strategy. Catch that with Adair and I today at 11 on How to Trade.
Appreciate the jokes. there. I'll give it back to Ty. I mean, all in fun around here. We like to have a little bit of fun. With only about 3 minutes to go, obviously you got to be a little bit patient. We've talked about this for extending moves the last couple of days, whether it's earnings or post earnings. Once you're into that pocket, you want to make sure that a stock like AMD yesterday at the open was a $4 mover to the downside before retracing. So when I say I like a short at 165, that's less than $4 from here. It's entirely possible it could shoot up like that. The pre-market high sits there as well. I am looking for a curl. It's a pre-earnings play there. PayPal is still, it's holding 70s right now, but I think it might dip into that 68. You know what? I don't like the falling knife thing. I always have like orders out there, but look, I like a bounce off 68, but I don't have to sit out there. I know I like it if it bounces off that level. It's starting to get a little bit weak and trendy to the downside. So when it is trending short term in your direction, you can afford to be a little bit patient as it falls in. So let's be patient like we always say we should be. I do see some things that are showing strength. Oh, that's a bad wick on Meta. Yikes. That notwithstanding, Meta's been bouncing the last couple of minutes about $3. Thank you in the chat for pointing that one out. The big level was, I like to say about 36, 37 in here. That could be worth a test. 450 is obviously bigger, but I'll try to get rid of that candle wick so this chart isn't as absurd, but nice little bounce in Meta. Although it's retracing it, everything seems to be coming in back into the downside after that higher employment cost report or whatever the heck we're calling it. 2 stars it gets, and then it moves the market.
Yeah, I don't even know what we're calling it. All right, so I've already talked about that exact strategy when I discussed PayPal was not to sit at $68. So I'm just going to wait to see if it dips down into that level. If it does, we'll be buying that up pronto. But we're going to wait to see how it reacts. So that's what we're going to do on that. So we'll wait for PayPal to make a move back in on that one. The big short for me is going to be Tesla. We'll fade some pops. Looks like 189 is where VWAP is right now. So any kind of a pop into 189, I want to be there for that as well. But the ultimate trade would be up near that 191-ish area. So let's see what happens here with Tesla. Wouldn't surprise me if it did get going. So that's Tesla right there. Apple, we are looking for a short, but that's another trade that we have pending. That's not until 174-ish and change, near that upside for Apple. That's another trade that we like. I still like that Shopify long. I don't have a bid down there. I can put it. We're not going to get there. This was more like a kind of a disaster situation where if Shopify does get down here, we'll take it. So I'll put it out there right now. Why not? We'll put a Shopify bid down there at 70.50 or 70.25, see if that fills. And then the other trade that we have on there was Palantir, actually. We didn't talk about this one. Yesterday, Palantir was a money maker at 22.50. We nailed this stock yesterday. It was a great long down there. We were very, very patient. We hit this long. Now I'm actually trying to go the other way, shorting off 23. So let's see if we're able to get Palantir up near 23 to try that short. But that's a dangerous game.
Yeah, let's be careful. Let's be patient off that open. Also like NVIDIA 885 if we can get there. That's actually not that far at $14 away because NVIDIA, it's only 1.5%. Adara, Tuesday, ring it in 2 and 1. Casino open or market open, depending on how you like to call it.
Casino.
Well, I mean, it's a saying, it's a phrase. You guys know what we mean exactly by that. So let's get going here. Obviously, AMD is still 160. Oh, PayPal's already starting to run. Yeah, it's going to happen. You don't always get exactly what you want. You can want a dip buy. You can like a dip buy. But that doesn't mean you're going to get a dip buy. But let's continue to play the patience game. I see Tesla a little bit to the upside, but I don't think it's enough just yet.
All right, we're short Tesla right now, 188.85. We'll ring some registers if we get back down into the 50s or so. Take a little bit of change off right there. Let's go. Ring the register there at 50, just temporarily. We'll take another piece out if we get a little bit lower on Tesla down into 188 or so. But there we go. One trade to start the day. Let's see where we go from here. Tesla so far so bad as it's tried. There it is. Nice little move right there. Hit the sirens. We talked about that fade up to VWAP. Hey, Neil, it's your first Dollar Club winner right there for TSLA. So let's see what winds up happening now. Hopefully we can, get a little more than $1. But right now it's where it is, so we'll see about a downside push into 187. It's a 1-for-1 shot right here. And yeah, we're doing it again. Shout out to my girl, Brittany.
Brittany. Leave Brittany alone, please.
Boom.
I actually hate that meme. We're coming to the upside here on NVIDIA and AMD, but I still want 880. I don't want to hit the trigger just yet. If it does curl pre-market high, I'm willing to make that fade. I'm only resting at 885. PayPal is holding on to the $70 level. So there's your wick. Pre-market low effectively was 69.5. If it doesn't break this to give a 68 fill, then I look for the long off of this hold of the 69.5 level. Again, if you're being patient, you got to stay patient. I can probably cancel the 200. That doesn't really matter on Tesla. It's too weak for that. The 191, if we're shorting pops, and the 195 can come into play. But if it's under 200, I do want to fade it. Still playing the patience game, like no entries for me. We talked about the SSR plays, Chegg. That one's starting to head to the downside. If it can hold on to 550 or the $6 level, that's where I would get involved. And then SoFi was the other one. SoFi headed toward that 650 level. Looks like this one could come in first for potential SSR bounces. Yikes, SoFi, another 5%. Oh, goodness.
Downside, yeah, yesterday at the end of the day, I said SoFi will be sub $7 tomorrow, and it's not even anywhere near 7 right now. That's too bad for SoFi. All right, so Tesla went back into $1 into the money again right there, but it did climb back up. Let's see what it wants to do. I do realize that this name has been bouncing around quite a bit here. We'll take another bid at 188 if we're able to get that. Cancel our 187 and go over and see what Adair is up to.
Nice move to the upside for Global Mofi Metaverse right off the open. GMM here up almost 86%. Basically announcing that with HeartDub, it's going to be leveraging NVIDIA's Omniverse to develop this generative video AI platform, Gauss Speed. So basically an AI headline here involving the use of NVIDIA's Metaverse, bringing GMM to the upside, guys.
GMM, good one, not going to be on the radar. We looked at some Mullen recently, but I got to get back over to PayPal. It's now broken 70, down into 69. So it's still trending into the downside. It's trying to hold that even dollar. I'm now on the bid at 68. We do have, oh, that smells good. We do have one other chip name that we didn't mention that's doing a very similar pattern as usual, which is breaking pre-market lows almost right away. That's Intel. I'm going to short this one back into the pre-market high. If it goes higher, I always short it into the previous day resistance. If it doesn't, then we always short it off of the pre-market lower highs in there. We do want this one for a fade play as it's starting to come in pretty heavily as well.
All right, let's go again, man. Face slap it again, man. We just reloaded it one more time there for Tesla. So we just got a 190 fill up there for Tesla. So we're just sticking with what we're doing, man. And right now we're another $1 off that reload. But we took some out there at 188 and change. We do have some numbers. Oh, wow. Nice move down. Come on, give me that 188 and change right now. Let's put something in the 30s just to get a little bit of a dip if we're able to. Oh, man, no. What? Well, we're at 29. Right here on Tesla to ring the register again for $1.50 on that last reload. But let's see if it can come back in for us on Tesla. So far, so good here. Let's get a downside push. The other short that we wanted today was Apple. That's not in the pocket yet. We said that we would be as patient as possible with PayPal. That's coming in into our 68 level, but that's not hitting yet. So we'll wait for that one. And then Palantir to the upside. We've done really well on Tesla, man. So let's just hopefully that will dip in again as well. And Palantir making that move higher. So yeah, so far not much happening on the names that we're looking for, but we can always look other places, including NVIDIA, which was...
It just wicked the 880.
Oh, it did. Okay, well, that's a level that we wanted. I didn't notice it, but that's okay. We'll get it next time.
I mean, I like the 885 a little bit better, but the pre-market high, we said, if you don't get the 885, we'll take the pre-market high. It wicked 888. I got 78.5 on the way back in. I'm getting out if it gets to 75. I still think this is a little bit strong, that move to the upside. Take it and run. I like AMD as well.
Look at this.
Here comes PayPal screaming back. Oh, goodness, we might have missed PayPal. Let me get back over to PayPal in a quick second. I just quickly took the 2.5 on NVIDIA, but PayPal is now holding a higher low at 69. So this is the one. I knew I wanted this one long. I want to take multiple shots at PayPal. So there's your wick bottom in front of 68. It's holding on to the 69. I'm going to give it to that low, and I'll take another shot at it if it does continue to break lower. But I wanted to buy the first sign of strength on PayPal today.
All right. Yeah, Tesla just really cranked in there, guys. It went to 187.30 right there. So that was a huge move back down in. So we're going to put another bid down there at 187.60 or so just to see if that's something that we can get or not. But right now, Tesla on the way down off of that reload. So one trade and damage being done right now so far on that name. So let's just wait to see if it continues to go or not here for Tesla. We do have those lower bids right now, almost $1 and $2 now in the money for Tesla, but we need to get that bid. We're at 61, and there it is right there. So that is a hot dog cannon for you, Kyle Burdett. There we go. We'll take one trade with decent amount, and now we'll hold on for that one. It is sticky note idea number 1, and it is the short sell for Tesla, and there it goes. To that downside. Apple's still doing nothing. Shopify up. Look at Shopify as the market kind of hangs out. We knew we wanted Shopify long. It went 71.80 at open to $73. So congrats on Shopify today as that one continues to make moves higher. But it's Tesla really for me that sings the song today.
Yeah, I like some chip shorts. Look, I got in and out very, very fast on NVIDIA as it broke that bottom. I went over to PayPal, which might turn into a loser. It's the only long we have. But AMD, we also like short.
Oh my
God. It just
God.
broke 160 to the downside. I should scalp some of this out, kind of like we did with NVIDIA. Intel, we talked about this doing its normal pattern, breaking under pre-market lows, short it back to that level. So that's what I'm going to do. It's a very similar pattern. It looks like it's going to be weak. But just very quickly, I like chip short. One was a fade off 880. This one actually breaking 160 to the downside on AMD, as that is going to turn into flush city. Oddly enough, it was like there were a couple of decent earnings reports for some smaller chip names, but it doesn't seem to matter in here today. As the market reversing right in here, Dan McIsaac just said you like Starbucks. Haven't looked at Starbucks in a hot minute, but we're focused on some individual names in the chip sector and PayPal, which might make a fresh low. Remember my strategy. The second it showed strength, I'm long. If it takes out a fresh low, then I look for another entry point. I am going to adhere to my stops every single time when we're catching a falling knife.
Guys, I can't believe that I'm really glad that Neil had it, but when I talked about taking that NVIDIA at 880, I should have just sat there. That was one, definitely a mistake by me. We should have been 2 for 2. Glad Neil had it, but let's go see what Adair has.
McDonald's worth taking a look at here. Initially to the downside after its earnings, but 3 positive green candles so far in the 3-minute since opening. Slight miss here for earnings per share, but beat for sales. Pretty mixed report overall, but McDonald's trying to recover, still down about 1.5%, guys.
So they're not loving it?
Yeah, no, I wasn't loving that stock for a minute. We sold McDonald's in and around, I think it was 290, 285 and change. That was a couple weeks ago. We talked about that. So I didn't really look at that yet. PayPal, we said that we would look to see if it could build a base down here somewhere in and around this level. So right now it's trying to do exactly that. We are still short again we'll take some longs here if we can. We'll just punch some 80s there. What did we get, 80s? Okay, on this PayPal. We are still short Tesla. That was one of our big plays. Still really paying off here for that downside play. So let's do that. There's the punch in immediately on PayPal. And guess what? It's a quick one. It's a quick 19 cents up there. We just got a 97 fill on NASDAQ. So once again, there's a quick 2 for 2, quick 19 cents. We're only out of 20% of it. So it could go the other way right there. But here we go, man. It's going to be hopefully a nice move back to the upside. And there it is, man. Exactly as we wrote down. We wanted to wait for PayPal. So here it goes. Nice move, PayPal, up to 05s. Maybe we can get going even a little bit more now. This is the difference in why we're scalping machines over here, is that when it goes up, you have the ability to quickly get in and out of shares. So there it is again. Boom. We'll capture 25 quick cents right there because we've been on one lately, and we're going to see if we can continue that here today. So let's go. What's up, Chef Joe? What's up to everybody in the chat? This is Real Trading, baby, the #1 sponsor on the show and what we're trying to show everybody. Exactly.
Every single day. That's what it's all about. I'm waiting for 70s on this bad boy. I actually wrote in my note this morning, if PayPal can hold above 68, its upside is 75 today, and it's got some higher lows. I thought we'd get some SoFi in here at 650, but it looks like it's making a bit of an SSR bounce already. Once it's got a higher low, holding in here, I want to see some support, and then I probably jump into the long on that bad boy. So I'm in one time on PayPal. It made that bottom, held the low. I'll take another shot at it off that double bottom if I can even get it, but I'm waiting until VWAP because if I'm risking 70 cents, I got to take 70 cents or it doesn't make sense on the first out. AMD, which was different from NVIDIA, and then NVIDIA was a short to pop, AMD didn't give me that opportunity. Took the breakdown, I got the first 50 cents, and then we stopped out for 25 cents. So now starting to look a little bit strong. Jumping back over to NVIDIA, which we were just mentioning, it's right back at the 880, but higher lows. Higher lows, higher highs, which means wait for the 885 level. So if it gets to 885, that is the next level for myself. Tesla probably going to have to, pre-market highs in here, 191, and then 195. 200 is like the Alamo for me on Tesla, where I know I want that one to the south side. So I think I'm probably going to get SoFi next, that SSR bounce play coming into effect.
All right. Yeah, SoFi, wow. We really like SoFi, but it's a dangerous position there, breaking through that 7. We'll have a look at SoFi as well in a couple minutes. So we just reshorted Tesla, obviously, as it came through 190 again. So, we like this short. The market's well up, but there's another short put on by us there, and it's printing backside now into the money one more time here. So far, so good here for this, but we still have lower hopes. I just put a bid down there at 189, see if we can capture some of that. That would be pretty nice if we could get that. I mean, I put too many shares. I want less. So we'll put a bid down there at there it is. So there's another short for you on Tesla off of 190 that we just took. It's 50 cents in the money if you want that now. I'm going to wait for a little bit lower as we'll see what happens. Yeah, PayPal, this is why we talked about scalping in and out of that one. We still do have 60% of this trade, so I still like it. Hopefully we can get a little lower here on PayPal and really make some cash on this one, but so far so good. I mean, we've got in and out of it, so we're fine with it. Take some more shares if it sees fit down there below. And then, yeah, just Tesla trying to work it out. Other than that, man, I mean, Apple's making a move up, and that was a level that we liked up here in and around 175, but it's only 174, so we still have some room to go there. We'll hold on to this, man. We're 2 for 2. We're just gonna wait to see. We've made like half of our goal for this time, but again, we've only been in 2 trades, and Tesla's not really doing a whole heck of a lot right now. So Apple's the strong name going to the upside. Oh my gosh, Rob, you are a savior.
Manuel, thank you very much. Manuel, for reminding us. Snapchat just broke that $15 level.
Yeah,
I did not have my alert set for that, which is that's a fail. We've been sort of mentioning this one the last couple of days. So the good news is it's still in the pocket. It's still here. I want to wet the beak. The market's flying. I want something under 10. This was one of those consolidation plays, regardless of whether it doesn't even matter news, anything like that. Big shortable, decent shortable interest, I should say. It's not gigantic, but a big level taken out there. I'm back into AMD. Thank you, Manuel. I can set it. We have alerts in P per 8. I just didn't set one for that bad boy. So I got out of AMD. It curled off of VWAP, so I jumped back in underneath VWAP. I want to give it to 160.80. So we're still basically in the same names. NVIDIA is trying to test that 880 even level one more time.
What the heck?
So, look, I was pretty convinced on NVIDIA that the next step would be 885, but it looks like the original short level still looking like it's the brick wall on NVIDIA. Sorry about these wicks, but this top here is 881.5. So it's not really anywhere close to the 85 yet. I'm back into AMD. Snapchat's a new one, but one that we've been looking for all week long.
Yeah, I'm going to take a little bit of a shallower fill here on, we just got Chicago PMI, by the way, guys. Chicago PMI, Adara, 30. We just got Chicago PMI, 39, 37. Yeah, okay, fine. What's up, Adara?
Sorry, it's taking a while to populate on my end. Sorry for the wait there. We did just get that in. 37.9 for Chicago PMI. SPY here, a bit of a red candle forming right now. Not a huge reaction on the S&P 500. Apologies for the wait there. It was taking a while for that number to populate. And don't forget to like and subscribe.
Yeah, so way under right there. 37.9 versus 44.9. So
not great.
way under here on that Chicago PMI number as the market comes back in right there. So huge move to the downside. Not huge, but nice move to the downside for the market. Not really helping out too many of our positions. I mean, Tesla's still above this 190 and looks like it wants to stay there. So we're going to have to wait for that 191 to come in and then try to respect some of those 192 levels, get out if we're wrong on that, and then work with 195 if that is the top there. Have the ability to switch up your game, of course. And once again, I've failed it again. NVIDIA just goes right up to that 880 where we should have been short. So a failed opportunity there. Apple with a nice move up, but there's the pushback on the futures. So yeah, so far so good. Just kind of letting things settle down. We're out of the money here, 30 cents right now on Tesla. So I want to get more, but I was waiting at 191. Maybe we'll put something in and around 190.50 just because we don't have a huge position yet. But 191 is where we want to get some money in on Tesla.
Yeah, and there's already VWAP on SoFi. I'm going to back off the bid here because typically when I get that play, I'm looking to take outs to VWAP. So if I don't get the long off that wick and it's already there, I don't want to chase it any higher. It's not the right way to go about it. Snapchat is at 12s. I was putting a stop order in, and I put it in the wrong spot, just got right back into the same price. But effectively, I was long 9, so think of it as 9s because it's just in and out at the same price. I'm looking for quarters and 50s on Snapchat. $16 is also resistance in there, so you want to respect it. I'm not short again on NVIDIA. Obviously should be, but VWAP happened on AMD. We're back at it, 160.35. It just broke 160 even. I'll scalp the first 50 cents like we did last time, and then look for the rinse and repeat one more time there. The futures were screaming, and then you had that nice little pullback at 9:45.
Yeah, here we go, guys. Bang, 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 bang. There's our 191 short on Tesla. So there it goes, man. We will take profit immédiatement on that one as we go to the downside right now. So good trade for Tesla. Wow, we were just like, let's take that 191, and we did that. And now we are again another couple dollars here in the money. Let's put it out. This is a big trade. Like, we got more shares there because we got that fill. So let's see if we can start cashing a little bit out here on the downside for Tesla. We just bid some 71s. Let's punch out a little bit there at 90 and see if we can't fade some more. What's up, A?
AGBA, this small cap trying to run again. This company, they announced initially their merger with Triller a couple weeks ago, this one leading to the upside. Now providing some updates on what that merger with Triller is going to entail, basically saying that it's going to work on fast emerging opportunities in a favorable market environment, talking about marketing strategies, basically just highlighting some of the developments of that merger. AGBA, nice move to the upside, guys.
That is Agba making some power moves. Look, right off of VWAP here on AMD, the curl happened on NVIDIA, you missed it, went right over to AMD and was able to get this one off VWAP for the quick scalp trade. So as long as NVIDIA holds underneath 880, AMD's weaker in some sense because AMD is beneath its pre-market breakdown. So I like it. We are into that Snapchat. I'll get to... I got one profit take on PayPal there, but it's right back underneath 69. I'll get to that in a second. But the quarters just came in on Snapchat. So power up, and thank you, Manuel, for reminding me about this. I mean, we like this one all week. We love earnings levels that get broken out. Like Roku would be nice if it could break 63. It'd be a very similar play. So we like the short in AMD. We'll see if we can get back into it. PayPal is still threatening downside. It made that bounce, showed me a higher low, so I added, and then scalped it out, but it cannot seem to get to 70. This is under threat of breaking this bottom, and then I gotta wait for another level to trade off of on PayPal. Do not want to get too greedy. Not greedy is not the right word. Too far out of the pocket on PayPal. It is trend down, and we gotta be patient. If it's not giving us the levels and the moves that we want, then we can back off and look for something else. Hasn't happened just yet. So far, so good.
Yeah, so far so good. This has been, again, another great day. I want to thank everybody for watching and continuously supporting the show and everything that we do here. I mean, this Tesla is an absolute cash register for us here again today. We talked about this yesterday being the long for us, and then now today it's just the short. And we built up that case for everybody, I felt like. And it's just been hit over and over and over again, and it's just an absolute monster. right now. PayPal's absolutely falling down right now, so I don't know what's going on with this name other than it's Crank City back into 68, 67, so we're going to have to address this. But Tesla is an absolute monster right now here today for me. Another $2. We just reloaded that off 191 there, down into 189.50. Tesla, Neil, today has been an absolute monster.
Yeah, and that's the key. As long as you have those key levels in there, and you have to show some patience with it, because in some ways it's actually strong. And same thing with NVIDIA. NVIDIA is stronger than the overall market right now. Like, I liked it, and it was an easy short trade, but that doesn't necessarily mean, like, here's what I'm talking about, just to finish that thought. NVIDIA, these wicks on this one as well, it's higher lows on NVIDIA trending up. So AMD's good because it's underneath VWAP and trending down, like lower highs, like you, but this is a strong name. So even though the short worked out, you had to wait for the key price because everything else looks like it's a trend to the upside. So I'm gonna stick with AMD. It feels a little bit, safer is not the right word. It's just the thesis on it is now better. I like them both short, but one of these things is not like the other. Under VWAP and lower highs versus higher lows on NVIDIA. So I might have gone 1-for-1 on NVIDIA, but it's AMD that I'm going back to the well with. And then PayPal. Remember I said I'm just going to stop out if it breaks that low, look for another level? Well, it held pre-market lows just there. So get out, save yourself that coinage, and if you still like the long, go back into it when it makes a new bottom. So that's going to be my strategy for PayPal. I still want to favor longs, but I don't want to get too far out of the pocket, like I said. Let's go back to the desk. Adara.
Norfolk Southern to the downside here amidst some ongoing updates with its proxy fight. Yesterday, some recommendations made for it, the people trying to run for proxy, so basically against the board itself, against Norfolk Southern, and for Ancora as director candidates. Now ISS, another proxy firm, coming out and saying that they also recommend voting for Ancora. So some shows of support against Norfolk Southern in that ongoing NSC proxy battle, guys.
Doing it again right now as we go. There it is, another $2 on NVIDIA. We did short that top. We did get some out. We are long PayPal. We are short Apple. Holy crap, we got a lot on our plate right now. This is the most important time to trade, 10 o'clock, and I got 4 positions, of which one is a monster in NVIDIA. So let's go, NVIDIA. Get to the downside. We happy with that. Look at that discipline on PayPal. PayPal comes all the way back up. We're still in it. It didn't. We were waiting for 67s. This was an L. It is going to be an L, but we did pretty good getting something out there on 68, but the market is bouncing upside a little bit right here. Let's cash something out if we can there. We'll take a 12 right there and see what we can do with that one. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day, and honestly, Neil, you better take this over. I have way too much heat over here.
Yeah, the heat's on, but I'm back into AMD, and the heat's the other direction for this stock. It's just reloaded underneath VWAP every chance you get. So haven't had to really fight this one off these levels. I want to get more out off this bid.
Running it
PayPal's still trending. I was able to get that PayPal exit the last time off 68. So we had 67 happen, 68. We're scalping 50s every single chance we get. And I still like that VWAP, but you had to get out and then get back into it. Snapchat's still chilling. That's a nice trend to the upside. It's double topped at 15.25, but I haven't added to it. I think VWAP and 15 even is where I'd want to buy the dip. Otherwise, we're going to stick to the plan. Wait for that 15.50 area. And just because we haven't talked about this, Alphabet, we already talked. Well, you mentioned that you were up there on Apple, but Alphabet in some ways stronger. It's almost a full % to the upside. 170 was support to resistance. If I like fade trades, I didn't think there was any chance you'd see the 170 level on Alphabet, but it could come into play here today. Yatube, I'm not trading SMCI today before earnings. It's not something I normally trade, and before earnings, I'm not sure it's something that I'd want to get into, but it is absolutely screaming to the upside, so be careful here. SMCI broken, never mind, it's well above 900. Wow, this is really starting to go. So keep an eye on those chip names. I'm into AMD, but I got to keep an eye on this SMCI running into earnings.
Yeah, we just took a whole bunch of outs there at 880. We're going to try one more time here on NVIDIA at this level at 881.50 or so. We just got another short. If this breaks 883, we're gone on this one. This is the one that was giving like issues because of how aggressively it filled, and then it just pulled right back, and all of a sudden, we talk about it, using a little more shares, looking down, seeing your P&L and taking advantage of that. We do that every single time. So let's wait to see what happens here with NVIDIA. Now we're more calm. We don't have a huge position. We've reloaded it. Let's see if it drops back in. We definitely have enough shares to make some money if this name can go. But the number one name by far today is, and it's not even close, it's Tesla. And that, again, is sticky note idea number one. Back-to-back days, different directions for that. As we're getting some excitement back there, as I hope that there's a few more people short with us here on NVIDIA, because this is a move that I'm looking for, that we've talked about in the pre-market right now, and we've got it back on. So good trade so far there for NVDA. Back to the downside, but there's still some room to go for that. Apple's one of our new positions. We wanted 175 short. We're going to wait to see if that goes. What's up, Brad Gober or Goober? Is Google going?
It is going.
I'm not in that name, so I know Neil just talked about it. I am loving some Google. This is my number one holding in the LTP long-term portfolio right there. Look at that. We just missed a dip buy in PayPal, but that's too bad. Nice move back up to the upside there for PayPal, back through 68. It was just at 68.20 right now. So, you know, NVIDIA is the name that we have the lottery ticket on right now. I mean, either it breaks that 883 and we're out of it, or it's a lottery. And it just was 779 and we didn't take it. So let's see what happens here. I feel pretty comfortable with it. Tesla's doing what we thought, so let's just continue to have some fun here.
Yeah, it's right back in. I got out of PayPal there when it made that fresh low at 67.5. So we got out after the scalp trade. It's right back to the same level.
Down there.
I'm going to take another shot. Every single time there's a wick bottom, I'm looking for entries off this long, but I'm trying to stay, I mean, discipline's the right word on this. So wick at that bottom, that's 67.20. I'm going to set my stop for 67.20 or just underneath that and sort of respect the downward trend that it has on. NVIDIA is now at my level. So I'm into that one. Oh, pre-market highs on AMD also about to break. I already have a stop for NVIDIA above 85.5. So 885, I should say. So it looks like it just broke it. We do like this one, but man, is it looking relatively strong. If it's a fail break at 885, I'll try to catch it on the way back down. But I traded 880 and then sat it out till it got to 885, and then the 885 immediately got taken out to set upside. So big, strong move over there in NVIDIA, but you'll see me in and out there pretty darn quickly, waiting for that level.
All right, wow. Tesla is really taking off. Starting to go to the downside right there. We just did capture a nice little win, though. We lost on NVIDIA as well, but we're short NVIDIA now. But let's just wait to see what happens. Look at this Apple trade. We didn't get enough short. We were waiting at 174.80. That's generally where we'll wait. It went to 75 and stopped. So far, so good on that one, but we would like a little lower to go there. Not much else, man. It's Apple. We're waiting to see this. NVIDIA's now nicely in the money, so let's spin that one as we shorted that 885 as well. Now let's see where we go. Takes them out at 884. Now we'll wait to see where the bottom is on NVIDIA, but the market has been very strong, trying to hold above VWAP. A couple dip buys into it. Now trying to retrace downside a little bit, which is making our nets sing, sing, sing. This is your number one trade from the sticky note today. I hope you guys are short with me here on Tesla. It's been an absolute monster. Like without this, we'd still be fine, but this has really been a good one. We do have numbers at 10 o'clock, desk with Adara.
We're just waiting for that CB consumer confidence to come in here at 10 a.m. We already got Chicago PMI at 9:45, coming in slightly lower than the forecast and expectation here. So 37.9 versus consensus 45 and forecast of 44. As we're waiting for that number, let's see what we're doing right here in the market. We did have a slight move up here on the SPY, and we do actually have that consumer confidence number here coming in at 97 is what I'm seeing. So see if it populates over here. But as we wait for that, we can take a look at some of the other names making moves here. Eli Lilly up over 7%, providing higher than expected guidance. Slight sales miss, but EPS beat. We also have here Paramount on watch with earnings currently down about 2%. kind of a mixed report here, and they did announce that resignation of CEO Bob Bakish. So let's see this number here coming in. Sorry about that. For 97 for the CB consumer confidence. That's lower than the expectation here, guys.
So
That was the best update ever.
that was good timing, but so far only half good. So I was in and out
Apple's
of.
going, everything's
I was
going.
I was in and out of Nvidia on that wick. It then held the high. I came back in at literally 99s. I took the break back down 885 and got 884.99, which I think is hilarious because usually that's a fill you don't get on the way back in. You get like 80s or something like that. I was able to scalp some out for the first dollar, and now it's holding the highs. My next bid's at 881, and then VWAP would be 78. So Nvidia is showing signs of strength. The only two things that I'm in are short Nvidia and long Snapchat, which, by the way, Snapchat, it's now cresting at this same high. I'm going to take some profit again. That's a triple top. These quarters, I said quarters are a bit of a level. I'm going to get some out there. But there goes Nvidia. We took the shot at it like multiple times here. It'll be closer. I'm slightly down on it because we've taken 3 shots and gone 1 for 3. But adhering to the stop, there's only so much that I'm fighting this stock at the end of the day. Like, I like the level, but you're seeing it trend back into the upside. Like, I don't want to put too much damage on the other end. Suddenly, I'm only in one long, and it's Snapchat because PayPal didn't give me that reload on 67.5. It's now back above the 68 level. So I do want to be long PayPal. 68 is holding, but
PayPal is sweet.
each time it trended down, I was in and out, took my profit, and limited that hit. We're going to get back in above that 68 level as long as we can. But yeah, I'm not going to be fighting that Nvidia now at 887. You know, I gave the shot at the 885 level, took the first short pop that we got, opportunity at the 880, but there's only so much I want to fight that stock when it starts going to the upside.
All right, we're short Apple right here at 85. We did get nervous because it did run up there to 175, but here it comes pulling back in for Apple. Hopefully this move will continue to get into the downside there off of, again, sticky note idea number 3 or something like that. 175 short for Apple. So we're in it. Let's just see if it works. We did take some outs there, 85, so on. But let's now see if we can get a downside push. I am bidding 74s and 65s, so maybe we can get a downside push. I do want to try a little bit more into that level, 175, 175.10 or so. I mean, it might not work, but here we go. It's starting to take some profit now. Short 85, we just got a 77 fill, so that was pretty good. And yeah, I mean, Nvidia, like Neil was mentioning there, we were up on it, now we're down, as we just got stopped out at the high of the day at 888 pretty much. So we just gave up $5 for that one.
And it's right back down.
But yeah, that's
it is
okay.
what it is.
That's why we stick with our guns, man. I mean, we didn't even write down Nvidia on here, but we tried it, and it's all good. But look what's happening with Tesla right now. This is a huge move in for this name. It just touched again 187.75. So as long as you got something right, then you're all right in my books. You know, at the end of the day, you want to be able to, you know, say that you're green and be able to, you know, have a good sort of trade-off. If you're going to look at multiple names, you want to know where to put the risk and, you know, sort of assess it like that. So like, look at Apple here, a huge trade idea for me, and now look what's happening to Apple. A nice fall back in. We're pretty loaded up on this position, and it's really, despite losing on Nvidia, right, we are going to have quite a good morning here, hitting our goals now and hitting a monster for Apple, a monster for Tesla, and PayPal is almost, guys, that dollar club off the bottom. So let's go back up to the upside. We're near our highest spot all day. Thank you, Apple. Thank you, Tesla. Thank you, PayPal. Ideas 1, 2, 3. What's up, A?
Keep an eye on Uber here. UBER announcing an exclusive delivery partnership with Domino's Pizza, DPZ, in Canada. So exclusive delivery partnership with Domino's in Canada. Keep an eye on UBER, guys.
Oh, Uber finally catching a little bit of a bid. Like to see that
175
there.
is better.
Happy with it. I'm right back at AMD. Remember we talked about the difference between AMD and NVIDIA? NVIDIA was making higher highs. AMD still hasn't broken out the pre-market top. It just wicked it. That's always an entry for me. It wicks that high, that lower high in there, 161.60. I got in underneath, already scalped 50 cents every single time, scalping the first 50 cents, and then going for that reload. NVIDIA is still churning. And SMCI, by the way, that's actually pulling back. So I do think with this starting to pull back in front of earnings, the short's going to start to look a little bit better when these ones start to calm down just a little bit. SoFi's right back at that low. But remember, I said I'm not taking it on the way back in till it shows me a bid because that first bounce into VWAP already happened.
Wow.
So now I need to see like a little bit of strength, a little bit of sideways, a little bit of consolidation, something along those lines, or we're not going to be getting back into that one. Snap, we took some profit when we saw that seller again up at 15.25, so the 15 level holding pretty decently. I think we're kind of chilled out on Snapchat. There's plenty of room to the upside for Snap. That 15.50 level is more of a support to resistance level, and if it can break that, I think all systems would be a go on that one. Yeah, I see you there, Frank Jones. Coin is rolling to the downside, but it hasn't broken support at 210 just yet. So it's trending down, but 210 is still a big level for it to churn through. Oh, by the way, the 60,000 level coming in on Bitcoin. That's worth a look on IBIT, but my play for that is a false breakdown recovery long. Like I'm not looking short at 60,000. I'd be looking for like a false break and then try to go long on IBIT.
Oh man. Just looking, guys. It's you guys can ask us any questions you want. It's been a good day, but hasn't been a super easy day. We're in 3 absolute monsters right now with PayPal coming through. What's up, Randy? We're doing it again over on this side. How you doing? Good. Good, man.
Coffee?
Looking good as usual. I would love a coffee.
I'll take one.
Rob brought one, but this is half, and it gets super cold over
Yeah,
here.
I'm done mine already.
See, this is the kind of like chilled out trading that we're trying to do these days. You know, we're having our best month in a long time. We're putting it on. Yesterday we're 5 for 5. Today we'll go 4 for 5, but we'll wait to see what happens here with NVIDIA. We'll see if we can get that money back. This is what it's all about, my guy. You know what I mean? Living the good life. Tonight we got baseball again. We've got hockey tonight. We've got the Maple Leafs coming through one more time. We've got earnings.
Hopefully not one more time.
They working me like a dog around here. We got the recap show coming up. Check out the podcast where we talked all about Eli Lilly. Let me see what Eli Lilly's doing. I haven't looked at that in a minute. Oh my gosh, right there. It's
another one.
So there it is, Eli Lilly with a nice move there today as well. Okay, so good out there for PayPal. We are at the highest spot we've been at. We're having the month that we want to have. It's been a real good one, man. We are Greensville today. Happy to go, man. And you could see just a brand new, chilled out style of trading, man. Find the winners, hit the winners, stay with the winners, and then at the end of the day, you know, go home and enjoy the fruits of the labor. So, I mean, this is exactly what we're doing here right now. 450,000 subscribers is just around right now the corner, because I mean, look at this. If we're hitting it on the podcast, which we are right now, we're hitting it on the recap show, we're hitting it on the midday lessons, we're doing it all right now for everybody. And by the way, what about real trading? You want us to analyze the trades we've been in? Look at this. Apple with confidence, 175 short. How did we know that? Right, there's the sticky note right there. NVIDIA, play it off the 880, get out when you're wrong, take hits, all good. PayPal, buy these dips, man. We wanted that 168. It's at 168, just 169.
If it goes to 168.
Then we have Tesla, the other biggest and the baddest trade. Yesterday it was Tesla. Today it's Tesla. Tomorrow it's... who knows, but I'll be here, and we will discuss that. Yeah, what was your biggest trade with most confidence today, Neil?
The one that I wanted the most was PayPal, but I have a different set of rules.
No, I'm saying with your rules, what was your biggest trade today?
My biggest opportunity trade was probably going to be NVIDIA in terms of opportunity cost.
Yeah, I like
But
that.
in terms of, look, I love PayPal, but it continues to break down. If a stock's trending down, I don't expect to be up to it because I'm getting out. Like I have an out on the stock, it's when it makes a fresh low in front of my level. So for me, I'd rather take small hits on it and take the opportunity. NVIDIA, I had the first $3 move down and gave it back shorting the 885. That was the biggest opportunity trade for me, but it didn't work. But I'm not gonna short. It could come down to 875 and you're like, yeah, if you held on to it, If you just continue to average into it, it's going to eventually work out. But everyone has to have their own style. For myself, you guys watch me. Every single time I get into a trade, you know where I'm getting out. And if I haven't said it, you can probably guess it if you've been watching this over and over again. So everyone has to trade their own style in their own book. If you want to be like leveraging and averaging into a trade, make sure you have a stop somewhere. Because if you don't, then you're going to run yourself into trouble. So I'm really at the end of the day, everyone's just got to do their own thing. The only thing I'm still in is going to be Snapchat. That was that $15 break. And with the market starting to come back, it's about finding that opportunity to jump back into some trades. Barry, I do see oil's moving, but we don't really look at the commodities unless there's like a specific play. Like Chevron XOM at some pretty key levels, but I'm not really looking at that commodity. We appreciate you. Thanks, Rise and Shine. We're just here to give you our ideas. And thank you very much, Randy, for the coffee. It is much needed today. And Prince, at the end of the day, I always say this to traders, like if you can't explain your trade before you put it on, then you don't have a trade, you have a gamble. Like your trade should have an execution plan with it, and if your execution plan doesn't include, this is where I'm getting out, then you don't really have a trade plan. So regardless of how it goes, you just want to be able to stick to your plan, whatever it might be. Speaking of plans, the SSR bounce play that I like on SoFi, it just put in a higher low now. So this was my plan of action. SoFi in front of $6.50. It's down over 10% yesterday, so it's short sell restricted today. It made 1 wick into VWAP. I'm not going to chase that long into VWAP. I want to see a higher low. It just put in a higher low now. If we can come to the chart, Fabian. It just put in a higher low now. So this is the first chance, I think, to be able to get into it off said higher low. So I'm going to pop on the midpoint. I might take some at 67 and pop the rest on the midpoint and see if I can get that. The thing with, it's done 35 million shares, so there's a good chance I can get like a bats mid for some 66s in here. And then I'll give it to this local high. So we waited for the bounce. It's now starting to bounce. Give it to that lower high, 662.
Oh my God, PayPal. Who would have thought this? Oh yeah, that's right. How about that? All right, I mean, guys, honestly, what a day, and thanks for Neil for explaining all that. I mean, this is exactly what it's about, man. If you put in the work and you can come in, and then this is what can happen. Like, we looked at PayPal. We're trading off Catalyst. This is a monster move. This is $1.50 now in the money on PayPal, right? Again, our level is $68. It's right there. We're long 67.70. Gave us that gift. And I actually missed a bid down there. I thought I did have a bid, but it canceled the bids once we got hit out, or once we started taking some outs there. But this is another positive name. Tesla, by the way, Patrick, Neil, everybody around here, we are now bearish on Tesla. And we stated that off the open, that we were very, very bearish this name. We talked about it with confidence. We gave this our very first trade idea of the day. We wrote down bearish right here. We said, Patrick just looked over to me and said 191 short. What is going on? We wrote it down, 191 short. We said we thought it could cool off a little bit here today. So cooling off, I mean, you want to talk about a cooling off period. I mean, this is what's happening right now for Tesla. We are getting cooled off right now, and it's creating a great, sick, wicked, and nasty trading opportunity. Shout out to Jack Armstrong or Chuck Swirsky or whoever says that.
Oh, yeah.
Big time movements to the downside right now with all of this. So shout out to Kevin Mendoza. Shout out to everybody out there. Shout out to Swamp King, less Sean, more Neil. Yeah, you're going to get a lot of Neil, guys. I'm hoping that you can take it over.
Can I tell you the good news?
And then what?
My daughter has decided to push swimming to the background. So
oh no, that's not good news.
Well, no, because she was going to do half baseball and swimming were the same day for my daughter.
Right.
She had said, I'm going to do swimming on half the days and baseball on the other half.
Right.
I'm like,
perfect.
So I'm a big baseball fan, but I'm not pushing her into something. Mm-hmm. And then she recently said, after we saw Otani this weekend, she wants to only play baseball. It's a sunk cost of swimming, but she's going to be playing baseball every single week. So I can't coach, but I can assistant coach, but because it's too late. But I'm happy. I didn't want to push
do multiple sports.
No, I wanted to do multiple sports,
Yeah,
but I wasn't going to push her in one direction or another. But she made the choice on her own that she wanted to focus on baseball. Obviously, if swimming had been on a Thursday, that'd be great. We still have gymnastics and whatnot.
Oh, you still got gymnastics? Okay.
And maybe we can, I don't know if it's too late to put her in soccer or something on a different day, but Yeah, I'm a
No,
baseball
that's
fan,
great,
man.
man.
I'm
That's
happy with it. I know you're a baseball. You like coaching baseball too.
Yeah.
So
I mean, my daughter was up at 5:30 playing hockey. Tonight she's got baseball.
Exactly.
Then she has swimming on Fridays.
swimming's.
3 or 4 different things, each kid of mine. But
I like swimming
we're
because it's a good skill to learn. I think it's
we're
important. We go camping all the time. I just think it's important if something you can handle yourself.
I want my kids to get a job because I've always thought about a wicked summer job is working for those city pools or a private pool where you're just a lifeguard. Like even though my kids are young, they almost have their certifications.
In high school, remember?
Yeah, it's such a sick job.
One of my.
You just get to sit there and watch everything.
I knew a few lifeguards, and it is a pretty good job. And what's the water park we used to go to?
Oh, there's Wild Water Kingdom.
That's the
but
one.
That's called something else now.
No, we had a friend that worked at the
I
water park.
want them to work for the city.
Dude, the best job at Canada's Wonderland
Yes.
is not working on rides. Rides was fun, but if you worked the water park, that was legit.
Yeah.
But I couldn't.
But get her back into swimming, man, for sure.
No, she's gonna still swim. It's just not this summer. She's in it right now. I'm into the newest trade is SoFi. I got 66. My price is 66.5. It just rounds up. I said I would get some bats midpoint. I did get filled mostly on a bats mid, so I'm gonna get some out in front of VWAP and then hold for a potential break. Snapchat's still chilling. Nvidia. Look, I don't think Nvidia's story is over. It bounced off VWAP, but we might get another shot at 885. I don't want to put that to pasture just yet. But I have to wait for the 885 level. It does look like a good one. Blake just said Baba. I'll confess to not looking at Alibaba today.
Nothing wrong with confessing that.
Yeah, you know what? Baba's still not breaking out. I'd love for this to make a higher low off the 50 period, and we're still waiting for it to break out at 78. So we're not going to diddle in the middle here. It needs to take out the top. Dips look like 73.5 to 74. Nothing doing for Alibaba. I'll look at Alibaba anytime you tell me it's moving because I like that stock. And I think it's got a huge rally in it eventually. It's just not yet, apparently.
All right. I mean, I could review the trades. I mean, every single trade that we have on today has hit our levels. So we talk about having trade plans, having ins, having outs. I mean, Apple hits our level at 175, it pulls down. We just take a bid there at 30s. So, I mean, that's working so far. So I'm happy with that trade. Nvidia, not happy because we got out, but still happy about the levels. I feel like we will be getting back into this one. Let it get back up into that 890 area. PayPal is one of the best trades here for sure, I feel like. So we'll go bang on PayPal. Now in the money, $1.70. It did take a lot to try to hold on to this name, but we did, and it paid off. So like we were saying, man, at the end of the day, you can look down and see what your numbers are. I would have liked to made more money on PayPal, obviously. And I don't think I traded it incorrectly. I did miss a bid down here. I thought I had a bid, did not. We were going to use 67. I mean, it came down. If you look at a 20-minute chart here, it came right into this level. And that, I mean, you could have guessed, I guess, 67.50, 67.40. That's where I thought I was bidding. It's luckily that it came back and we're able to get a little bit more long where we are now, 67.70. But at the end of the day, those were some decent levels there. And we were pretty lucky to have it hold. And we always say that, man, fortune favors the bold there today. So, in what's been a pretty good day, we're not shouting anybody out there, but there's 3 or 4 positive traders today on the floor, and I want to say a big shout out to them. So congratulations to all the positive traders there today. And it's been a good one, man. I mean, not much else.
Mullins halted here.
Mullins halted. Okay, so I mean, you go ahead and take that.
Look, I liked Mullen yesterday more than I like it today because I felt like it was a really good upward trending stock on day one, and day two it's been mostly sell side, but it just held $6 for what it's worth. It dipped right into its previous close. That's not the close. The close is in here. So it closed at 70s. Okay, it closed and more like up here. So it closed into there, bounced exactly off the previous close price, and is now halted up. If this can take out the top, it's still got some room to rally. It's through the 560 area, still some room to rally. If it gets to $10, I feel like that's a little bit much, but to each their own. The current tap is nothing. It's 94 halts, $7 is the current tap. remember that theoretical auction price matters a heck of a lot more once it's seconds before the reopen. So SoFi is the newest position for me. Snapchat's still in it. Let's go to Adara for the small cap recap, where we'll probably talk some Mullen again.
Mullen is not on my small cap recap list today. We have a couple other new names running today, but MULN, of course, very strong in a day two move. IWM itself outperforming the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 right now, up about 0.7%. So nice look here for the Russell 2000 and these small caps. A couple of penny stocks with catalysts on watch here today, including AKLI, AKLI. This one trading higher after announcing that Shinogi has canceled and forgiven a $5 million long-term debt agreement and agreed to make certain payments for one of Alkali's drug digital treatments. Also, the company announced that it will be reducing its workforce by 46%. So some layoff-related news here and debt forgiveness for AKLI. We also have Dare Bioscience, DARE. This one also to the upside, and another penny stock on the move here, securing $22 million in non-dilutive strategic royalty financing for its women's health product. And last but not least, AGBA Group, this one continuing from a couple weeks ago, announcing its merger with Triller, now providing some updates for that merger. AGBA once again to the upside, guys.
Okay there. So we're, didn't have to double talk Mullen, but NVIDIA just made another lower high off of 885. So it looks like, forget about that top in there. Looks like the 885 is going to be back into said pocket. Could be a weak one. I'm going to go back over to Intel for a quick second. We were in this one, consolidation to the pre-market low. It broke that top. We get out of it. It actually held VWAP, which usually is a second trade for me off the open. I'll probably jump back into it, but that's been a pretty standard setup for me. In, out, adhere to it. Still looking like it could be trend down. So I might back into VWAP here, which is 31.15 on Intel. NVIDIA coming back to that 885 level. Google was the other big one that we didn't really mention. Well, we mentioned it and then didn't really go back to it. It's no longer holding VWAP, which in terms of strength, I'm more interested if on a pullback it's going to hold on to VWAP there for the stair step to the upside. I'll revisit that one if it can get back above 167 and hold any kind of a bid. The one I do still like, and for myself, trended down every single time, like there's the out, there's the out. But if PayPal can start to hold VWAP, then I'll look for another re-entry back into 69. So we'll take multiple shots in this. I still think there's room to 75 on this, as long as it can break through that 70 level, hold on to VWAP here. The trend is your friend until the end. And was trending down. Now you have a reversal of trend back through VWAP on PYPL. The market itself isn't really doing much after that number. Like we flushed, came right back to where we were, and have hung out where we were for most of the pre-market and overnight, which was 17.86 to 17.89. That 30 handle range is where we're sitting for the last 15, 20 minutes now. So you got to be patient. If the market's not going to move, you got to be specific to your entries and your setups.
Yeah, I'm just writing a tweet here for this because we're going to go now with PayPal doing this, man. We're going to go 3 for 3 today with the sticky note ideas because there it is right up there back into $70. Like that's a $2 winner there. The most you would have had to hold this thing against you was 50 cents. So far, so good here for the PayPal trade off of the sticky note. So far, so good. We'll send some clips out on that one. Tesla as well, off that 191. Yeah, this is exactly as we wrote that one down. Good move. I'm still holding a piece. We did get something out there at the bottom of the day again, but remember we said we're only going short. So that's something like we keep saying that has really changed, how I operate is trying to find very, very specific setups. So if there is any questions or comments you guys have for me in the chat, please place them in there and I will do my best to answer every single one for you as long as we are capable of doing that. We'll do that. So let me know if there's any stocks you want me to look at. I will be shorting NVIDIA again. This is the only stock we're red on today is NVIDIA. But it's okay. It sucks to be red on a name, of course, but yesterday we were lucky enough to go that 5 for 5, but today a little tougher here as we just took that. We were up on NVIDIA, and I feel like we traded. It's crazy that these are all shorts and where we are, but it's that last trade that we got out on. That was the problem right there. We have the high of the day. So I get asked all the time, like, how do you have the lows? How do you have the highs? Well, there we go. There's me getting stopped out. We got stopped out at 888 or 887.50 there, and then the very next minute, it was at 882. So we just got stopped out at $5. A minute later, it's a $5 winner, and we're taking early vacation. But what are you going to do as that name comes out? Like we say, we follow our rules. And it's the rules that have led us down the path that we've had this month and our whole career, basically. So, we'll do that. I'll look to the chat. I'm going to get this tweet out for all the Sticky Note followers, and then we'll work on finding some more opportunities, and I'll address everybody in the chat.
And that's what it's all about. We always talk, someone in the chat just said, they got out of their PayPal, but you have to have your own set of trading rules, levels, and all that kind of good stuff. There were opportunities to get back in. I think there were multiple shots at it. I mentioned that Alphabet couldn't hold on to VWAP. Well, this one can, and that's Meta. Meta showing signs. I always look for at 10 o'clock, past 10 o'clock, you're in something that's working, you're looking for specific things to happen. Snapchat, if it can hold 69, but I want to see what's trending that we can move over to follow the trend. Well, you're getting higher lows on Meta. Sorry about that, Wick. I'll get rid of it when I get a chance. But VWAP holding at 433. You can see it stair step up. It's challenging 436. The 15 minutes going to look a little bit better for us here. So look at the nice support at the 430 level and no red candles on this 15. Sorry, I moved to a 30 minute and didn't put it back to a 15. So no red candles on the 30 minute, but it doesn't really matter. I like to trend up on Meta. It has to hold on to VWAP first. And as I said on PayPal, we'd be patient. Let's see if it can hang on to VWAP. It just made a move to 70, pull back underneath VWAP. It's wicked 69. If it can reclaim and put in a higher low, that'll be my entry spot. But I'm not going to force the action on that. SoFi is still kind of chilling out here, looking for another press into VWAP. I want to hold about a quarter through this 680 level, this 677 level that it's put in an early top on, and then pre-market bottoms would be the out after that. So just trying to stay patient. You're starting to roll underneath on NVIDIA, which means I should be looking for another chip short. Intel, not really setting up VWAP for me. Micron.
Oh, man.
Micron's actually strong. Stay away from that one. Micron's pretty strong. I'm going to stay away from that one. But NVIDIA's weak.
I just think it looks bad.
That said, it ran all the way to 888 when I was short that 885. We took a couple of shots at it at that level. Didn't work out. Now we'll look for a trend down. Might be a VWAP play. You can always try short underneath VWAP when this happens on NVDA. AMD also a possibility, but it's nowhere near our levels. Each time we're scalping short and then going 1-to-1 on the out. It's underneath VWAP as well, but I feel like there's a better chance for a bigger trade in NVIDIA than there is AMD, at least based on this price action.
All right. Yeah. All right. Someone, again, not too many questions there. We had some questions about Meta coming through as well, so we can have a quick look at Meta. I mean, Tesla right now is fading pretty hard into 187. So, I mean, a good little drop down in here. We do have some services revenue or something out at 10:30. Let me just find it on our watch list. You can find that out. Actually, it's not listed on our watch list, so it must not be a major number. I just heard it in my ear from Benzinga. But right now, man, we've got we're going to go to a dare, but a 1, a 2, a 3, a $4 winner off the posted sticky note level right there. So if you're going to have one trade today, I hope you have them all, but if you're going to have one, it would be Tesla as well as Apple. Those two shorts were amazing. Those two longs were amazing early. Tesla printing late, Apple working late, PayPal trying to fade out a little bit, Mullen back open near $7. What's up,
And Eli Lilly here. I have Novo Nordisk up here, NVO. So you can see here we did have that volume spike to the downside. Wall Street Journal reported a couple of minutes ago here that the FTC is now targeting patent listings on Ozempic and other similar drugs as it moves, basically sees drug makers' patent efforts as an attempt to delay competition from generic drugs. So now the FTC, Federal Trade Commission, going after some of these weight loss drugs. So NVO, LLY, absolutely on watch here, guys.
Oh, ARM. Yeah. Oh, yeah. ARM 105.
Oh, ARM was 105 right now?
No.
That's the side we wanted.
It was 105, but it's back underneath.
Come on, Sean.
This is failing a breakout as well. Oh, that's a good fail break. This is 103.5. I mean, all you can do is make the next trade. It would go green to red underneath 103.25. as NVIDIA's at 875. So right now, unless I get Intel going up 10 to 15 cents, I'm looking for a chip short. Micron looks strong, so I'm going to stay away from them. VWAP on ARM looks probably like the best bet in here, because look at NVIDIA. I mean, the thing about it is, like, okay, obviously 885 in hindsight is going to be the one, but you always have to find that perfect entry point and exit strategy for your trade. Now all we can do is make the next trade. If it's trend down, we'll work back into VWAP here to short it into 880.
Tesla.
But let's go crypto update, Adara.
Lots of earnings reports this week for crypto-related names. We got the first one yesterday, MicroStrategy, MSTR. They did miss on sales, 115.2 million versus 121.725 million expected. And they did report a larger loss per share than expected as well. But also worth noting here, they do now have $13.6 billion worth of Bitcoin. That's about 1% of the total circulating supply, according to analysts from Canaccord Genuity, which also maintained its buy rating on the stock, but raised its lowered its price target from 1810 to 1590. So a bit of a lower price target despite a bullish overall outlook from Canaccord Genuity on MSTR after those earnings. We also have Riot Platforms, RIOT, reporting tonight. And on Thursday after close, we have Coinbase, COIN. So stay tuned for these crypto-related earnings. Bitcoin itself here, a bit to the downside on the day, cracking below that 61 area quite swiftly and taking out some of these earlier smaller losses we made throughout the last couple of days and taking out all of yesterday's gain entirely, coming now to rest near that earlier base of around that 60,000 levels. This is certainly going to be an interesting point for Bitcoin, also an interesting point for a lot of these other cryptocurrencies. BTC down 3% just below that 6,100 area. 61,000 area, sorry. Ethereum bouncing a bit here off that 3,000 level, which we did briefly break below, down about 5%. Everything else pretty much weak here across the board. BNB down 4.5%. Dogecoin down almost 6%. Cardano down almost 6%. Weak day for cryptocurrencies, guys.
Yeah, it's looking nasty, but the 60,000 has held. I was looking for a false breakdown at 60,000. Obviously, we're going to have to wait for that. That doesn't mean it's going to happen. Sorry, I was just getting rid of those wicks on NVIDIA so the chart looks a little bit easier for everybody to read, including myself. Back in the video, you want to be able to sort of see the levels and make it a little bit more clear. Yeah. So if you're trading, look, if you happen to be trading with real trading, like you can right-click. And I know those are dark pool wicks at 8 o'clock. You can right-click them and then just edit those wicks out because clearly they're just overnight movements. So NVIDIA is getting back into VWAP. That sits at 79. I like the 880 level there. There's your, it's not top wick, but effectively, I mean, it's kind of the same thing that we had on NVIDIA, but it doesn't mean I'm going to shy away from looking for a VWAP curl to the downside. So it's kind of like a head and shoulders pattern if you're into that. Press into 880, look for the shorts. Money fills probably at 880 above VWAP, and then look for the rest. The market is still looking relatively weak. We're 0.4 down. NVIDIA just went red. It's more the reversal. When NVIDIA false breaks out, if it holds VWAP, we usually see the low of the day again, at least recently on the same. Snapchat, it's right back in. I'm bidding 15s. Okay, that's why. It's bouncing off 15.05. I was bidding in front of 15 even, so no refill there. But that's twice it's now held VWAP. I'm going to get on the 06s for a reload in front of VWAP, and then if it gets back to the quarters, we'll kind of rinse and repeat that same trade from before. But I feel as if it's NVIDIA. I mean, Snapchat will probably fill me first because it's like 2 cents away, but NVIDIA is the one I want. We like the short on it. We're going to try and get back in. Sometimes you've got to be able to short a different level. If it's trend down, you can't always wait for the high of the day to get your short trade. If it trends down the rest of the day and I get 0 shorts on it, then I'm doing it wrong.
Tesla right now, still $5, still going a little bit lower. For Tesla. All right. A name that I want to start to be buying in the long-term account because we were lucky enough to sell this at 8. It didn't get to 8. At 480 and change, Meta. So again, you know, you can be, yeah, see? So I haven't had a bad wick in a long time, but there's one again on Meta. All right, so, you know, a name that And what I was getting at is like you can say, you know what, like I sold this name or that name or whatever, but I'm still in it. So why are you selling it? Well, to raise cash so that if something like this were to happen, you're able to maybe still get into the same name, but maybe get in at a much more attractive price. So right now, Meta is off of its third day. We had a bad first day. Second day, you know, nice little bump up into 445, 450-ish. Then now 2 straight down days, and now we're looking to see about holding. It's not the absolute bottom. I mean, we did wick lower there in the pre-market down to that 415 area on day 1 of earnings. But we did hold inside of here where we are right now, 430 and change. So if we drop this, I think it's going to be an absolute monster of a day trade opportunity. But as far as like, I'll hit it short. Might even happen today. But I think this is also a good opportunity to buy some more shares. So we'll be waiting to pick up some more down here. Look, man, we'll trim $50, so that's 12%. If we can make 12% on a name and still own it, you know, that's pretty good. So we'll see if we can do that down here on Meta. But again, I don't want to buy it back today and then we have tomorrow with Apple and then an AMD give up or something like that, and then we're a lot lower than where we are. So let's wait on that. But I do like Meta to dip buy opportunities. It's up today against a market that is down. So build back Meta plan. I like that one there, Hamster one. As you go back end of that one. I wanted to, because it was a build back better there, we did get a dump in Nucor as well off earnings, but they're nicely back. Well, not nicely back, but they were down into here, 171 back to 175. So this could be a name that we add again into our portfolio. We still have some of these stocks. I own a lot of names, but you know, back into this level, 165, probably pretty good for the steel maker. So we'll wait to see what happens with Nucor there as well. Tesla's trying to make its way back. I think we'll just use the 50 period, so about a 188. This stop had 50 cents associated to it. So the fact that it went almost 10 to 1 is pretty good risk to reward. So we'll wait to see if we can get some more action on this name. That's Tesla, hopefully dropping even lower right now. Still $4 in the money, $1 with PayPal, $4 with Tesla, and a possible reload zone now for Apple. But Apple's been real strong today. Glad we were able to get most of that out on the downside there for Apple.
Oh, ARM came to VWAP. Well, NVIDIA didn't quite get to an entry point for me, but ARM did. So ARM just tagged VWAP in here at 104. I'm in at 88. It's so weird. Like, it's such a lazy thing. In front of, like, 4 is usually going to have, like, 88s and 77s. It is what it is. But the low of the day is 103.30. So I want to get some out in front of that low. This was a simple case of NVIDIA doesn't give you the chance. So take something which gives you the same setup. Didn't quite. I said I wanted money fills above VWAP into 880. This tagged 878.5. So not quite an entry for me. I was willing to be underneath VWAP for ARM, but not necessarily for NVIDIA. Mullen apparently is still going. 3M is flying. Mullen's not even at the, oh, never mind. Mullen now back at the high of the day. So it actually opened up after the halt, came back in and tested VWAP. But I'm not really chasing Mullen. I might pay for locates in case it gets to $10 just to go over the SoFi. We're still in it. It hasn't really altered the plan. It put in another not higher low. It is a higher low, but it's actually a higher low off the entry point that I already had. So a higher low on SoFi, which is a good thing, but that's right where I'm long anyways at 66. It still needs to get back above VWAP. I do like this play back to 680. Just needs to get a little more oomph in it. And don't tell me Lilly's going down. No, it's not. Okay, Lilly sideways. So yeah, I just saw in the chat there RW saying Lilly's going down. Yeah, I see that as mostly flat on Eli Lilly. Not much of a trading vehicle for this thing. We don't really trade it, but it's just kind of chilling at VWAP. I think if it holds the gap, that's always a good sign post earnings. I don't mind a gap up doing nothing. I think that's good, and it's a little bit bullish as well that no one's trying to sell off and take their profits. But I mean, it's at VWAP and not really doing much for you.
Oh man, I I don't know if anybody knows, but we do have a podcast. We did talk about Eli Lilly. It was my call of the week. I'll try to do one a week there on the podcast. We talked about Eli Lilly buying those 730s. I did do that in my own account. It's nice to see it upside there today. But again, this name could fall in. I'm going to hold this. I just thought it was a decent spot to start to get more in on that. We did mess up a little bit there. Not mess up, but Apple, we shoulda, coulda, woulda been short there at 174.80. So I put another offer there. I mean, we got 90s last time, or 87s. So we were up there again, but I'll switch it over to 80. It's now falling into the 50 period, so I did put a bid. Did I get filled? No, I did not put a bid, actually. I put a bid. Where did I put a bid? I guess I did not put a bid, but we should put a bid. Right there, 174.55.
Dividend increase.
Yeah, for IBM, I heard that. Yeah, I love Big Blue, man. Big Blue. Again, this is just a shout out to like Kramer and all that kind of stuff. Like, it's not that Big Blue's been any good,
down.
but I've been buying IBM for a very, very long time. It gets that 5% dividend. It's a nice tech name, but look at IBM's earnings. Huge move to the downside. And this was a name. Again, you can go on my Twitter. Like, I don't just like, I'm trying to tell you like names that I get in and names that I get out of. IBM up here, we had put this out. We are out of IBM, but looking to buy more. Now that I see where this is, I am going to buy more IBM down here at 162. So this could be my next purchase. Right now, IBM down into this level. I like that price. And I think I like this next segment because it doesn't involve me or Neil. It's Adara at the big screen.
Not impossible to find a sector right now that is strong across the board. Lots of weakness, though. Consumer non-durables, very weak here, led to the downside by Tesla amidst more layoff announcements following its impressive rally yesterday. We have some weakness as well in retail trade. Keep an eye on Amazon, pretty flat here, but they do have earnings tonight, so AMZN absolutely on watch heading into the post-market area. Consumer services down, energy minerals down, process industries down, communications, industrials, pretty hard to find some strength, although of course it is worth talking about some of these earnings related names. Eli Lilly trying to hold up the fort here in health technology, really strong move after earnings, though it is worth keeping an eye on this one, and Novo Nordisk after the Wall Street Journal reported that the FTC is looking into some of the patents for these weight loss drugs. So LLY on watch, but overall strong in an otherwise weak health technology sector, guys.
Oh my God.
Oh, Meta is flying. So it did. Man, it just bounced off VWAP and
said
just
we wanted
took
to
out
buy
that
it,
high.
dude.
So it continues to go. This is trend up.
Damn
is
you,
Google back
Kathy.
at VWAP or bouncing off VWAP? That was the other one. No, Google's so weak. What is going on with Alphabet, man? The earnings were good. They did everything you wanted, but it's still trend down on Alphabet.
Oh,
That's a disappointment on Alphabet. I would have loved to see that be a little bit stronger. Anyways, it is what it is. I mean, you can't do anything about it. I want Meta to join this trend, but we did miss that opportunity getting into some ARM short. And that might even take it out. So we're short on ARM off that 4 level. It's trying to make that higher low. Every single time above VWAP, I like to give it to that top. My strategy for ARM is never get it all in at once. It's very similar to how I trade, when I do trade at SMCI. Never all in at once. Money fills are over the top. If it takes out a local high, we jump out of it. I think there's room to 101 today, but if the market wants to continue to go higher, this could take out a 105. This will be another name. I missed my dip buy on this one, and I learned a valuable lesson anyways by missing the dip buy, which is don't anchor to price. If you're looking for a move, when this dip happened, instead of just saying, oh, I'm going to bid 81s, all I had to do was buy the next open. I could have just put literally a market on open buy, gotten that dip where I knew I wanted to get back into this position, because if you're holding it forever or for years or months or whatever, it doesn't matter whether you get 88, well, to me it doesn't, whether you get 88 or you get 82 and a half. In the long run, it's probably the same thing. So I learned a little bit of a lesson. I was anticipating a breakdown in the stock and still managed to not get back into the half that I sold on ARM. And now I'm just finding myself in the same spot, looking for another dip buy in ARM. I am sitting in front of that 85, by the way. I do have a stink bid now. I think I put it at like 87 something.
Right. I just want to give a big shout out. Thank you so much, Mr. Kevin Mendoza. I mean, you gifted me a membership, so I want to say thank you so much to that one. Thank you, Kevin Mendoza, and I'll take the congrats. I mean, I want to say congrats to you, Kevin, as well. You wanted a lot of these bangers, and I hope that since you've been asking for them, every single day we have at least a $5 winner on board every single day. So, and no $5 losers. Look at this. Look at this one right here. There goes Apple. Okay, we reloaded. I mean, honestly, Travolta's like, yo, no matter what your religious beliefs, says John Travolta, you can take trading to heart, because this one right here is what it is. And I mean, there ain't no smoke and mirrors here. We just shorted 175 again, Neil, on Apple. Some of these levels and what we're really working with, for me, has really changed, because now you can see it's much more chilled out. It's much more trusting the process, seeing which names we like, why we like them, explaining to everybody why we like them, taking profits when profit lies, and then getting hit when hits are there as well. I mean, it's just that, I said to Sharif, like, we were short up here 886, 887, and we got stopped out of NVIDIA right here. And then literally, as my kids say, 1 minute later, it was $5 in the money. And then lower than that, 2 minutes later. But that's trading. So you're gonna have to take like those trades, the bad with the good. So that's what it's gonna be like. And that's why, like we keep saying, man, I am gonna sound like a broken record, because there's a reason why 98% of day traders fail. Okay, it's because they can't be real with themselves. You could just look down at your P&L. If you're green, you're doing something right. If you're red, that's fine. You could be green or red. But look over a period of time, whether or not it's quarterly, monthly, whatever it is. But once you're in live mode, you have to understand why you're trading and what's the purpose of the exercise. Thank you, Sharif. And it's because the purpose is to make money. So if you're not doing that, you got to change something. Coming in every day and doing the same thing over and over again, we've already talked about what the definition of that is. So we're just going to wait, or what that is the definition for, but we'll just wait to see. Hopefully our routine continues to be a profitable one. It's definitely been working out as we head into the end of the month. Again, we don't talk numbers around here, but we're having our best month in a hell of a long time. And I want to say thank you to everybody for having patience with me and for staying here right there. So, yeah, it's a tough one, but it's a game that I love, and one that leads us to what's for lunch. All right. Yeah, and you guys have known, man, we've brought in this kind of content to the show forever, man. We've had the fruit salad, we've got the flossing, we've got all this. We're trying to make this as enjoyable as possible. And today isn't too bad. Goes back here, roasted Italian sausage and chicken.
I'm always cool
with potato and cheese pierogies, glazed onions and sour cream. So a little bit of Italian mixed with a little bit of Ukraine. Sounds like a great combo to me. So there it goes right now. That's what's
all in the sausage
for lunch. Yeah, the sausage should be good.
I'm all in on the sausage. I'm very mixed on I'm not a pierogi guy. I'm just not a huge fan. But if you like it, if you like the show,
yes,
like the show, as we've heard a couple times, and for Mr. Gorillas in the Mist himself, Sharif. I pity the fool.
I still gotta see those.
What the? Whoa.
Wow. Here we go. Shots fired.
No. That's my Sharif button.
Shots fired.
Who did that? You come on my. You have to literally go onto my. What did you do? Okay, so if I hit this one, I pity the. That's.
Hello. Yeah, I'll get this show back on.
Okay, I see how it is.
Here.
I see how it is. No, I see what's up, Sharif.
Yeah, I
That's
got you.
fine.
Yeah.
Gorillas in the Mist over there. That's okay.
Gorillas in the Mist. I was still waiting for a picture, man. I want to see.
No, I just asked
those gorillas.
I want to see safari pictures as well, because I'm definitely never going on one. So the only way I'm going to see that.
What, Neil?
Come on, son.
Why not?
No. There's certain experiences that I just whatever. I don't need it, man. I am very okay like seeing things passively at like a zoo, but the safari, to each their own, man. My idea of vacation, I'll be chilling in Rome at some point this year. I went to Paris last year. I'll chill out on the beach, but I'm not walking with lions. I'm just to each their own. Like I'm not walking 2 meters away from a lion. I just do not.
I love
think
that it's
so.
like we consider like our vacations the one that we just get from the show. this guy out here, man, living his best life.
I'm not. Like, I totally respect that. It's just I will not. I just don't think I would enjoy walking with a lion, at all. I'm sure it's a great experience. It's
It was
just
okay.
not for me.
The thing is,
my
kid,
life.
For me.
here's the thing about that. My kids walk with a lion every day.
Oh.
I would have spun it after that, Katina.
We're here, baby. We're in the building, Sharif. We are in the building. Okay, what's up to my pups, by the way? All right, let's go. All right, so let's go. PayPal right now.
By the way, Snapchat back to the high of the day, reloaded VWAP, and we're back to the highs.
Let's go.
So
Let's go
very simple.
Snapchat. Let's
Very
go
simple.
Snapchat. Let's go Snapchat. Let's
Snapchat
go.
could squeeze, by the way,
Oh, I love that Snapchat
because
trade,
it's
man.
still like this is starting to get. If you're short, like the shorts on this one, I feel at least if it breaks like $18, that's a lot. But if it gets above there, it's already about to take the next level, which would be the 1550, and then it could go squeezing through the quad. I am not endorsing this as a long-term play.
Look at Apple.
I just think it's a bit of a nice little breakout on Snapchat.
Apple right here, guys. We just loaded. I mean, we just talked about getting that 175. It's at 174.52. Oh man. All right. So nice trading here. We have Apple 35 cents in the money, reloaded. PayPal $1.80 in the money. Tesla $4, $3.50. Looking to get more here, but the parties. Are we going over to the desk because we have to talk about money talks?
I didn't hear anything.
Is that good to go, Fabian? Let's go to the desk.
Nice move up for the DXY, but still unable to break out of this chop and churn we've seen in the last few days here from that 105.60 area all the way up just shy of 106.20, continuing to see that struggle. We'll probably see a bit of a resolution to this for the DXY tomorrow potentially after that FOMC decision coming at 2 o'clock. For now, though, we do have some other economic data to discuss. Chicago PMI and CB consumer confidence both coming in lower than expected. Chicago PMI for April 37.9 versus 44.9 expected. Consumer confidence for April from CB coming in 97 versus 104 expected and 104.7 prior. So decent drop there for CB consumer confidence. On the flip side, we did get employment cost index quarter over quarter higher than expected. So 1.2% versus 1% to the upside expected. We do have, of course, tomorrow the FOMC decision coming at 2 o'clock with comments from Fed Chair Jerome Powell, which are always illuminating and always, or at least sometimes market moving there, coming at 2:30. So definitely stay tuned for that. We also have JOLTS job numbers coming at 10 a.m. So definitely economic data and economic updates on watch for tomorrow. Could be moving that DXY, guys.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose after today's number that I still forget the name of it. It doesn't really matter. Like, you got to respect any indicator that's going to move the markets, and there's definitely some ones out there that we don't necessarily think are market movers, and sometimes they have an effect. I would say overall that was maybe a modest move, and that the low of the day was on that number at 8:30, so there was no follow through. Just one more for you. SoFi, it did get to VWAP, but once it made this first move, remember I said new plan, higher low. There's your higher low, break of the consolidation, stop to there, play into VWAP and into the local high, hold some for the break into 680. So I have one more offer out here, probably literally at 75. On Snapchat, sorry, SoFi, we're in Snapchat as well, on SoFi, and then we're looking for it to get back up to 680. If it breaks through pre-market lows, as I'm missing a little data there, $7 would still be the level. ARM is still kind of doing ARM things. It's holding underneath VWAP, pretty much the same entry. We had the same trade, I think, a couple of weeks ago,
Tesla.
where it holds VWAP, it holds the higher low, but you wait to get half in here. If it breaks the half, that's previous highs yesterday, and then the close price 103, and then we hold for the low of the day, which would be at that 102. So similar strategy to what we did the last time on ARM short, working back under as the futures stay red.
Yep. All right, 10:53. Now we're $5 in the money as Tesla just tanked again. So I don't know if there's news on that or not. I don't see anything. We are brought to you by the Benzinga Pro Software. So here we go. Eli Lilly. Okay, that's just a news story about their report, so nothing there. Tesla. Again, you know, we talk about just being able to be confident about your trades. This Tesla one, this short today, we nailed this one. And I mean, we were just talking about it. there today because I just thought that it was overheated to the upside, and then we got a couple negative catalysts. So, I mean, boom goes the dynamite straight there to the downside. Today has been a good day. Look at IBIT right here. If we're going to talk a little bit about crypto, we haven't done too much of that at all. Nice move right there for IBIT off that $34 level. So this was a level that we had talked about earlier today. But I wasn't overly confident in Bitcoin holding. And it has so far, 61.3. We did get a dip down into that 60,060 area, 600 area or so, down to 34.45. But it's held out pretty good. So a nice little move back to the up. Wow, we are really, what's cooking here right now? It's Apple. Apple is cooking to the downside right now. So, hey man, that's it. I mean, just look, I'll stop after this because whatever. I'm just trying to tell people, you guys always ask, how do you pick these levels? I mean, I tell you how, but look at today, 191 Tesla, 68 PayPal, 175 Apple, Shopify, we could check it, but I didn't think we'd get that. We talked about that we'd have to get lucky to get that. And then Palantir. So let's talk about the three trades that we're in. Tesla 191, Apple 1, these are by the way, big time trades. Let's check those levels out just real quick, and then we'll throw it back to Neil for the last 3 minutes. Look at Apple short, 175. That's what we wrote down. It's a monster. It's P&L number 2 here today. Look at Tesla, 191 short. This is a monster. It's now $5 in the money. It's P&L number 1. Look at PayPal here today. 68 does not hold. Okay, so we did get hit once we broke through 68, but then bought it right back up, and now is $1.90 in the money on PayPal. And I'll pass it over to Neil, but we are at our highest spot all day, and that's one for that one, another one, and an oh my God. Let's see what happens here with the next 3 minutes. It is a Adara and Sharif show coming in about 4 minutes.
In just about, well, actually just under 4 minutes, I wanted to give a shout out to Pop and Short here. Thank you for the super chat there. Pop and Short, grateful to the TTL staff for giving us a platform to learn to make money. Can you guys take a look at some small cap gappers? So, I mean, the lesson the last little bit has been gapper moves. So stick around, learn to trade has been all about gap moves, specifically on some small cap gappers. And yesterday I traded Mullen, today I didn't trade Mullen. Yesterday Mullen set up something for me that it ended up a small win that if I got frisky with it could have been better, but you have to trade the setup. I didn't see anything I liked on Mullen today, so that's why I wasn't involved with it. But I'm in Snapchat and SoFi, which are kind of similar. But I just want to point out, all you have to do is stick to your own trading style and your own guns. Because PayPal, for me, it didn't work. I loved the long on it, but it trended down. 68 was the level I liked. I took shots. It kept breaking lower. Eventually, it got all the way down to 67.20s. And I had it one last time down there. So I'll be red on it. That said, sticking to the rules, took SoFi where we wanted it, took Snapchat where we wanted it, took ARM when it set up and NVIDIA missed on that VWAP play. And we'll go green after losing on the first 3 trades. You just kind of have to stick to your rules. So what? The market doesn't give a damn if PayPal worked out perfectly for you if you just held on to it and you didn't. The best you can do is move on to the next trade. That's the only thing, that's not the best, the only thing you can do is move on to the next trade. So at the end of the day, the market is not going to stop giving you opportunities, and it's your job, essentially, to try to take advantage of them. Just with about 2 minutes to go, just going to quickly, whoops, the snap is spelled S-N-A-P. There you go. So Snapchat, whoever is selling up here, it's pretty obvious. You can see 15 quarters. It gets above that price and it wicks back down. So if it fails it again, I'm not going back to the well a third time because I think you could break down from here. I think that would get a little bit nasty. It is at a resistance level from prior support, so I want to respect that, but it needs to punch through. I'm not going to reload a third time. I think you could really fill in the gap if it doesn't punch through that level. We got to be patient with Snapchat. I like it. It's working to the upside, but I don't think I'm reloading a third time. It needs to make a higher high at this point, not the same one.
All right, Apple there, $1. We just take it right back into VWAP. So there's another trade, and yeah, like we said, do you guys? What's up, Hog Rider? What do I think of Microsoft at $398? Good cue, good cue. Let me
370,
see
yeah.
what they're doing right now. So I've talked about Microsoft. We actually talked about this on the podcast. It wasn't something that was too thrilling to me. I'm not overly excited about this name moving forward, but it still is it's probably my second largest position. But look at the reaction off earnings. Not good. I think this fades out. I would only be going short on Microsoft. And I mean, again, take it for what it's worth. You guys know what style you want to trade. We've been able to make money long, short, everything. We do have that ability to change your mind intraday. So for me right now, we were very, very bearish all day today. All the money for me, like I said, made Apple long, Apple short, Tesla short, the PayPal long, and the Nvidia short, which was great, but again, stopped out at those levels. So we'll have one red name today and be pretty happy with it. We'll be where we need to be. You guys take that for what it's worth. It's 11 o'clock. Good day today, Neil. Best of luck to everybody during the midday. You can find us over there. Me and Brendo got to go do some podcasting and figure all that out. So we're going to pass it over here. I'm going to see if I can get a little warmer. Thank you so much for watching. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. By the way, I'm going to hit this right now quickly because we are close. I don't know if we have that count up, but we are close right now.
End of the week minimum.
Yeah, to that 500 right now. There it is. We are starting to go. We are starting to get going. So
Maybe
thank you
tomorrow.
again to everybody. I think maybe today.
It's possible.
Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Sharif Adera, let's pump those likes and subscribes and get it back over to the midday show. Kill them with kindness, guys.
Go get them.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as the Midday Show. That is your girl Adara, and I'm Sharif. And we're going to wait for everyone to come on over from the other stream, as we have our own stream now, Adara, so that's kind of a good thing. We already have Darwin in the chat doing his thing. He's dancing already. Shout out to Two Pamps, OG Darwin. We got Bears versus Bulls. The pet detective gracing us with his presence, Ace Ventura, as well as JC Finance. What is up, my friend? Thank you for joining Adara and I today on How to Trade. We're going to be talking all about the gap and go strategy all week long. All right, we got Stock Up, we got Chantel Street, we got AV Hope, we got Renata Haddad, we got Big Bob Dub, Bala Nambi, Sebastian Ponzi, Fonzie, Peter Panda, Richardson, we got Charlie Taft, Matthew Booth. We got Fiddlebeck, Aaron, and Joanna Brewster. Hi, y'all, to you as well. We got Ms. A, Michael Lloyd, Big Michael Lloyd, Sebastian, Christopher Wagner. We have the gauntlet. Thank you for joining Adara and I again on How to Trade. We'll be talking about the gap and go strategy. Specifically today, we'll be talking about waiting for that initial pump, then the retracement, and then we'll weasel our way into the trade. That is what is going to be talked about today. But before we get to that, anything that you are looking at today, Miss A?
Yeah, I just had took a mild L on the TQQs, which I'll talk about. I'm really happy with how I managed the trade. One thing I'm really trying to emphasize is because yesterday it was basically flat, slightly red, but pretty much flat on the day yesterday. But my biggest thing I took from that was the trade management was sound. So even if the trades were not 100% there, the management was sound. I was able to extricate myself properly. Same happened with this TQQ trade. I liked the fact that we kept bouncing off this level. It was kind of rangy. I watched, got involved. I risked about 10 pennies. I want to see what we did around that 20s area. We broke below. I got out. Really boring trade. But I know as well, before we get started, I know Pop and Short had a super chat. They wanted to look at some small cap gappers.
Oh,
so
yes,
maybe we could take a look at
absolutely.
those ahead
We
of
shall do that.
the lesson. There's a lot of them moving today, and I even have my eye on some of them. Which one have you been looking at?
Yeah, I'll get to them in 1 second.
yeah, no
I'm just
worries.
in the Apple trade, so I was just putting in my stop.
Okay, nice.
But I'm looking for a 174 defend here on the dead one, so we'll see. Stop's already in place. We'll give this a couple of shekels for VWAP 174 defend on AAPL, up 1/3%. But yeah, I will not need to be asked twice to show my small cap gapper chart. I'll always take you up on that offer, Derek. Here we go. ELYM leading the charge on my scanner at the moment, up a cool 35%. Here's the look, guys, on ELYM. We are at VWAP right now. So this is make or break time for this name, especially with respect to my mechanics for trading these small cap gappers. They have to be trading above VWAP for me to get long. Otherwise, I don't touch them. So this is an area of importance, at least for me, on this name, ELYM. We'll see how this one ends up doing. If I was weaseling my way into the trade, I'd be weaseling in here, okay? So that's what I want to say about that. AGBA, Agra Cadabra, this one was up big in the pre. Got off that 2 1/3 close. We got up to 4 1/3. So it was a decent move there. $2 on a $4 name. Who could say no to that? But it did its dance with no pants here at the volume weighted average price at around 3 2/3. But it's since given up the ghost at that level, and now it's trading below the volume weighted average price down into that 3 1/3. So that's not tradable for me currently. But this one is WGS. Hello there. That one looks really good. Dara's looking at me. She's like, who are you talking to, bro? 2.25 million shares done on the day. Look, it's not a big time volume player, but it has a beautiful looking chart. The shallow retracements are all bouncing off the 10 period. This one has not printed one 5-minute candle below the 10 period. You've had a couple of wicks, not even a couple, one. And it was this one here at 9:40 a.m. That's how strong this monster is. I would personally be looking to get in, if I was to get in on this name, on a shallower retracement into the 10 period EMA on the 5-minute chart. The moving averages are different depending on what you're looking at. All right, we're gonna wet our beak here on some profits on the dead one. Nice hold here at 174 back into the $0.25. We'll see what we get possibly moving forward. So yeah, WGS, definitely a good look for a small cap gapper today. But so is ABEO. Not as big of a percentage mover as WGS, its older brother, but this one looking good here too, Adara. 344, the closing print. We knocked on the door 417, trying our best to hold above that whole dollar level at 4. This one also has been dancing with the 10-period EMA. This is the only time it touched it, and this retracement here from 1025 to 1035, each and every print, including the wicks, held the 10-period exponential moving average. It's coming close to it right now. And here's the beautiful part about this trade. The 10 EMA, which features in as support, is also at the whole dollar level. So there is confluence between the price action support and the technical indicator support. They are both pointing at $4. This could be an interesting dip trade at the whole dollar level on ABEO. And then this is Mullen from yesterday. I didn't really have eyes on it. It's very much an inside day from Mullen yesterday. You can see this one ran in the aftermarket into about 7 3/4. We are ensconced by yesterday's price action, but we did bounce off yesterday's close. So that level of support is featuring in today's trading here on MULN. Yesterday we closed at around 5 3/4. So good look for whoever was patient enough to wait for this one to go red to green. So good look there at the $6, 5 3/4 level on Mullen. We'll keep eyes on it, and I'll also keep eyes on my scanner to make sure that I'm not missing any of these good small cap gappers that could possibly be trending, Adara.
Yeah, there's so many small cap gappers. Someone else in the chat as well, I think it was Hurt Scrambler mentioning CYCC, which is Cyclacel. That one is actually in the watch list. Check that out. Check out our watch list. CYCC, I would say, is not really as strong as some of the other names, and it has broken both of Sharif's cardinal small cap rules. It is decidedly below VWAP, and it did not even get close to that pre-market high, unfortunately. So CYCC is going to have to cycle sell off my small cap watch list personally.
Love it.
That being said, if you are looking for kind of levels here, we did make a slightly higher low for now. If you are involved in this name, I'd be interested to see what we do here above VWAP. We really struggled at this 220 level twice. First time we get to 220, this is around 805 in the pre. Kind of tried to get there, no, did below VWAP. Then we bounce back, try to dip our heads out once again at 220, which is now above VWAP. And once again, we have all of these very bearish wicks here. We just can't do it. CYCC does not really want to see above that VWAP area right now. But I think if we do try 220 again, things could get a little bit interesting. Thank you so much from Pop and Short for the $2 super chat. Top tier small cap review. Love you guys. Heart emoji. Thank you so much to Sharif for the small cap review. You've taught me like everything I know about small caps.
Oh, that's nice of you to say. Again, I never have to be persuaded to talk about small caps, baby. So shout out to Pop and Short as well. I was going to say we were about to wet our beak here at the $0.50 on AAPL, but it just rejected the 10 period on the, the 10 period on the 5 minute and came back into the $0.25. So I'm going to pack my patience with this one. I wanted to see if we could at least have a top end of the range retracement. I'm talking about that 174.70. You'll see if you look at the 5 minute here on the dead one, aka Apple. I always forget that we have newer viewers and maybe people have no idea what I'm talking about when I say Papa.
Oh,
like,
that's true
people
too.
don't know who Papa is if you're a newer viewer. You don't know we call him
He's
Papa Powell.
everybody's Papa.
Yeah, all right. So I'm going to try to remember that not everybody's an OG viewer, and I'll try to use people's real names. I'm sorry. Anyway, we have a bit of a top end range here. You can make the case between that 174 2/3 to about 170. You could say 175, but I feel like the better end of the range is 174 2/3 to 174 3/4. We're the top end of the range. Sometimes you wick into the 3/4, sometimes you top out at the 2/3. So if we get anything in and around there, I'd be very happy with it. Big Kyle Burdett. Okay, this is a long one. Sharif, I heard Biggs in the opening roll call. I stand by my belief there can only be one. I challenge all comers for the big title at the next Real Trading get-together. Can only be one. Big Kyle. If I could like that more than one, like now you can like the super chats, I'd like it more than once. And the Chilean Nightmare said, what? You won't be able to handle the quickening, my boy. That's what the Chilean Nightmare says to you. So be careful with that. Shout out to Big Kyle Burdett. Make sure to tag me, Kyle, if you're going to take the SPY short today so we can announce your levels to everybody. Shout out to Big Kyle. All right, Adara, it's already like 10 past the hour. We haven't even alluded to the lesson du jour. So
Haven't even hinted. Haven't even foreshadowed.
No,
Haven't even had a cliffhanger.
We've been talking. We've been talking up a storm. All right, let's get to work, everybody. We are talking about the gap and go strategy all week. Specifically today, we're going to be talking about fading the open. So let's get to it. $6 in the money on the Tesla short. The Katina Man is now $6 in the moolah on that Tesla short as it's about to go 5% down the day. Keep your eye out on that. And if you're following Neil and the Katina Man's trades, get over to More Trader TV Live. You'll be able to see their positions all day while Adara and I are on How to Trade. So the gap and go strategy is a popular intraday trading tactic, but what if the initial surge seems a little too enthusiastic? Enter fading the open, a counterintuitive approach that aims to capitalize on short-term pullbacks within a trending stock. So short-term pullbacks within a trending stock. So this lesson dives into the concept, its execution, and some of the key considerations. Let's get right to it. So what are we talking about when we mean the fade, right? So imagine a stock price gaps up significantly at the open. The classic gap and go strategy would have you buy in anticipation of the trend continuing. So you put like something like a market on open order. It was already gapping up 3% from the close yesterday. You're anticipating that 3 may turn into 5 or 6%. So you put a market on open order and come what may. There is a little bit of a different strategy that we're going to talk about today. The fading the open, however, takes the opposite approach. You wait for a pullback, a small dip in the price. That's what we're talking about when we say pullback. After the initial big jump, then enter the trade assuming the overall trend will still hold. Okay? Oh, I totally forgot to put these things. What's going on over there? The Katina Man was running his data for the month to see what he performed the best on in April of this year. Believe it or not, guys, it's the future. The T triple Qs. So you're just going to be the futures trader from now on, right? Tesla's been pretty good too. So, all right. So that's what we're talking about there. So the classic gap and go has you buy at the open in anticipation of the trend continuation. What we're talking about is fading, waiting for that pullback. Oh, really, eh? The Katina Man only traded Microsoft once this month, which is, he's assuming is a record for him. Because you're always on the Mag 7, right? Like, that's basically your modus operandi. So shout out to him. And here is a look at what we mean by gap. So look at this stock here. I don't even know what this is because it's kind of pixelated. Closed out at 379 on whatever day. The next day, the opening print comes in, and all of a sudden, we're gapping up to 410. So that's what we mean when we talk about the gap and go strategy. The gap and go is essentially something happened while the market was closed that caused the stock or whatever. We're looking at the instrument in question to gap up overnight while the market was asleep, while the market was dormant, right? And so your assumption is, if you missed the lesson yesterday, is that that gap will continue subsequent to the bell ringing, that 9:30 bell. So that's why I mentioned at the top of the show, the classic gap and go strategy, you're putting a market on open order and you're come what may, but we're gonna talk about a little bit of a different way to do it. So why would you wait for the fade? Why not just do an MMO and come what may? There are two main reasons to consider fading the open. The first is profit taking. The initial surge often attracts short-term traders looking for quick profit. Their selling can cause a pullback, creating an entry point for you. And that's what we're really talking about here. The individuals who are either getting in short at whatever level or taking profits right after that initial surge at the open. But there can also be false breakouts, and that's why we wait for the fade. Not all gaps represent genuine trends. Sometimes they're just overreactions. Fading allows you to potentially avoid buying into a stock that might actually reverse course pretty quickly. So by waiting for that fade, and you may miss it, there may be no fade, right? You actually try to verify, to confirm that this is a pullback within strength rather than an entire reversal. So how do we put this whole thing into practice, really? What steps do we have to take? First and foremost, identify gapping stocks. We talked about this yesterday, how to do it. Get yourself a scanner. If you're not signed up with Trade Ideas or Benzinga, they both offer amazing scanners, and you can use our codes there to get a good amount of percentage off. So make sure you're researching that. Trader TV 20, thank you for that, Katina. So the first thing you're doing is you're getting yourself a scanner and you're identifying gapping stocks. Use a stock screener or watch list to find stocks that gap up or down, if you want to take this the other way, significantly at the open. Look for stocks with high trading volume on the gap for stronger signals. We mentioned the importance of volume yesterday because if something's gapping up on light volume, it may not have that much interest and you might end up fading. However, if there's a lot of participation, chances are it could continue to run. Second thing, you're waiting for the pullback. So you've ID'd a stock that's gapping up 2 to 5%, whatever it is. Now the market is the bell's about to ring at 9:30. You're gonna wait for either to pop up and then look for a momentary pullback. So don't jump in right away. Let the price action develop. Look for a pullback towards the gap or a key area of support from a previous level, like a previous day, before considering an entry. And then your entry and your stop loss, as important as anything else, I'd say. Once you see the pullback, consider placing a limit order slightly above the pullback low for a bullish gap, obviously, to ensure that you get the desired entry price. Always set a stop loss order below the pullback low to limit potential losses. I would say not always, but if there's another good area of support below that pullback low that you like, maybe you want to put your support or your stop loss there. And here is an example of a gap fade. This is a gap down and a continuation using support and resistance. So you have that gap down and it continues to fade. And so that is your resistance level because we're shorting, right? And that's your support level right there. Some other considerations to keep in mind though. So not for every gap. And what I mean by that, fading isn't suitable for all gaps. Strong trends may not offer a significant pullback, and that is part and parcel of this business. By using the fading strategy, you may miss out on that big move because it just may not give you a significant enough pullback or may not pull back at all. So that is one risk that you could encounter by using this strategy. And there's risk management as well. Always prioritize risk management. A seemingly small pullback could turn into a larger reversal. Use proper stop loss orders and position sizing to help avoid that. And confirmation, super important here. Consider using technical indicators like RSI or MACD or even your moving averages to confirm the overall trend before entering. And remember, fading the open is a bit of an advanced strategy because it is at the open, so it is a bit of a tougher move, and you're going to have the emotional ability to be able to deal with the swings that come with the open. If you've ever traded the open before, Just have a look, right? So I hope that helps, Adira.
Yeah, I have to say as well too. As someone who's never traded the open, it does seem it's very going to be a different beast, right? Like we at How to Trade on the midday, I've exclusively traded during the midday, except for my first day where I traded a little bit in the sim near close. But the point is, you're really going to have different levels of volatility, right? So if you're more used to trading at this time of day, it's a little bit more of a slower, a more relaxing, not relaxing always, but it gives you, the pace is a bit different, right?
Right.
So just be aware of that. Also, the market had a little bit of a trip to the downside, and I said, Adira, you don't want to go long. You want to wait for some rejections. You want to go short. Super happy with the sock sell short. This is an avenge trade. I was trying to get short this 40.63s. We missed the entry by 1 penny, and then we headed to the downside. So I was a little bit pressed, but I said, Adira, you don't want to force your way into this trade. That is not going to be how this works. You need to wait, see level you like. If we come back, retest it, fail, that's when you get back involved in the short. So I'm proud of myself for being a bit patient, which, as I talk about quite frequently here, not always my strong suit, patience. But we did get involved. I wanted to see what we did here at the bottom of this earlier base in the pre, around that 40s area. We did initially have a little bit of a hard time with it. That's why I got short. Now we're kind of coming back a little bit, but we're still not able to break above 40.10. My area that I'm watching is 40.14, that earlier little pop and drop there at the top of that little range I liked. If we break above 40.14, bye-bye sock sell. I'm looking for a low of day break on this, which is often not how I trade, but the plan is to take out 2/3 of the position at the low of day break, then save a piece for the dream. And the dream might not last very long. It is me. Patience is still not my best virtue, but it's something I want to keep an eye on, and I'm proud of myself for taking a trade that is not really often in my bag or in my wheelhouse. How are you doing? I know you took a bite of the apple earlier to great effect. And
Well, while we were talking on the lesson, we stopped out because it broke through 174.
Okay.
So I have a couple of trades that I want to talk about that I took before the bell. Ram Ram or Chile Nightmare. Oh, it is Ram Ram. Hello, Ram Ram. What'd you say? Ram Ram, say in my ear because I can't hear you. All right, long here at 434 on Meta. Now, let me explain why I got in at 434 on Meta. So this was an interesting area over here. Let me bring in my, where is it? There it is. Did I chart this level? Yes, okay. So Meta was just basically a 50-period moving average retracement. So this is the level. This is the 1 minute on Meta. So this is the bell right here, 50-period bounce. 940, 50-period bounce. 950, 50-period bounce. I'm gonna help you guys guess. 10:05, 50-period bounce. 10:15, 50-period bounce. 10:30, say it with me, 50-period bounce. So I was like, all right, bro, how many times are we gonna get a 50-period bounce on the one, and I'm just gonna watch this? So I took the 434 50-period bounce, and we took it for $1.50. But that was probably the worst mistake I made all day because, well, have a look at this. It kept going, baby. It didn't stop. It went through. I took $1.50 there at the best. We got out 435.5 for our second week wetter, but this monster made its way up into 439.5. It knocked on the door essentially of the $10 level at 40.40. So right now it found support at 435. So Meta is trending up. No question about that. The higher lows are obvious here. It's just about where do we get in, because on that last retracement, we broke the 50-period quite decisively. So it's no longer going to be a 50-period bounce, or is it? Because while this could be a deeper retracement, the shallower retracements, we always talk about this with the 10-period, could end up bouncing off the 50-period again, which is exactly what it's doing right now. This hammer candle seems to be finding support at 436, right where the 50-period is featuring. Now, the deeper retracement here came into the volume-weighted average price, which is the white line, 435. So I like Meta possibly here if it does hold up at this 50-period and maybe prints a newer high at 437. We'll look maybe to feature in that one again, Adair.
Yeah, hopefully let's slide into Meta's DMs and get involved in that trade. Best of Zuck. But yeah, so right now we are in SOXL still. Nothing to report here. Continuing to try to edge lower. I am trying to be patient. Emphasis on try. As Yoda might say, there's no try, there's only do. So we're gonna wait here. We're gonna see if we break below that low of day, we're going to stay in. If we don't, I'll take some out here and potentially save pieces for dreams, because I do find I am at my best when it comes to trading when I am a bit scalpier. So that's what we're going to be going for, scalping. Ashish Bake says, could Tesla go any lower? Let's take a look at Tesla. I know earlier Sean put his stop for Tesla at 186 on in the chat there. So let's take a look at Tesla and see how it's doing. Yeah, this is to me like continuing to kind of push to the downside a little bit. We did have right now 2 green candles, but we're still below that 90 MA. I think we are continuing to see a downtrend, right? Like I can't say for sure, oh, it will go down lower, it'll go down X amount lower, but we are in a downtrend still, Anish, I will say that. For TSLA, we're still seeing continued down movements for a lot of these mega cap names as well. NVIDIA I'm looking at for a short as well, but right now just shorting the chips as a whole with that SOX L, keeping an eye on NVDA. There was someone in the chat as well asking if anybody's looking at AMD or Amazon into earnings. So let's pull up there should not be an F in that ticker. Typo central. AMD, exactly flat right now and kind of rangy, not in like the type of clean range way I usually like, but certainly some chop and turn here. Generally that 160 area earlier, 160.40 coming into 161.40 gives you about $1. Now though, we broke above that previous base, which was, sometimes we'll see support and resistance flip. Looks like AMD does not care, because it's trying to push above that previous support. So that could be interesting heading into earnings here. Let's look at the daily chart and see what Lisa Su will do. I like that you're wearing your Pepsi blue in honor of Lisa Su's Pepsi Blazers.
I have actually a sick blue jacket that I could, if she beats on earnings tomorrow, like if she smokes it with her MI300, I will wear my blue blazer tomorrow pay homage to Lisa Su. I'll do it. I wore my leather jacket last year for Jensen at the big desk.
Really?
I did it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll do it again.
Okay.
I'm buying all those chips myself. They're like 40,000 a pop, bro. You know what I mean. You know what I mean, Neil. We got to joke around a little bit. Neil says, look, man, it's not her earnings. It's AMD, and the company's more than her. Well, obviously, I know that. We're just kidding. Neil. Well, sorry, not Neil. Anybody who's interested. Eh? Intel is at low of the day since Neil. And we can't blame it all on Patty Gelsinger. No, but seriously though, Intel down 1 2/3 coming into that, it's broken 31 now. It was dancing with 31 earlier. And now it's below 31, below volume weighted average price as well. So Tesla just did something that I was waiting for it to do, and I was too busy making jokes about Lisa Su to take the trade. So it came into the 10 period. And so the shallow retracements have all been 10 period, EMA, 5-minute chart retracements, and this one was no different. The more deeper retracements have been bouncing off the 20, which you saw here at 10:45 and 10:50. And I literally just was about to put out a short at 185 1/4, and I did get distracted. So Tesla will not give you all that much time to get your ducks in a row. So I should have been more alive to that. Anyway, Tesla continuing to print lower highs, lower lows. If you're looking at getting in, I personally would be looking at getting in at either the 10-period retracement or the 20-period retracement on TSLA. Now, what else is going on over here? I'm going to be looking to defend goggles at 165. So if Google does come into that 165 area, I'll be looking to defend that area. That is the low at 830 that we got into when we got the numbers there. So I'll be looking to see if that area holds up. On Google, also, I'll be very interested in a break-even defend on the dead one, Apple. So the closing print yesterday on Apple, 173.5. We're basically 173 3/4 right now. If we do get to yesterday's closing print on AAPL, I will be interested in going long on Apple at those levels. But you have to talk about the shorts here on the Amazonian and the soft one. They're both soft one is Microsoft, guys. They're both very down and to the right. Again, very similar look to Amazon as there is to Tesla. The shallow retracements all rejecting off the 10 period, exponential on the 5. The deeper retracements rejecting off the 20. The 10 is the green on my chart. The 20 is the yellow. So that's what I'll be looking for there. It seems like it's a bit of a down day on some of these Mag 7 names. So I'll be looking for retracements to get short.
Yeah, I think shorts are definitely, I'm looking for the same thing. It is definitely not, although it's close to May, right now, it's not short weather outside, but it's short weather in this market. Throw out those jeans, throw out those cargo pants, capri pants, put on the shorts. That's what the market is demanding. I'm still in my sock sell short. And I'm really proud that I didn't get out the second we kind of skirted towards that 40-10 area, because I said, no, Adara, you want to see 40-14 break above. We did not have that. We did not have that. So I'm pleased as punch that I stayed focused, stayed patient, and stayed in this trade, hoping to turn Sox L into a Sox W. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens there. Shout out to Diggle Boy saying subscribed equals yes. Yeah, if you're enjoying the content, feel free. Definitely hit up that like and subscribe. We're always happy to be here every day, bringing some trade ideas, bringing the news, bringing the economic calendar, bringing some puns as well on this show. But yeah, so right now looking at that stock sell, Tesla, as Shrif just mentioned there, coming back into that 184 area. So that's certainly an interesting look. I wish I had more trades and ideas right now. I'm going to be really honest. As things are near low of day, that's usually, as someone who prefers to do range trades, a little bit more of a struggle for me. So I like that Sox L because I took it off the bottom of that previous range when we rejected. So that was really the thesis for that. Right now, though, looks like we're chopping and turning higher. So we'll have to see how much longer this trade lasts. I will look at SoFi, though, because so many people were mentioning the move in SoFi. This is a day 2 earnings play for SoFi. So SoFi reported yesterday. Market initially reacted positively, then flew to the downside, continuing to trade lower on this one, but it's kind of bamboozling because we did have a slightly higher high here and a higher low. So this is not, but we're still below VWAP now, mind you. So this isn't really one to have a read on. I want to see what we do with the 9 EMA. If we reject here, that could be a break of that higher high, higher low trend we had starting at the open. So could get a little bit spicy, but right now, I think I'm so fine without trading SoFi at this moment in my life. So let me know what else you guys are looking at. I'm always looking for trade ideas. Right now, my side charts and my ideas are a little bit bereft, so I would love to have some other ideas, things to look at. I'm ready to find some other trades, and I want to get involved in these markets today.
We just took 20 pennies there on the Tesla short.
Nice.
We're just looking for continuation as it did make a low day back to break even right now. We'll see if it can hold below this 184 small size here just to keep things interesting, people. So we'll see if we can make its way down. Right back down it goes. Is Tesla awfully weak here? Is the Cybertruck on the day or the Model 2? Come into that $0.50 and we'll take it all, baby. We're knocking on the door of the $0.50 here. Well, we're at the $0.0075 right now. That's 60 defending. We'll see if we can make our way down into that $0.50 area. We just got to pack our patience. All right, what else is moving here? I'm trying to keep one eye on Tesla. And look, I see that Amazon is below 180, but I've been charting Amazon for the past little while, and this 180 has featured a lot in my charting. So the fact that we're below 180 right now, straddling it from the downside, I am very inclined to look to get a short if we pop into 180 again. And like these ones are not making its way back up. Like look at these are lower highs. So the Amazonian, I don't know if it wants to make its way back into 180. I figured that that would be a more important level. There would be a lot of tug of war happen at 180 between buyers and sellers. But I bet you it has something to do with the fact that we've been at this 180 level a bunch. Yeah, we featured on it April 24th, April 23rd, again on April 26th. So it's not a rinse. It's not a new level for us to get to. So I'll keep an eye on that, Adair.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on Sox L, which was a little bit upsetting here. Tried to get out, missed it by 1 penny. That's okay, Sox L. Keep going to the downside. I'm trying to get out part of this position at this low of day break below here.
Oh, I thought that was an out.
No, it's a little planning
great.
area.
Yeah,
Thank
well, it's
you.
very close.
Well, we're a couple pennies away, so
There
we're
you
going to hope
go.
for it out there. But I definitely need to be scalpier in these types of moves. I always say this. This is what gets me in trades is I have a plan, and I just don't scalp out quickly enough, and I miss some of the move. I'm planning on keeping some of this trade in as well. Potentially, I'm okay keeping a third of the position, but I do want some of this out. We're going to go to 80s because I think that might be more realistic now. To see if we can get out part of this position, but we keep on bouncing off 85s. I don't like that at all. So let's see how we do. I do not like that, Sam. I am. So let's see if Soxal gives us some green eggs and ham, some protein in this short. That analogy definitely got away from me. But let's look at Eli Lilly as well. This is a name that I used to trade a lot in the good old sim, but I have not traded since going live and even later in the sim just because the spread on this guy is massive. Right now, it's kind of oscillating right now, but it's over $1. So we did kind of have a bit of a double top here. So we had what looks like it could have been a nice little bull flag formation coming into 795, coming lower here into 775, coming back into 795, and rejecting. So a bit of a double top failure. Definitely some resistance at the 795 area for whatever reason on this LLY. Worth noting, in addition to earnings, and also CEO David Ricks going on CNBC saying they're working towards a pill, a tablet format for those weight loss drugs, which of course is a great catalyst for these names with the weight loss drugs being so strong. It is worth noting, though, the FTC, according to the Wall Street Journal, is looking to crack down on patents for some of these weight loss drugs, including Ozempic. So FTC added again potentially could be a bit of a catalyst to watch out for LLY and Novo Nordisk. I said to Sharif earlier today, it's a good week if you are a GLP-1 trader. And I do love to trade these GLP-1 names as long as I can find a way to trade them that I'm a bit more comfortable with now that I'm live. But yeah, Novo Nordisk could be a bit of a flat bottom break, still up on the day, but lower highs and a pretty flat bottom here, 127.80. This could get spicy. Soxel, what are you doing? If you're going to keep doing this, we're just going to get part of you out at 85s and be happy with that. You get what you get. You don't get upset. Although, as you said quite astutely, Sharif, you're always angry as a trader. We're trying to mitigate a bit of that anger and bring that passion, that positivity to these markets. Soxel, get lower, please.
All right, Meta's going again, guys. Here we go. Meta's on its way. Looks like the 438. So keep your eye on that. It seems to be the strongest of the Mag 7 on the day. And is it percentage-wise? Yes, it is. Okay, so percentage-wise, that checks out as well. Did you know what? Like you mentioned a good point there. The FTC going after some of these GLP-1 manufacturers for their patents. So do you know? So there is a time duration for biotech patents, right? 10, 15 years, whatever it is, right? But a lot of them, they're so smart. What they do is they change something so simple in the formulation so it changes the chemical compound, so they get a new patent and they market it as like either fast acting or whatever else, some sort of benefit accrues in the new one. So they get a new patent, an entirely new 15 years, 20 years, and they sell the old one as like a generic, but then they start smack talking the old one. They're like, oh yeah, you know that one.
Oh, that one's so bad. It's like the one formula difference. That's brilliant, Sharif.
Yeah, and that's how they keep the revenue popping there. That's the biotech trick.
Thank you for
yeah, it's
that.
highlight. You know,
Good to know.
it's interesting stuff, right? Because I'm in the biz, so
yeah, you have
we
an
always see it.
insight.
Yeah. But Meta on the way up, like we said, in 438. It did pop in there a dare at a 437.80, so it's close here. Also, what else we got? Nah, I'm not liking anything here except Meta. The goggles is retracing into the 10 period. So I was looking 165 long on Google because of this print over here at 830. So I was looking to defend that. But look at these top bottoming tail candles, into the quarter dollar. 165 and a quarter, for whatever reason, seems to be featuring here as a level of support. So I want to see a couple of things. One, do we break and hold above the 10 period, or is this just a regular run-of-the-mill retracement into a key level of resistance? That's number one. If we get that rejection, then maybe we see a drop into 165. Number two, do we hold up at 166? Because that's where the 20 period is. So if we get a break and hold, and it looks like we're rejecting the 10 period yet again here on goggles, a nice 20 penny dump off the 10 period there, we'll see what happens with Google. But Meta seems to be the strongest name on the block, even though put in a huge topping tail candle right now. I don't like any of these Mag 7 names, even as shorts. I feel I'm not reading them that well, or they're not setting up for me that well. So we'll switch to the small cap gappers because we got a backup plan. And ELYM absolutely held the volume weighted average price. We were yapping about this one for a while. It held VWAP, and it gave you a nice little bump there off that 680, went into 720. Now it looks like it's coming into VWAP again. Careful, sometimes the second time or the third time around is not as good as the first, especially when it looks like we may be putting a bit of a double top there. But, take a good setup on it. WGS and ABEO both featuring here as strong names. I'll look to maybe get something off one of these ones because I don't like the way that we're setting up right now. All right, let's see what the chat is talking about here. Oh yeah, you guys are absolutely welcome. I love always talking about this kind of stuff. If I can, talk about some stuff that I actually know, I will absolutely let you guys know. What are we talking? GD says CGC. Let's have a look at the marijuana names on the day. Let's see, because I haven't looked at weed in a while.
So Miss Mary Jane is doing.
All right, what do we got here? Well, we're not doing much today on weed, to be honest with you. It's not CGC I'd be looking at, to be honest with you. It's EVGN, up nicely, but yeah, it's done no shares, 28,000 shares. I can't touch that. Yeah, I don't know, not for me today. This isn't my kind of look, and there's really no catalyst on the group, so I'm going to have to respectfully decline.
Yeah, I like the respectful declining. You're not like, oh, like CGC, you're not working for me. You're just saying like, oh, maybe tomorrow.
Right?
Maybe next.
Yeah.
I think there'll be a lot of things in play tomorrow with Papa Powell, that is for sure. And we're going to have the run-up of that. So we're going to have to deal with all of the people in the market getting all excited ahead of that tomorrow. So I think how to trade time, always an interesting time ahead of those Jerome Powell sessions. Okay. But yeah, so I'm looking at TQQs. I got out of the SOXL, which I'll talk about in a second, but right now, still looking at the TQQs. Someone was asking me in the chat, does this look like a bear flag? And I mean, it looks bearish, period, right? We did, but I see what you mean. We had that move down here, starting 55.60, coming down into this 54.60, so about $1, consolidated a bit, looks like it's breaking to the downside. If we have a retest of that 56.56 on the TQs and we fail, I'll take it short there. But I want to make sure I'm patient, waiting for that retest. And that's what I like about today's strategy as well, the gap and go fade. It gives you the opportunity to not get involved right away. You're not going chasing waterfalls. You're just going to wait till the market has a little bit of a pause, then you can get back involved. And that's the type of setup I want to take on the TQs. That being said, I did miss my low of daybreak on SOXL, but I am not going to have any FOMO. I'm going to have JOMO because I still took about like 10 pennies in this, and I'm happy I was able to get some profit. Now, of course, I could have been a little bit more patient and gotten out and waited here for that low of daybreak I wanted. However, I'm actually happy I didn't because I didn't like what we were doing on the book here. We were getting very close back into my entry point and with a viciousness. Furthermore, we couldn't even break below 85s. Which to me was like, I didn't like that failure to break 85s. It looked like it was setting up for a higher low. I said, Adara, get out. So we're not going to have any FOMO, although we can marvel at the excellence of this SOXL move. So maybe I took a little bit of a SOXL, but I still took some profits, and so I'm not going to poo-poo that. I'll put it that way. Don't love that terminology. Also, someone was asking about Bitcoin setting up for a breakdown. Whoever you were, you are 100% correct there. IBIT. Bless you. Breaking to the downside here, decidedly below that 9 EMA. Nice little curl, paused a little bit stagnant here for IBIT around that 34.70 area. Continuing to curl to the downside. I want to see if we break the low of day here, 34.45. I keep missing this IBIT short, so I'm a bit sore about missing IBIT, but it's still on my side chart, still on my mind. What are other people looking at here? I want to see some other things to keep an eye on. In the SoFi cup and handle, says Mikey DFS. Let's take a look at that. I looked at SoFi. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not really seeing a cup and handle. I still think the level for me for SoFi is if we're going to try to see a reversal here like we did starting around 955 when we had these higher lows, higher highs, we have to continue to see that pattern. That rejection of the 9 EMA we had, to me, is kind of overshadowing everything else. Plus, we're about to make a lower low from this 669 area. So I'm going to be honest to me, SoFi still looks a little bit bearish. That's just my take. I think if we can break above that 9 EMA and make a new higher high above that 677 area, my opinions are going to change. But right now, my opinion is it unfortunately does not have a spot in the esteemed side chart. How are you doing?
All right. I fat-fingered on Google. We got in long at the $0.25, and I took everything out by accident. So that's 2 fat fingers today, if anybody's counting. 1 on the show, 1 not on the show. So hopefully we'll do a little bit better going forward. I'm keeping my eye on AAPL. Not for a breakout trade or anything like that, but Apple's been quite rangy. Earlier it was ranging below 175 with a almost a $0.50, you could say a third of a dollar bottom. Most of them held up at around a third of a dollar. Now we're right back into that $1 area at 174. But I'm not inclined to short. I'm not inclined to short right at the whole dollar. I'd be looking for a nice VWAP retracement into 174.10 before I look to get short on Apple. This bottoming tail candle here, this is a nice looking defend by the longs at this level. And the level is interesting. It's at 60 penny level, and that was the pre-market top there before the bell. So interesting hold up at those levels. Should have been more alive to that. But I'll be looking possibly to get short at the volume weighted average price. Big Kyle Burdett sent me a screenshot of his shorts on the SPY RAM. And I'm going to send them to you because I can't put it up over here. So RAM, I'm sending it to you right now. And I want to shout out Big Kyle and his excellent SPY shorts there. So if you have that up when you get a chance, RAM, let me know so we can show Big Kyle's trade there on the SPY. Shout out to Big Kyle Burdett, man. Wow, Amazon. Amazon knows no bottom. It is coming down. There it goes. We were talking about a 180 possible retracement, more like 180 resistance. And that's what happens when, I guess, when a level features too many times, it really loses its importance. And that's what we see with 180 today, because didn't really hold up there. It actually used it as a resistance level once it broke below it. 178.70 now LOD, below that 179 level on AMZN. Thank you, RAM. There's Big Kyle short. As you can see, those entries on the top there, those green arrows, he took. That's a lot of defending there, Kyle. Lots of beak wetting as well. The best, obviously, bottom wick right below that green moving average line, I'm assuming. Shout out to Big Kyle Burdett. I'm assuming that, is that TradingView? What program is that, Kyle? Let me know. But yeah,
nice look.
It's a great look. Shout out to you, Kyle. I know that you love to trade futures and you like to go short. So you like that kind of setup. Keep your eye on what Big Kyle's saying.
Yeah, Big Kyle Burdett there. Shout out to you, and thank you for sharing those trades. I always say this, always something I'm giving an Oscar speech, but I love being a part of this community, and I love that everybody has different things to bring. And right now, Soxel is bringing me a redemption tour. I don't want to call this a revenge trade. I was happy with that trade, but I said, Adara, if you like the level, if you like that break, see what we do with that retest. I know I was watching the cues for that, but I was like, nah, I'm kind of still more interested in Soxel. So we did put the socks back on, hopped into the semiconductor short once again. I'm going to be eyeing 60s here. I'm going to take out part of this at 60s because that was an area that we had a little bit of a dance with earlier. So I want to take out part of the position there. We'll be saving pieces for dreams. Should we break below 60s? If we break above 85s, which like I said was that area I was watching like a hawk on the other side, that's where I'll be getting out. So as long as I'm trying to make more than I am risking, I am pleased as punch. Risking about 11 cents, trying to make minimum 14. Again, my risk to reward ratios are very specific, but it's all good. We are, Soxel like gave me a bait and switch there. We dipped right into my level and then we dipped right out. So there we go, part filled, SOXL, pleased as punch. And this is why I talk about like redemption or revenge trades versus revenge trade. Even though someone pointed out to me, avenge and revenge basically do mean the same thing. I think with a revenge trade, you're kind of going John Wick to the market, right? You're like, oh, I'm so upset, we're gonna burn everything down. With avenge trade, maybe something didn't work out. Maybe it's a name that you looked at before and it just didn't go according to plan, but you say, hey name, hey stock, hey Soxel, you and I are going to work at this together, and we're going to come to a solution. It's kind of more like mediation than revenge trading. Do you know what I mean? It's like the equivalent of restorative justice, I guess, if we're going to think of the criminology term for it. So that's what I'm going for with my Soxel, breaking below 50s, I think. Yes, Soxel, talking to you. Pleased as punch. Let's try to punch out of this very soon. For real, such a friendly chat, says Small Goblin. I love that name also. Small Goblin, what a great name. I had to call that out. It looks like you are getting into wigs. So hopefully wigs will stay on the heads and not fly off. This seems like a very intense time in these markets, and I'm so happy to be a part of it. Bring them all to everybody here. Yeah.
I know. This is a bit of a riskier trade. Let's call a spade, Adara. So let's see if this one can move up at least and get me and not make me look that bad. Look, the reason I got into this trade is simple. It's a VWAP retracement on a name that hasn't touched VWAP since $9.55. I know because I said that it's going to tank on me and I'm going to end up looking bad, but you know, whatever, it's okay. If you don't take the trades, you don't get to make any money. So the white line is the volume weighted average price. You know how I feel about these small cap gappers and defending that VWAP level. So we'll see what we get on this WGS. Let me give you some deets on this. So here we go, coming into my level. Oh, so I'm sitting at 75s, I guess. So it'll have to cross because we were printing 72s there. So WGS, $434 million market cap. The float on it, a little, it's not big, but it's not small either. 18.2 million shares. That's a decent amount. You know, it's not like a Chinese small cap gapper that trades at, you know, half a million shares. So we'll keep an eye on that. Already long the trade, put my stop in and put in the profit taker as well. So we'll see if that ends up defending VWAP. The other one that I'm keeping my eye on was ELYM because it was hugging VWAP, but now it is kind of breaking below it on a wicking basis. It doesn't look like on a closing basis quite yet, so we shall keep eyes on that. ABEO also coming back right into that $4 area. Last time we came back into $4, we were at the 10 period. So a little bit of a different story. Now we're at the 20 period. So that same price action support comes in, but we're at a different exponential moving average, which to me says a deeper retracement, which makes the likelihood of the level giving way a greater. So we'll see if that ends up panning out or what happens there. Keeping an eye bang on WGS.
Nice.
We get the fill as it does bounce off VWAP. Let's see if we can make a move possibly into that 17.5. I'm not going to give this, not moving my stop. If this one breaks VWAP with the same level that I had prior to getting in, I want to see if it makes its way 17.5. If it does, be great. We'll see.
Wins on wigs. Shout out to Sharif there for that. Keeping the wig glue permanently on that stop. Congrats on that trade, though,
Thank you.
seriously. As much as I pun, it always comes from a place of support. So nice look there. Nice peak wetter. Congrats to Sharif. I did have that SOX L trade, which I was really happy was a SOX W. But right now, I want to take, I appreciate that. Right now, I want to take a look at PayPal for, there was somebody, Sparsh Cabra, asking about PayPal long. So for me right now, we are at kind of a critical level for PayPal. Look at this little pre-market area we dance with, basically we're gonna call it 68 because it basically is a 67.95. We'll call it 68. 68 here, certainly an area that we keep touching. That was a pre-market area. We go below, then we continue to sort of the upside. We come back, we bounce at the 68, but then we make a decisively lower high. And we do so with a little bearish candle coming in at 69.50. Then we dip a little bit lower, we make a higher low, mind you, but then we come again and find resistance at the 69.50 before continuing to the downside. So for me, Sparsh Cabra, the levels I am looking at are going to be a defend and a hold of this 68 area, more like 67.90, I guess, right? We're still below the 90 MA, but I think for PayPal, the 90 MA is going to matter a little bit less to me than what we do at two key areas. First of these is going to be that 68.50. Look at that little pop. I think to me that 68.50 is key. We've got about 55 pennies to get there. Then if we can break above that 69.50 area that we have twice now as an area of resistance, that's going to be huge. Right now, though, I have to say it does look like it could be a little bit of a flat bottom break, and I say that because we have had continued lower highs and a flat bottom. Not one that I have enough confidence in to get involved either way. I think, like I said, I'll be more interested depending on if or what we do at 68.50 and 69.50, but that's my look for PYPL. Sparsh, I have to say, I think the bearish case is a little bit more growly than the bullish case right now.
Like it.
So also quickly, I want to talk about SOX L. Quickly, if I may. This was an avenge or redemption, whatever word you want to use there, trade, and I was pleased as punch about it. I got involved here at the short. I got involved initially, got out too early, but I was okay with it. I was like, eh. But then when we came back to this area, I said, Adara, that base was huge. If we fail to break above that base, get involved. I got involved 39.74s. I was going to risk to 39.85s. I don't even think we broke above 39.80s. Took out most of this position at that 39.60s area, then got out the rest around that 39.50. Was not there for the low of day break again, but still happy with how I traded this and how I defended this. Also, valid point here coming from Quantran saying that John Wick literally did avenge his wife and his dog. But I guess maybe more what I'm talking about when I say avenge trading or revenge trading is your approach to it, right? So that's what I said, restorative justice. I want to take less of like a scorched earth approach to these stocks and more of like a let's talk it out, let's get together, mediate, find a solution that works for us. Soxel, thank you for working with me, shaking his hand, please his punch. And I see you are still involved in Wick.
I am. Well, we're going to let this one go. I put my beak wetter on the north side of 17. If it triggers, it triggers. It doesn't, then I get stopped out. Simple as that. I want to point out, guys, that on the NQ June contract, on the 4-hour, because we started putting bottoming tail candles here. So I said, what's going on with 17.7 and a third? Why are we bottoming out here? Well, I flipped to the 4-hour and often looked at time frame by intraday traders, and we are at the 50 period, right at the 50 period on the 4-hour. So I'm looking for a possible defend of this 50 period here on a retracement down. Someone was asking what a retracement was earlier in the chat. It's something when, you know, when you've moved up and then you come back down, you're retracing back down. It can equally be used as, you know, to describe shorts. Something's retracing back north. I mean, there's no hard and fast rule that you can't say that. So, at least not that I know of. So I am, you know, interested possibly in going long on the future here. Call them a crazy. Oh, we're down 0.89 on the day on the NQ. June contract down 0.78 on the ES. The Dow taking it right in the mouth, 0.85, and then the Russell taking it on the back of the head, 1.40 to the downside.
I'm just loving the analogies you're using.
It's Tuesday and I got good sleep, so whatever.
That's awesome. You know? That's awesome.
Anyway, I'm really I'm thinking about going long on the future. I'm going to wait a little bit. I don't need to jump in right away. Let's see if we get a couple of more green candles at this level. Shout out to Lone. I see you, sir. I see you. So we'll see exactly what we get there. Go WGS. Cross 17, you punk. Let's go. I want to get that fill. VWAP hold on WGS. That was the entire trade in case you're just joining us looking for a fill at 17.10 a dare.
Wigs are flying, spirits are high, analogies are great. We are so happy to be here.
Absolutely.
As always. Thank you guys all for joining and tuning in with us. There is a little bit of a bullish candle happening on IBIT and a lot of its crypto friends. And then Mara just kind of made a bit of a move down here, so we're gonna have to wait and see. But so I've generally for crypto, I look at Mara, CleanSpark, IBIT, and a skosh of Riot. Riot especially interesting today because it reports after close. Riot might be the cleanest look for me in terms of the general lower lows, lower highs. But again, the bullish candles are what I want to talk about for a lot of these crypto names right now. We did break a little bit lower. In the Riot's case, we break down below 1040, then we come right back up. So to me, these wicks to the downside with movement to the upside show that these wicks are not sustainable. We want that upside. IBIT and these crypto friends want all the smoke to the upside. So I have to be cognizant of that. With that in mind, I don't have a great read yet. Come on, Adair. There's a T in IBIT. Let's get going there. IBIT. But if we keep, I think IBIT honestly might be the best look for me. If we keep rejecting off that 9 EMA, there's a short to be had there. CleanSpark having a nice clean break, sparking to the upside here off of its little bullish candle move. But if we still can't make that 9 EMA, if we're still in a continued downtrend, I don't have a reason to go long here, so I'm going to be very cautious. I want to put all of these crypto pals on my side chart. I want all the smoke. SOXL coming back into the area of interest that I shorted the second time, that 39.70s, but I don't want to rush into this too quickly. I don't want to give up the gains on that because I really felt confident about both the trades I took on that, and so I don't want to mess up those wins by taking a trade that I only feel marginally okay about. Do you know what I mean? So SOXL, we might have to take a bit of a break there to try not to undo the SOXWs. Riot earning is May 1st, says Ian Blaze. I want to check on that. Thank you for telling me. I was seeing, let me look this up. Aftermarket closed today at 4:45. So let's see what else is happening. Yeah, May 1st before market open I'm seeing here as well. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm seeing a couple different dates there for Riot. Either way, it looks like we will be getting it. Oh, my computer froze. Before.
You want me to take over?
Yeah, I think you might have
sure,
to.
No
Either way, we're going to get it before market open tomorrow. Thank you for that, Ian Blaze.
No problem. All right, so keeping an eye on the future, I took a quick scalp on the future, positive on that one. I am a little concerned just because, I'm charting on the 4-hour here, and I'm trading on the 5 minutes. So that does concern me, because if you're going to trade on the 4-hour, you got to give it 4-hour range, and that's not what I'm doing. So let's see if this one can clear or steer clear of the 10 period to the downside. I'm also a little bit hesitant here because Apple, the dead one, is right back at the volume weighted average price. Just restart.
Okay.
Control Shift Delete. Yeah,
It
Control.
won't even let me
Sorry.
do that.
Eh?
That's why.
It won't even let you do that?
Yeah.
Okay, so then just
I'm
hold
gonna
down
turn
the
off
power
the
button.
thing.
Yeah, exactly. Hold it
Sorry
down.
about that, guys.
It's nothing you can do about it. It's not your fault, right? All right. So keeping an eye here on AAPL as it now takes 174, breaks above the volume weighted average price. Could this be a V-shaped retracement? Could this candle be indicative of what we saw? Like, look at this. Lower high, lower low, lower low, lower low, bottoming tail candle, higher low, higher low, higher low. So kind of looks like it's a rounded bottom, even though, you could say it looks very V-shape-ish. So I'm a little concerned about getting in here, I'm unsure. I got to tell you the truth. I'm unsure about this trade, so I'm going to pack my patience. Especially, I'm trying to look at some other names. Like I see, Google's not putting any higher highs. It's finding resistance also at the 10 period. Same thing with Softy. Looks like it's going to reject on the 20 period here. Tesla looking to reject at the 10 period as well. Same thing with Nvidia. The Future doing the same thing right at the 10 period. Yeah, this is a bit of a tougher decision for me. So if that's the case, I'm just going to steer clear. Okay, now I am out of WGS, so I should have wet my beak on those profits at 17. So we did give it to the original stop, and now I do get stopped out. Profitable trade, though, on WGS. So happy about that. We'll keep an eye on a lot of these other small cappers. And WGS is still not an incorrect trade. Like, I could get in here. I didn't move up my stop because, well, VWAP, I think, adjusted a little bit. Where is VWAP? At 36, I see. I should have put my stop below the $0.25 because it still hasn't given up VWAP here. I'm talking about WGS, guys. It hasn't given up the ghost on VWAP. So I do get stopped out. If we bounce off this level, I'll definitely be interested to get back in. What else we have? ELYM, surprisingly here, held VWAP. I was almost sure that this was going to break. It did break aggressively below it. So VWAP, 83, it dipped down into about 73, 10 pennies or so, bounces right back up, still below 7 on ELYM, another small cap gapper du jour. Those are really all the small cappers that I'm interested in at the moment. I'm going to keep my eye on the futures. If it really gets clear of that 10-period EMA on the future, I may get long here with decent size. Again, the whole futures trade is based on the 4-hour defend. So this 4-hour candle did close. So it did close at 12 now. It wasn't closed when we started. So we do defend the 50 period on this 4-hour candle. Can this one hold up? The 50 period on the 4-hour is right at that 50-point level or just a little bit below it, 17,749, 17,750. So we'll see if that ends up holding up. Yeah, so it does reject off that 10 period for now, but yeah, I'm unsurprised with that. Meta also coming back down a little bit here. Meta has been defending the volume weighted average price all day. Let me know when you're good to go.
I'm good to go. Yeah.
You loaded up?
Yeah, it's just getting all loaded now, but everything's good. Yeah, so thank you so much for
Of course.
covering for that. Much appreciated. My computer decided that it was maybe in a little bit of a mood. Maybe it wanted a bit of a nap. Maybe, it was like, I overheard you talking about how well you slept, and it was like, well, that's kind of offensive. I didn't sleep that well. My computer got a little bit salty.
Jeez.
So, yeah, I mean, how dare it, right? I
Sorry.
think that's kind of disrespectful, but okay. But it's all good. We fixed it. Thank you again to Sharif for providing that commentary there on Wigs, and shout out to the profitable trade on Wigs as well.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Wigs staying glued onto the head. So nice look on that. What else are people looking at here in this chat? Shorting Para at VWAP, says Trader Nick. What thoughts? Let's take a look at Paramount. Because, yeah, Bob Backish will not be back with Paramount. He's being replaced by 3 dudes as CEO. So instead of just one CEO, Bob Backish, the CEO position is being taken over by 3 people. One of them is George Cheeks, and there are 2 other guys as well. I just remember George Cheeks is such a specific name. Sean and I were giving that take on Paramount earnings last night. Check us out in the market recap, 4 to 4:30. And Sean made the kind of astute point that it's always a little bit dicier when you have one a position done by one person being replaced by 3 people, right? So interesting take there, worth keeping an eye on there for PARA. Right now, Paramount's getting back-ish to VWAP, shout out to Bob. And look, I think this is a really interesting level, trader Nick, because look at this rejection. We got to that 1186 level. We tried to break above, and this is a beautiful bearish candle here. We tried to get into 1190, and Paramount's like, no, please, back below VWAP. So we get back below VWAP. We've generally seen these lower highs and lower lows with the exception of a bounce. It's not a perfect double bounce, but sort of around this 1168 area, at least on a wick basis and then on a closing basis. My one thing with this, trader Nick, is I don't know if we're going to get back to VWAP because we are really struggling right now with 1177. That being said, if we do get back to VWAP, I think there is a lot of evidence that this could be, and again, not advice, just my take on the chart, evidence that we are weak at VWAP on Paramount. And so it might be Paramount for me to put this mountain on my side chart, see if we can get a nice little trade here on Paramount. I like this question from Elon. Hey Adara, we see you guys scalping a lot. Just wondering if that's a firm's or personal preference. Happy trading. Happy trading to you as well. I just like scalping. I'm gonna be really honest. I feel most comfortable scalping. I find that when I have trades that go awry, they're because I don't scalp. That is when I have the biggest issues. And I think also because my trading plans are often built and engineered with scalping in mind, that's why I feel like I'm the most able to have control while I'm scalping, if that makes sense. So for me, at least, a personal preference there as well. So I wanted to kind of address that for Elon in the chat. So what else is happening on these markets? Anything else people want to take a look at? I'm still trying to figure out any other ideas. I like Tesla though, Cybertruck trying to roar back up here to the upside and broke below that 90 MA nicely, but I'm going to be watching what we do at 185. If we reject 185, I might take that Tesla, that Model 2, to the downside. I really want to see what we do at 185 because that was a pretty strong area here. We fought it, then we continued to the downside. So Tesla, if you reject 185, someone might be opening the doors to the Cybertruck. How are
All
you
right,
doing?
we're long Meta, but looks like I'm going to get stopped out here. We looked for a 430. Yeah, I got stopped out. 434 defend at the 50 period. Wrong thing to do. It was not. Look, it was a dip trade, so I was kind of happy that I stuck to the dip trade, but it was not a level that I earmarked, so I'm a little disappointed with myself for not having stuck to the plan. That's all right. We'll look for the next trade. So we are rejecting, it looks like here, that 10 period on the future. So there's really like no, I guess, 4-hour hold here on the 50 period. This is what we're looking at. We're still above the 50 period right now on the 4 on this new candle, but I don't know. I think we may give it up here as that was a classic 10 period retracement rejection right there on the NQ June contract. All right, Goggles is at 165 right now and it's trying to stay above 165. It's at 98s, 97s. The reason we were talking about Google 165 was this 8:30 a.m. low. It did hold up at that area, but Google, like many of the other Mag 7 names today, it has been rejecting off that 10 period EMA on the retracements, and it does look like it's giving up the ghost at 165 now. In the low 90s goes Goggles. So a bit of a tougher look there for Google. As a Meta, I literally got bottom wick on the out on Meta, so that's frustrating. We'll see if we can weasel our way back into that trade. Tesla is at the 20 period, and last time it was at the 20 period, it was a short. So this could be an interesting look here on TSLA. Where's my Tesla chart? Oh, it was supposed to be this one. So we'll just take, there we go. The 20 period on Tesla is right at 185. So that is an interesting look here on Tesla. We'll see if we can get short that name and defend that 185 retracement. Good move up off that 183.01 or so there on TSLA. So we'll see if it can make its way back down. And there it is. Nice, a little move back down. We'll see if we can wet our beak on some profits there on TSLA. Looking for a 185 rejection on the 20 period retracement on Tesla. That's really the crux of this whole trade here. For breaks and holds above 185, that's where my out is. All right, let's keep an eye out. So Google did look like it reclaimed 165 quite quickly. So it's putting in a bit of a hammer candle right now on the 5. Don't want to put too much stock into one candle on Goggles, but I did have that 165 level earmarked as an interesting area of support owing to this period over here. If we close above 165 and it's a decent looking candle, like a hammer candle or whatever, something like that, we may be persuaded, and by we I mean me, sorry, persuade to get back in, but I'm gonna have to watch a little bit more to see what I will do going henceforward. Adera.
So we had NVDL. It looks like it, it did have a bit of a fall. I was like, cool. Got involved in the short. I said, we're going to see what we do at 20s. We broke above 20s with the viciousness. I got out. Boring trade. We did lose a little bit on this. Unfortunately, we're still up on the day, and I am trying to trade less with P&L. So I'm happy I took a trade that I liked, even though it didn't work out. That's really what I'm trying to hammer home, and that's, as long as I manage it properly, as long as I liked it and I got in for the right reason for me, I can live with that. So please just punch with that trade. And I'm trying to be more pleased as punch with losing trades as well, because as long as you executed it properly, as you've said, you either win or learn. And I learned. Maybe wait a little bit longer for NVIDIA, but either way, happy I took the trade. Vic Jan Novak asking what I think about MSTR long. I have to say, right now, down about 15%. We are below the 90 EMA. We did have that pretty bearish candle here at 1100, trying to break up into 1,110 and unable to do so. However, now we're getting a bit of a bullish candle, kind of trying to make a higher low here around that 1090 area. This is not a type of trade I would take at all, just because it is a $1,000 plus stock. However, I do think there's a couple different factors working here. Vic Jan Novak, I would probably wait for it a little bit to settle to get into a decided uptrend. We're trying to break that downtrend, mind you, trying to peak our head above that 90 EMA. We're decisively stuck below. But I would say it'd be nice to see us actually take out that 1110 area we tried to take out earlier unsuccessfully. To me, that would be kind of an interesting look. I want to wait and see what happens here on this MSTR. Shout out to Sean as well. In live mode, you actually win, learn, and lose. Shout out to Sean. He says all three, and I do actually feel that. You feel the wins more, you feel the losses more, but you feel the lessons above all else. So I have to say, really happy to be in day 12 of live trading.
I was just about to hit the bang, and then
guys.
someone hit the bang for me. All right, couple of trades to update you guys on. Short goggles at the 165 and 15 area. Already wet my beak there on the break of 165. So took some profits out there. We'll see if that one keeps moving down. Also, shorted Tesla. I'm very happy with this trade here because this was a 20-period retracement. I didn't get the top. Even though I should have been alive to the top because it went right into 185. And then we got short at 184.60 and we wet our beak totally there at the 1/3 of a dollar. So we take a nice little move down there on TSLA. It's coming right back up though into those levels. So I am alive to the fact that we have 4-hour price action support on the NQ June contract. Even though we're at the 50-point level, we don't seem to be breaking down below the 50-point level with aggression. A couple of higher low candles right now on the 5-minute NQ chart. So if that's the case, some of these Mag 7 names could start curling back to the high side, and that won't be good for my goggles short. So we're going to keep an eye there to see if the market does break and take that 10 EMA on the 5 right now. It's doing its darndest to get right back up. And this is what I'm talking about in case you're wondering, what is this guy talking about? What 10 EMA? What NQ? This, that, and the other. The NQ is the futures contract for the NASDAQ. It's kind of like, trading the market in general. This is composed of 100 stocks, whereas the S&P is composed of 500. So you could say the S&P, the ES, is more like trading the market. This is more like trading technology stocks. In any event, we try to take the NQ when we have strength or weakness on some of these tech names, especially the Mag 7, the Magnificent 7. I'm just updating for any of the new viewers that maybe not know what I'm talking about. So if this green line over here, the 10 EMA, gets taken on a closing basis by this price action over here, then maybe we should be looking long bias on these names. So we'll see exactly what we get. Goggles is right back into my entry here. So decisions to be made with Google, whether or not I flatten out here. I think I will, and then I'll look to get short again at the 1/3 of a dollar, 165 and a 1/3. That is where the 10 EMA is on Google. And that's where we've been rejecting the entire morning, save and except for this one over here where we're retraced into the 20. If we come back into 165 and a 1/3, I'll be looking to get short again on Google. So we'll see exactly what happens there, Adara.
Yeah, I'm looking to snap up some Snap. I want to get involved in Snapchat. Initially, I was like, maybe this is a short here. And, as I get involved, it does drop a little bit. But I have to say, my impetus for getting long is that generally we have had a little bit of a rangy look, higher highs, higher lows, generally speaking, with this bottom around 15 or so top, initially 15.25, then coming to 15.35. This is strong. This is a day 3 earnings play. So I'm really happy I decided to get involved. For now, we're going to have to wait and see what we do. If we break below 15, I'm out. I'm risking 10 pennies, trying to make minimum 15. I want to see what we do at 15.25. I want all the smoke. Jeez. So I don't think Snapchat's going to give it to me, though. Right now, it's trying to snap up some of my profits from that stock sell and be like, Pac-Man style, trying to take that from me a little bit. But you know what, Snapchat? Happy I took the trade. I saw something I liked. I got involved. I'd be curious to see as well what we do with this little wick earlier, because that was also pretty bullish wick, which was also part of my impetus to get involved. We did perch above VWAP. And right now, we're going to be switching things up, seeing what's happening in Neil's lesson of the day. Hit it.
Welcome. Lesson of the day today is going to be what to do when you're right yet wrong at the same time. And what the psychological impact of when you have an idea and it looks really good, it actually ends up really good, but the execution results in a bit of a loss. So, first things first, obviously a winning trade is you get in, you get out at a better price. A bad trade is when you get in and you sell it for lower, you sell short, and you buy back for higher. But what if the move off of the level you traded at ends up being a winning trade? Like, how do you go about adjusting your strategy, if at all, because it's not obvious that you always have to, or how do you sort of deal with the repercussions of it? Now, obviously, over time, it's going to happen to you a lot. So I'm going to start. I have 2 examples today. First is going to be PayPal. Anybody that was listening all week to our live show in the afternoon, in the morning, PayPal earnings breakout on the daily at the 68 level. You're going to see a very clear big resistance level it's looking to break out with room into the mid 70s. So I'm going to like a setup like this pretty much 10 times out of 10. There's no question about it. Like, that is as far as I'm concerned, like it's not necessarily an A+ setup in general, because you still have to be able to trade it. Where does it gap to? But the overall, if it holds above that bid, I'm going to look for longs, is in that A+ range. So I know I'm going to try the long when it does break out. They report in the morning. So what you're going to have happen is the original break with all of the alpha is going to be right when the earnings come out. But if you take the earnings trade, this is when it broke originally. It trades down to 63. It settles down minutes later and then breaks out the top. So you almost had to take it the second time through. You taking your A+ setup at 7:30 in the morning. Some aren't. I can tell you liquidity was trash in that moment. At one point I tried to get in. I know other traders actually tried to get in. You'd have been chasing. It wouldn't have been good. We wait for the open market to try to put it on. At that point, it's trending down. So now the level you want, you're going to be catching a falling knife and you're going against the grain, but it's still that setup. So if I like the long into this $68 level, your question becomes, how do you manage that trade? My spot is simple entry strategy almost every single time a stock is trending against me. Allow it to make a bottom, regain support, go for the long, stop out at that support level. So that's the plan of action. It started to work out because it held the higher low. We're able to scalp some out, then it breaks the bottom, we get out. It goes down and makes another fresh low off of the previous day's resistance. I like resistance into support. Once that happens, we took the long, it scalped it, it broke the low again. It ends up holding at like 67.21. The close price ends up being 67 at that point. So you have to ask yourself like a couple of questions. Did you have an execution strategy that allowed you to hold it all the way into here? Let's say maybe you were just flat out, I'm going to buy 68 and give it to this, like 67, 66, 80, and it had room to 75. If that was your plan of action, then you're just long here, risking $1.25. It bounces up, it gives you a little one-to-one, you get some out for some profit, and you're holding for moves into the 70s. If that's your execution strategy, then you shouldn't be doing that scalp game. So the only question I'm asking myself is, did I trade it the way I wanted to? Yes. Was there another way that you could have traded it that also would have worked? And do I want to deploy it next time? In this particular case, my answer is no, but to some traders, it would be take that 68, hold at the 120 because you absolutely love that idea. Now, I don't like doing that when it's trend down. I'd rather be taking those kinds of bigger get in and just hold it when it goes right away. Like if that's a breakout trade where it's trending up and I'm breaking out 68, that's a set it and forget it. But if I'm going against the grain, I like to take the pot shots and limit the loss. So you have to look at it from your own setup and parameters. So that's one where it didn't work even though it bounced, that I'm okay with. Now here's an example of one where it's the same thing, but it's not wish that I traded it differently, but there was another way I could have traded the NVIDIA 885. So originally it was going to plan. There's your triple top on NVIDIA 885. I like the short off that level. As long as it's underneath, I want to be looking for shorts. The first setup, it was all the way down. Economic number came out and tanked us a little further than we expected. So when that happens, when it's here, I'm waiting for there. When we get down to 870, I'm waiting for pre-market high previous close. So it wicks that level. I get the 878.80 short, and I scalp it out pretty quickly. It goes higher low, break out the top, we wait for 885, we have it twice, it starts to work, then run stops at the top. Now this is different from PayPal in that there was something that I should do differently in this particular case. And that's simply, it didn't make that next level move after running that top. Remember when PayPal was still in the pocket, I got wicked out and jumped back in because there was one more shot that it deserved. That was actually the case here with NVIDIA, where I didn't take that last shot at it, which there's your wick out, but there's no reason not to be right back in it either here or here. That did set up. So you just have to ask yourself, is it something when you're reviewing your trade that you had the level right, but there's no way I would have gotten into it again against the grain? That's fine, but make sure you're evaluating it properly, because there are gonna be instances where you'll look back and say, oh, I here did my stop, that's all I could do. But you know what? At that point, there was another swing that I should have had at it. I don't mind not taking PayPal a fourth time, but I do mind not taking NVIDIA a third time because that's still set up for the same risk-reward style trade that was valid. So you have to separate different types of outcomes and not just lump it all together. In this particular case, I think it was an easy answer that I should have been NVIDIA one more time, and I don't mind missing out on PayPal. But if you're not getting that granular, you're going to miss out on those bigger opportunities. Always base your results or judge your results based on the strategy. If you follow your plan and lose, that's fine. If you do not follow your plan and miss out on a winning trade or end up in a losing trade, then that needs to be evaluated and corrected. That's your lesson of the day. Not all trades are going to be exactly the same, and if you don't separate the wheat from the chaff, you're going to miss out on some opportunities. So what happens when, even though you were wrong, your level ended up right? What can you do and how can you evaluate it? I hope that helps everybody. Good luck out there.
Thank you very much, Neil. Awesome, eloquent, informative, everything. As always, no, for real though, always get a lot of value out of those lessons, and appreciate Neil definitely dropping them every day. Shout out to him. All right, long the future here. Call me crazy, but I'm going long here because we look like we're doing the roundy bottom that you like so much, Big Kyle, there. So this is the look. I even said to Adara, like while Neil was dropping hot lines, I'm like, I feel like I may not have a read on this market just because it just the levels that I keep looking at maybe feature, sometimes they don't. Anyway, I'll kind of have my answer as to whether my long is good or bad, depending on how we dance with this 20 period here. We've been talking all morning about the shallower retracements being rejections off the 10 EMA, the deeper retracements going into the 20. We just got a 20 touch right now and a bit of a sell-off. So we're going to have to see how the future dances with the 20 at the moment. It'll really determine how I do on this here trade. So I'm going to pack my patience and see what happens. Adara, I'm going to send it to you while I put my stop, and then I'm going to start the lesson of the day.
Yeah, of course.
Or
so
the lesson, yeah.
There we go. Yeah, not Neil's lesson of the day.
No.
But our lesson that happens 3 times a day, thrice a day.
There you go.
You can catch usually around the premises of 11, 12, and 1. English, numbers, good times. Also good time, I'm still looking at SOXL. I really like what Neil said about just making sure that if you have levels, take them and try to execute them to the best of your ability. If there's a trade there, and understand if there's precipitating circumstances that make that impossible. With that in mind, I think I need to keep hitting SOXL. I didn't take this the third time because I said I was a little bit skeptical given how we had the first two trades. I didn't want to make a mistake and lose them on a third trade. But the third trade, the level was still valid. So I really should have kept that in my mind. So what I'm going to learn from that is Adara, be more on top of it. So SOXL, we're gonna keep on the side chart, I think, in my mind. I did get out a Snapchat, probably snapped that one up a little bit too quickly, and it did end up snapping to the downside. But I want to explain the impetus for this trade, if I may. So I got involved. I was a little bit worried we could have a bit of a turning point at VWAP, but things did look at that time a little bit bullish. We had not one, but two little bullish wicks to the downside, showing that buyers wanted to continue to run. I was like, cool, we're gonna have a move to the upside. I got involved in the long, didn't work out. I was watching to see what we did right around this 15s area. We made kind of a lower low here, I said. Got out around 15.04, still positive on the day, and always positive in my mindset. Trying to take trades that make sense for me and trying to trade a little bit less on my P&L and trade more on what the charts are telling me, because that's what should be making my choices, not based on the earnings, but based on what is in the charts, what's in the books, and what I want to bring to this here market. But right now, what we're bringing, thank you, to this market is going to be our lesson about fading the open.
Yes, exactly. Thank you, Adara, for that segue. We are talking about the gap and go strategy all week and all the variations thereof. Today, we are talking about waiting for that fade to come in on the open. So let's get right to it, baby. So the gap and go strategy is a popular intraday trading tactic. But what if the initial surge seems a little too enthusiastic? Enter fading the open, a counterintuitive approach that aims to capitalize on short-term pullbacks within a trending stock. I'm going to emphasize that, short-term pullbacks within a trending stock. So this lesson dives into the concept, its execution, and some key considerations. So let's get right to it. Understanding the fade. So imagine a stock price gaps up significantly at the open. The classic gap and go strategy would have you buy in anticipation of the trend continuing. So you put something like a market on open order or a quick dip trade to help you continue to pump up, because you're basically anticipating that the stock will continue the overnight move and continue up. So that's what the basic gap and go strategy would have you do. However, fading the open takes the opposite approach. You wait for a pullback, a small dip in the price after the initial jump, then enter the trade, assuming the overall trend will still hold. And here is what we see on a bullish gap up. So 398, 397.5 was the close. You pamp up all the way into 410.20 there. That's the closing price at 4 p.m. the next day. That's the opening price at 9:30. And so what you're looking for is a little bit of a dip. And so that's what you got there. See how it retraces a little bit off that 410 open, comes into about it looks like 405.5, 406, something like that. That would have been your entry. So you wait for it to go red to green, or maybe not even red to green. Pop up, come back a little bit back down. That's what you're looking for. You're looking for just an initial hint of weakness, allowing you to weasel into the trade. And by weasel, I mean like actually get it. So why fade? There are two main reasons to consider the fading strategy for the market, for the gap and go. So profit taking. The initial surge often attracts short-term traders looking for a quick profit. Their selling can cause a pullback, creating an entry point for you. So that is really what we are talking about here. But there's also the ever-present issue of false breakouts. How annoying are these, right? Not all gaps represent genuine trends. Sometimes they're just overreactions. So fading and waiting for the fade allows you to potentially avoid buying into a stock that might reverse course quickly. And so it's not really a dip. It's going to be like an entire reversal. So that is a bit of an issue. Keep that in mind. I just want to pause for a second here because I'm unconvinced about this futures trade, but I do have my stop out. We're putting topping till candles into the into the 17.775 area, and I don't really like that. So I am inclined to end this trade here, but I feel like I want to see it through. I'd rather take the loss and see it through. Call me crazy. All right. So putting this whole strategy into practice, how do we do it? There's 3 ways I'm going to give you guys here. First, you identify gapping stocks. We mentioned yesterday, get yourself a screener or a scanner so you can search by gap, right? On my scanner, I have a column that's exclusively dedicated to gapping stocks. So you can filter them, you can and organize them by the top gappers and then going all the way back down. So get yourself a screener, a scanner, so you can identify gapping stocks. Then wait for the pullback. Don't jump in right away. Let the price action develop. Look for a pullback towards the gap or a key support level. So you want to do some charting to make sure within this gap from the previous close to the overnight open, is there within that gap a key area of support somewhere on the daily chart, maybe the 4 hour, the 1 hour, the half an hour. Do your homework, make sure you've charted it correctly so you're aware of all the gaps, or sorry, you're aware of all the key areas of support and resistance. And then your entry and your stop loss. Once you see a pullback, consider placing a limit order slightly above the pullback low for a bullish gap, obviously, to ensure that you get the desired entry price. Always set a stop loss order below the pullback low to limit your potential losses, and that's what this whole thing is right here. That's where you're putting your stop, and that's your key area of resistance. Shout out to Adara again for throwing that in there. And some other important considerations that you need to take into account: that not every gap is going to be suitable for fading, right? Strong trends might not offer significant pullbacks. So if something gaps up 4%, there's a chance it doesn't even pull back. Or if it may go like way high and then pull back a level to a level that you haven't charted, so you're not comfortable taking. So not every gap is going to allow you to get the fade strategy in there. You also need to consider your risk management. Always prioritize risk management if you want to be around a trade for a long time. A seemingly small pullback could turn into a larger reversal. Make sure you're using proper stop loss orders and position sizing to avoid any big losses. And confirmation, consider using technical indicators like relative strength index or moving averages or moving average convergence divergence to confirm the overall trend before fading. So keep your eye on that. And remember, guys, fading is a bit of an advanced strategy. It takes place at the open, which is a very volatile time of day. There's usually, especially on the Mag 7, you could price swing dollars in seconds, and so you could find yourself on the wrong side of the trade really quickly. Practice on a paper account this strategy before you ever employ real money on the line, and that's just how you're going to stay afloat in this business. So we end up taking a bit of we didn't take an L on this. Actually, we got stopped out for a little bit of a loss. We're still positive on the TQQs, but the future definitely not holding up at these levels of Adara. 20-period rejection looking good right now on the future. And everything really rejecting. Microsoft rejecting the 20-period. You also have NVIDIA rejecting the 20-period. Google couldn't even make it up to the 20-period. It ended up rejecting off the 10 yet again. So lots to possibly short right now on this here market.
Yeah, I took a baby short on the TQs just to kind of see what we did around that 54.50 area, because to me, if you want to look at this, we're still seeing higher lows. Do you know what I think? But also shout out for your beak wetter on the TQQs there as well. Beaks were wet. Right now, the TQQs fighting to keep that higher low here, but it looks like they are losing, continuing to the downside. Also, with TQQs and SQQs in mind, I really want to highlight this question from Tony, which I don't have an answer for, but if anybody in the chat does, please let us know. Tony's saying, is there something like SQQ for the SPY? Like SQQ for QQQ, but anything for the SPY that's smaller? I do not know, Tony, but it's a darn great question, and that's why I wanted to highlight that. If anybody has any answers, let us know. And also, let's take a look at Tesla, because the Cybertruck actually holding up pretty well, continuing to bounce off that 9 EMA area. I did not realize how down we were on the day for Tesla. Down just under 5% on the day, coming into, to me, a very interesting area, this 184.75, and darn, this is a range I missed out on. One's really tight there for a couple 5-minute candles, top 184.75. bottom 184.16. That is a cool 60 penny range if you got it. So shout out to any range traders who caught that. I unfortunately missed it. TSLA though trying to break out of that range and continue to the high side. Something that Sharif talks about that I've learned a lot from as well as like range per candle. So it gives you a sense of how much are we moving in each candle. Tesla gave you a nice consistent range per candle for a while there, made a big bullish candle, smaller bullish candle, and had what I can only describe as a pretty significant bearish engulfing here. Trying to go from that 185.50, trying to now take out this 184.50. So this could be a $1 range per candle coming in right here in this most recent 5-minute candle on Tesla. SDS is a 2 times inverse, says Elad Perret. So thank you. I guess that is the SPY inverse. Thank you so much, Elad, for letting us know. He also wants to look at DJT. So let's look at DJT in the place to be. DJT levels, please, says Elad. So we just broke a top earlier. That 50-20 area. Sorry, I guess that the true top in terms of where we printed and wicked at in the pre was 50.99. But at least, you know, in terms of what I'm seeing, like true non-dark pool wicks, looks like we are getting near the high of day above 50s, but we're really struggling here. This is an area where we could actually end up getting a little bit of a topping tail candle. We are struggling to have any decisive movement above 50. Worth noting as well for anybody looking at DJT, spread is pretty significant, about 14 pennies. And it's very apt that we're looking at this as Martin Lawrence. Shout out to the iconic 90s store and star and former bad boy there. Martin Lawrence, 199 super chat. Thank you so much. DJT trying HOD break. Trump announcement next week. I don't know about the Trump announcement, but I know that there has been some talk about trying to dissuade short selling, so could be a nice catalyst for DJT. Right now, though, we did have a slightly higher low coming in at 11.55. Very wicky, very spready, both of which are not usually great terms for a stock, but we're holding above that 90 EMA pretty nicely. I think if we can break above that high of day, that could be an interesting look. I'll look at the daily chart on this as well to get those levels for Elad and Martin Lawrence. Okay, we're actually coming into a really interesting level in the daily chart. You can tell because I got very excited there. Look at this little chop and churn we had before that steady move to the downside that we began on April 4th. This 52 area is spicy for me, for DJT. I don't know if we'll get to 52. We're struggling with 50-20, but I think if we get to 52, DJT could be an interesting one to keep an eye on. How are you doing?
Decent. Not really in anything right now, but did you know there's Bad Boys 4?
Really? I knew about Bad Boys for what? Bad Boys 4.
Yeah. So there's a new one being shot in Miami, and everyone was posting on social media about like the different videos and stuff like that.
Really?
Yeah, people were taking pictures of them shooting the movie in Miami. So interesting, because the reason I said that is because you said former star.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, he's still the star, right? Like, I mean, they're shooting another one, right?
I was not trying to.
I'm pumped for it. I'm not going to lie. I'll tell you the truth.
I haven't seen any of them, so the Bad Boys.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, interesting here on these, this future. We made another lower low there. Looking to defend Meta at the break-even level from yesterday. If we can get that, that would just be aces. Go! There into the top. So we're about, where are we? Like here, nicely, 40 pennies in the money. That was super quick on META. Oops, 1 second here. Yeah, so I've made a mistake there, and I didn't end up taking the profit. So we'll have to see if that bounces right back up. I'll put it at the $0.25, or we could tank here because that was not the trade. The trade was to scalp this, but we'll see. We'll see if it holds, it holds. If it doesn't, it doesn't. We'll take an L. So I'm looking to defend Meta at 432.5. That is yesterday's closing print on META. So we come right back down to those levels, and that's why I want to scalp this level super quick, because I did not want it to trend back to the downside. But you know, Meta is super spready. Sometimes you're gonna get that 15 penny spread on Meta. Sometimes you're gonna get a 20 penny spread on Meta. So we'll have to wait and see if this ends up getting filled or not. The Future did, as I said, print a newer low. Tesla also looked like it wanted to take out some levels to the high side, but it topped out at 185.75, and now it's right back down to breaking 184. So a bit of a tougher look there for TSLA as it tries to recoup and make some higher highs, but alas, it couldn't even make it back into the volume weighted average price. So we'll have to keep eyes on Tesla and some of these other Mag 7 names as they do the dance with important levels. And there we go. We get the fill on Meta. That's a nice 30 penny winner there on this one. Let's see if we can make it up into the 50 period. That's hanging out at 434. on META. Still flat on the day, up technically 0.1%. But, you know, the way that it's looking right now, it's looking awfully bearish, and we may give up the ghost. It's going to be scalping to the long side for me, or just plain old shorts. So we'll continue to keep an eye on that. What else is going on here? Hertz Scrambler says oil is tanking, and more happy I could not be. Well, when you drive a V8, you always cheer for cheap oil. Let me tell you about that. 81.72 is where the CL June contract's printing right now, down 1.1%. So that's a good look. I'm always cheering for cheap oil. This is what I'm talking about over here. There you go, Ram. The CL down 1%, XOM down 3/4, and CVX taking it on the chin 1.8%. But the Uncle Warren stock, 2 1/3% to the downside for Occidental on the day. What are we doing with Meta here? Okay, so we're still nicely in the money. Did touch that $0.50, but I'm looking for that 434 if we can get that. Maybe I shouldn't overstay my welcome on these longs today, because it's not a long type day on these Mag 7 names. So maybe I should be wetting my beak here, Adara, while I'm in the money, because quite frankly, all these other Mag 7 names look awfully bearish. I don't know how you feel about today.
I agree, but
All
first,
I see is nice triangles there.
thank you so much. Yeah, but first I have to say, you know, you're trying to get your beak weta on Meta, which I very much support, because you want to take those profits. Shout out to you though. Seriously, that's an
Thank
awesome
you.
30-10 trade. Taking some money from Zuck there. No, I'm joking. But nice short there for Sharif on that. TQQs, yeah, so I was part of this trade. I took this short, and this was planned. I wanted to take this exactly as we got into 50s, which was that area of resistance a little bit earlier. I wanted to keep it, sorry, I guess support that I thought could become a little bit of an area. I just got out. Please just punch. Took about like 17 pennies on that. I was watching, and I'm proud of myself for sticking to my gut here. I wanted to wait for that 54.30 area. Why? Because look at these little candles at 54.30. I think if we get to 54.30 and we reject, get in there with the viciousness of Adara. And the TQs were like, we're not going to get a 54.30 Adara. Like, I don't know what you're on, but we're not getting there. So maybe I should have just taken it at 54.25 and had a stop at 54.30. But woulda, coulda, shoulda. It's still on my side chart. If we get back into levels I like, I have no qualms about getting involved. But I'm happy I waited there because I didn't have a plan at that point. We had Dandelions mentioning Snap in the chat, Snapchat, if you will. And yeah, breaking below 15. And this is a nice look. I was trying to go short this after the long didn't work out. Lost a couple pennies on this one according to plan. So not going to lose too much sleep over that, or any sleep if I'm being really honest. But also, I was talking to AV in the chat as well, because AV was saying this looks like it could be a short. I said, yeah, I'm kind of interested if we get back in to another like kind of VWAP 9 EMA rejection. I was a penny shy of getting involved. I wanted to start building a position at 15.05, and Snapchat said you should have snapped up that short initially when you went long, Adara. So it's like, I hear you, Snapchat. We broke below. That's a nice break of 15. If we come back to 15 and we reject, I'm getting involved. I've noticed since going live, a lot of my range trading has kind of evolved, because there's not always going to be ranges in the market, right? It's evolved into taking trades off of support and resistance in the opposite way. So if we fail, getting involved that way, or if we pass this level, getting involved at previous support or resistance, right? So it's taking the impetus of why I like range trades and making it palatable and applicable for trading live. So that's kind of my take there. That's why I like these previous support resistance level trades. It worked for SOXL, which I was really happy we had a couple SOX Ws on just from taking levels I liked. I haven't looked at SOXL for a while though, so let's see how that one's shaking. Right now, yeah, I'm not gonna take this at low of day, but I'm very upset I didn't notice this 39.40 area, because that was a super clean rejection of previous support. But you know what? I rejected SOXL for my side chart, so that's on me. Ready to take some more trades, get some more opportunities, and get back into these markets with a strategy I like.
Okay.
How are you doing?
I'm long Apple, crazy me. I'm trying to defend yesterday's closing print, 173.50, tight stop. Now, forget about that trade. This is the important level. We just broke 17.7, so I'm probably going to get stopped out. Yeah, we just dipped below 17.7, so we're giving up the 100-point level here, or at least momentarily. We're trying to fight right now, a little bit above, a little bit below, but 17.7 just got broken. We're printing in the mid-90s right now. Guys, yesterday we closed out at 17.9, so that's a 200-point drop. We're down technically 209 points, 1.18% in the negatore. on the future. Did I get stopped out? I did get stopped out. So I put a really tight stop at that closing print on Apple, and right back up it goes. So that was a stupid area to put a stop. I'm gonna let this price action develop here at the $0.50 level. So if this is a legitimate level, it'll bounce off it, and they'll be able to take something maybe with a worse cost basis, but at least I'll have some confirmation. So we give up, I think we lost 6 pennies there on AAPL, which is fine, right? That's just part of the game. That's part of the gimmick. Right now, it looks like we are dropping well below 17.7. Now we're at the high mid-80s, now low day, 17.686. Wow, this market absolutely tanking. The softy is taking it, I would say, the worst. Tesla is the worst technically, 5.81%, but you could make the argument that, you know, we're giving up some of the profits that we made yesterday. Softy didn't really have anything. There was really no headlines on Microsoft, so it's been, let's call it a spade. It was an earnings loser a little bit here because it didn't even come close to these highs after the earnings. We've been selling off. This interesting area on the 4-hour here for Softy. We have a double bottom at 492.5. So that's going to be a level that I'm definitely going to be charting for tomorrow. This double bottom on the earnings day, 492.5. That's still, you know, well away, about $2.50 from where we're printing right now. So yeah, interesting look there on Softy. Definitely the weakest of the bunch. Yeah, I'm not going to jump into this short, obviously, so we'll continue to watch that. Let's see what Amazon's doing here. Even though the market's selling off, Amazon seems to be finding a base at 178.5 for whatever reason. You had a couple of rejections off that level, 178.5 or no, 178.75. It seems like it's below 179. Yeah, it is. So it's 178.75, but it's not bouncing off here with any vigor. So there's really no point into taking this trade. What's really tanking right now is Meta. Meta is really, really coming down here. So we took that 432.80 some odd defend for that bounce up on Meta, and look what happened here. So that level from yesterday ends up being almost no support at all. We get one measly 5-minute candle that held up at that level, but that was it. We held up earlier at that level. You can see all the closing prints there in the open, bouncing above that 432.33, but not no more. It's not. So down we go with Meta as it looks to print new local lows. I'm still interested in this closing print on Apple, especially if the future starts turning back around 173.50. We're only printing 43s right now. So if the future finds its bottom, I'll be interested in a possible long on Apple. But quite frankly, everything right now, except for Amazon, really is a short. So,
yeah, these markets.
Wow.
Yeah, this is wild. These markets are often like a Justin Timberlake song. What goes around comes back around. We'll have movements up and down. So much. Yeah, you're right about that, Mark. I want to touch on as well what you said about Microsoft being an earnings loser, because I don't disagree. And I remember as well, Sean and I were saying at the market recap, Google had that nice move up, and Microsoft was like, and I think that's because its guidance was not as strong as expected. Also,
Right.
It didn't give out guidance right away. So I was like, hey, that could be a red flag. The revenue guidance did end up being a little bit weaker there for Microsoft. I guess a bit Microsofter than the revenue guidance they expected. Right now, a few pennies in the money on Clean Spark, looking for a clean trade. I want a clean break for the low of day to spark some excitement here in these shorts. I've noticed we are mostly getting these volume pops on these nice little moves to the downside. To me, that fills me with joy. I've been trying to pay more attention to volume. Thank you for the bang button for whoever that was. But I like these volume pops and these move down. I'm trying to pay more attention to volume because it does give you a sense of sentiment. Shout out to Sean and Kyle Burdett and everybody for helping me understand the importance of volume in trading. It's something I understood kind of on more of an intellectual level, but seeing how it actually impacts stocks is huge, and paying more active attention to it, I think, has helped. My trades, QQQs continuing to the downside, though I don't really love these little bullish wicks we're getting here. If I'm trying to take shorts, you know what I mean? Let's look at the Qs to kind of show what I'm trying to say here. So we have these wicks to the downside, but we're kind of usurping them with where we actually end up closing in the candle, right? So don't love that. Snapchat decided it did not love where I wanted to go short. I was looking for a 1496 area. I ended up canceling the order because I was like, we're probably not going to get it. We might actually get it now, though. So I'm going to have to keep an eye on this. I don't like that we sort of had a recovery with a couple wicks to the downside here at 1490, so I want to wait and see what we do at 1496. I'm not as confident in this short as I was in that short of the 15 break that I was unable to get to wiggle myself into, weasel myself into, or bamboozle, to use some Sharifisms there. So let's see what we do on these markets. Looking for that clean break to the downside on my clean spark, trying to spark some interest in these trades. Brad Gober making good points. Stop trying to find the bottom, go with the trend. And yeah, I think it is, the trend is your friend till the end when it bends. Right now, trying to find where these trends are in these markets, trying to make my scalps, trying to take my trades. And if there's anything you guys are looking at, I'd love to take a look as well. But right now, I see someone is taking a bite out of the old apple.
Yeah, it's we'll have to see how this trade ends up doing. Yeah, I don't think this is the right one. We'll see. Chef Joe, Xpeng CEO, I welcome Tesla, full self-drive, to enter China. Tesla has very good self-driving technology and brand. Yeah, they have very good self-driving technology because, you would know because you use it on your cars. So nobody got that joke. That's all right. That's okay. Creak, 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 creak. Where are the crickets, Ram? Right, there we go. Right on cue.
Oh, I see, because they're Xpeng's taking the...
Well, yeah, they steal their technology. I mean, all you really need to do is just kind of YouTube the video and compare Tesla's full self-drive to Xpeng's. They're very, very similar there. Of course, yeah, well, Kyle, he's already copying it, my man. So we'll see here. Yeah, I'm not liking anything at the moment. So I'm going to steer clear. I'm going to get out of this Tesla, this Apple long. That's a wrong trade there. So now I think I gave up everything that I made on Apple. So now I'm negative officially on Apple because why I bamboozled these trades. We had good trades earlier, but now we go negatory on the name, trying to fight this one long. So maybe I should not be looking longs anymore since the market's down 1 1/5. Hi, that would have been nice. So we'll keep an eye on this. I don't have any trades right now personally, so yeah, we'll just keep looking maybe at some of these small caps there.
Yeah, I think as well, all I have is my clean spark, and I'm not even really sure how clean of a trade this is right now. I'm just staying in it and waiting. I don't have a reason to leave until we break above that 62 area, so until we make break above that previous low. PayPal, for some reason, a little part of it is obliterated from my chart here, but I did want to look at PayPal. Quite a few people in the chat, including Cutco Kareem and Abi, mentioning PayPal, so I wanted to look at PayPal again. I said earlier, I like that 68, 69, 795 area, and we're still having a hard time breaking decisively above that. We came back to around the 68, trying to have that rejection again, still below the 90 MA, but right now trying to peep our head back up, right? But like I was kind of saying earlier, I think until we break above that 68.50, because that was a pretty big area earlier, then that 69.50, I think PayPal still looks kind of weak. But I think if you were in a short earlier, you got paid, pal. So PayPal could certainly be your friend if you're taking those shorts. Right now, I don't feel confidently enough in it, and I think the volume has certainly dwindled since those earlier moves that I think right now, unless you get the decisive that move, that viciousness or swiftness, breaking up above that 68.50 or rejecting that 68.50, I think PayPal is a little bit more subdued. And I don't know if it's going to be a great pal to be trading with today. What else is looking at here for things? What else? That wasn't English. What else is looking at here for things? Good times, words. What else are people looking at here in these markets? Let's kind of see what's happening. And NVIDIA trying to, this is actually a nice double bottom here in NVIDIA. And look at this area it's bouncing off of. That previous low, 867.18. Bounce, bounce, bounce. This is a nice look. Actually kind of rangy on NVIDIA. Because we keep bouncing off that 867 area, coming back into that 875. So this is giving you actually about $8 worth of range. Someone might want to look at NVIDIA. That someone is going to be this person. That being said, I don't like right now, we are kind of having that rejection of the 90 MA. We're struggling with this wick here, this candle a little bit dicey. Still in clean spark, but certainly if anything else sparks my interest, I'll get involved. And I think the big thing sparking my interest is NVIDIA. Kyle Burnett telling me to look at the 15 on NVIDIA over several days. So we're going to zoom out and, oh, this is interesting. NVIDIA 15 over several days. We did kind of have that move up here, and we have been struggling with that 880 a couple times there. Broke above 880, got into 885, and that is today. but kind of continuing to be a little bit lower. There is support though on the daily here, or at least on the 15-minute chart. It looks like there is some support at 868. I don't know if I read this properly. I'm still kind of new to reading the 15, but I think if I'm to read it the same way as any other chart, we went from having some resistance around that 868 to seeing some nice support at 868. So I will be keeping my eyes on 868. I know you said you were looking at the small caps there.
I am. I didn't really like anything though. I looked at WGS, but it's kind of a hugging VWAP from the wrong side, the south side that is, hanging out at 16 and a third, let's say 60, between 16 and a quarter, 16 and a third. It is kind of ranging at that level with the 50 period acting as support and VWAP acting as resistance. So that's a range trade for anybody who's interested. It just tried to take VWAP right now, punching into that 16 and a half. So look, if it takes it and reclaims the volume weighted average price, I'll have no problem getting into it again, but it's gonna have to reclaim it. ABEO, it didn't really give you many opportunities at VWAP. This was the closest we got, I guess. This 394 area, and VWAP at the time was 391. It's kind of doing the dance with $4. Can't really claim it or reject it, so I'm not really inclined to get into a range trade on a small cap. That's not really doing volume, by the way. ELYM is the one that keeps presenting us with opportunities, and every hold up at the volume weighted average price has held. So every retracement, I should say, into the VWAP has held. So VWAP right now is printing 714, 715 on this name. It's at around 745, 7.5. So it's going to have to retrace a decent amount here into about that 720, 715-ish area for us to get long. So we'll continue to watch that. I'll put an alert for this one to activate if it comes near VWAP there. But you'll have to move up the alerts too, guys, if you use this platform, because they don't move up with the indicators. They're price action alerts. So keeping an eye on that as well. I was looking for some interesting retracements, if anything's going to come into either the 10 or the 20 on these Mag 7 names. We're getting right now Meta trying to hold above 430. Tesla had a good retracement into that 20 period. It tanked off that and then came right back up. So I feel like there's something afoot here with Tesla. Like I was watching this candle, it moved into 184 and 2/3 and then dipped and broke 184. And now we're right back at 184 and a half. So this candle, I mean, if you were to watch the 1 minute on Tesla, you'd see what I'm talking about here. Let's see. Yeah, you move up right down to it, and then you just move right back down. So right back up we go here on TSLA. Let's see if we can take the 20. I'm not going to jump into this, but there is resistance at 185.50 owing to that last little pop there on Tesla. So keep an eye on that. What else? What else? Yeah, we're not doing much. We're below 17.7 on the future. What are you guys looking at? Benson says, any tips for getting back into trading after vacay? I'm having a tough time getting back into it mentally. Maybe go in the sim for a little bit, get some levels, just chart, put in your levels, see what triggers, kind of so you can get the motion of things again, do some charting. I guess when I come back from vacay, I'm always in the sim for like the first few days, if not a week, just so you can get, your feet wet and get ready again. That could be an interesting approach for you there. Chris says Mara tanking down 10%. The Wow is at 16 and a third as Bitcoin barely holding on to 60,000 right now at 60,322. And that's caused a huge move down. I wouldn't be really pointing out Mara. How about MicroStrategies, guys? We were talking about this on the morning show there, Ram. MicroStrategies is down 17%. You have Ethereum. I know Adara was reporting on that at the big desk, 6 2/3. Sorry, and a third on Ethereum. You have Coinbase, 5 2/3. Mara's down 9 1/4. Riot, 7 1/5. CleanSpark, that's why you saw Adara, and then she's still holding that right now. That's down almost 9%. HUD 8, not much better, 5% there. So yeah, and the ETFs as well, taking it on the chin. Bit of a tougher look today for crypto, as well as some of these Chinese ADRs. If you haven't looked at that, everything in Chinese ADR world, except for XPEV and NEO, are red on the day. And XPEV we saw I think it was someone telling me earlier there about their self-driving. I think it's getting some sympathy moves with Tesla for the full self-drive, so we'll have to see how that goes. All right, while we were yapping, some stuff happened here on these here markets. Tesla breaking into that 185 yet again. So good luck for the Cybertruck as it wants to take that 185.50. If it takes that level, be wary of that 186.50 where VWAP is hanging out. Also, Apple popped above yesterday's closing print yet again. I tried to take this initially, and then I ended up going red on Apple, trying to fight this 173.50, yesterday's closing print. Apple right back up into 173 2/3, looking to come into that 50 period at around 173.90. There is a bottom end consolidation here from the afternoon at around 173.90, 173.80. So possible rejection here off the 20 period maybe for Apple on the 5 minute. 173.75 is where the 20 period is on Apple. So Apple getting a pump up here. Same thing with Softy bouncing up into 395. Even Goggles getting a nice move here as the Fuge is dancing with 17.7 again, I guess causing these Mag 7 names to bump up again, Adair.
Yeah, I think if the Fuge wants to continue that tango to the downside, I'd be pleased as punch. My Clean Spark short is just kind of doing, I guess, its own wick shimmy dance just below my point of entry there around that 1650s area. I don't have a reason to leave yet, but I would love to see it make a lower low. I pulled up Tesla as well, but let's actually look at Tesla because Tesla is kind of getting interesting here. I want to see if we break above that 185.50. If we do, then that's going to be decisive continuation of this pseudo uptrend we're seeing starting in at 1150, trying to curl up here. If we break above, that would, I think, be a nice continuation of that curl. So TSLA and its little sister Tesla are certainly on my mind here. Clean Spark doing a whole lot of nothing, but I'm still involved for now. Snapchat, though, someone was saying snap puts, question mark. I have been trying to short Snapchat all day. I had an ill-fated long. I say ill-fated. I planned. It went according to plan. I can't be too upset about it, but all good now. This snap, though, this snap short, I keep watching what we do at this area around this 1496. We keep failing 15. I like this 1496. Finally, now I have the ready. I'm involved. So to answer your snap puts question, again, not advice, just my take on the chart. But I think that break of 15 was pretty significant there. It was pretty swift breakdown, right? So I think with that in mind, 15 is kind of showing as a resistance level. We haven't been able to break back above 15 since that break below on anything beyond a wick basis. And even here, that was kind of a flimsy wick into 15, and then Snapchat like, I'm going to go back to the downside now, right? So I think Snapchat continuing below that 9 EMA, continuing below 15. If it breaks above 15, and that's saying if I get involved in this trade, if it breaks above 15, I'll be getting out. I'm interested in adding at 1497, but right now my first level, just based on what I've noticed Snapchat doing on the chart in the book, is going to be 1496. Some people were wondering about SMCI heading into earnings, and I'm sure whatever this stock does will in fact be super and will not be micro, because we know SMCI likes to react strongly to just about everything, including earnings. Right now, this has been a pretty nice move to the downside. Did pause a little bit, though, I have to say, to chop and churn just a skosh at that previous support area at 876 from the pre. Chop and churn around 876 up into 884 for a bit before continuing its move to the downside. So SMCI right now saying SMC bye-bye to the longs, continuing to reject below that 9 EMA. Also, I am involved in Snapchat, was able to snap up some shares there, so I am pleased as punch there. Let's see how that goes. SMCI, let's go to the daily and see what we're SMCIing on this. This is interesting. So this is, to me, a little bit of a support area, and I almost want to say a flat bottom break on the daily. So we had this, what is this, 1185 high, lower high, and then continued flat bottom around that 880 area. We broke below. We're trying to come back to that in the daily. If we reject that resistance on the daily, depending on what SMCI gives us with earnings, it's going to get really interesting on SMCI on the chart. What's also interesting is Clean Spark deciding to spark towards that 1660s. If we break above 1662, which is going to be a break above that previous low, I will have to go and I will be getting out of CleanSpark. How are you doing?
Great. Shorted Apple at the top there at 173, mid-90s, and then we got that nice little flush down covered in the 70s. So nice little scalp there. Tried the futures long as we were breaking through 17.7, but I just didn't like the look of it, so I got out break even on this quick futures trade. But nice little scalp on Apple. I think I'm liking the same level that Adara just said on TSLA. That 185.50 I'll have on my lookout as well. I'm also looking to short the soft one at the, what's it called? The 10-period moving average on the 5. Where is my softy? There it is. So I'm looking possibly here to get short on a retracement on Microsoft into that $0.75. We'll see. I think I like the better level, to be honest with you, is at 396.40-ish, 396.50-ish. But I don't. We may make it up there. That is a 20-period retracement. So I think I'm gonna actually take off this 10-period retracement for Softy. I want to see what it does at that level. If it ends up rejecting it, sure, I'll take it right back down for maybe another low day touch. Otherwise, I'm looking for 396.50 or thereabouts. It's where the 20-period is, but it is also the price action low around these levels. So we'll keep an eye on that. Dan Emmons. This was a good spot time for shorts to cover. Interesting. Okay, so we broke down below 17.7, but now we're right above it. So your point is well taken, Dan, in that we are now above 17.7 and curling up aggressively here on some of these names. But I'm not inclined to think that this is going to be an uptrend from here on in right now on the future. So I'm going to pack my patience, and I want to see what the future does, especially at 17.7 and a third, 17.7 and a quarter, because that is a price action low right there. This is the area I'm talking about. So if we come back into that area, or especially the 20 period, which is at a third as well, and reject, last time we did reject off the 20 period, so I want to see exactly what we do again this time. I'm watching Softy. I know Softy's at the 10 period right now. If it continues up into the 20 period, I'll definitely take that trade. Otherwise, I'll look for either to reject the 10 period and then get it back down on the back end, as my friend Neil likes to say. Otherwise, I'm going to pack my patience with this one. I didn't want to jump into it too quick willy-nilly, especially with the future popping back up at there. So I'm looking short Softy, but I'm gonna wait a little bit.
I love that you said willy-nilly. I love that you said willy-nilly, so shout out to that. We don't want to do anything willy-nilly,
no.
Which is why I got out of that clean spark. We did have a clean spark above that level I was mentioning, that 1662s. Please just punch with this trade. It was a losing trade, but I executed it appropriately, so all smiles on this side of the desk. Snap short, continuing to snap a little bit to the downside. We did come back up near my point of entry. Like I said, I was willing to add at 14.98, so I do have a dip, or I guess a rip short instead of a dip buy, a rip sell, sitting there at 14.96 or 14.98. Sorry, the plan for Snapchat, if I may quickly. I see someone pumping his fist, so we're going to talk about that in a minute. But I did get involved initially 14.96, taking out some of this at 14.90, so near the base of that support area. I want some profit, but I also want to have a piece for the dream in case I want to snap up some more profits later. And yes, I have definitely overused the word snap in the last 30 seconds, and I can stand by that. SOX L, though, still looking super interesting to me. I've been talking about SOX L all day. I had a couple trades I liked on this, and like I said with SOX L, the only way I can take this, and generally the only way I take most things, is if we have rejections off of previous levels. So look at how every time we try to come back into that 39.40 support, it's a short. If we fail the 39.40 support, SOX L becomes a short. I'm becoming Dr. Seuss here, but if I see this pattern continuing, it's something I want to watch, right? So SOX L back on the side chart, back on my mind, my eyes are on it. If we continue to kind of fail below this area, I'll take a short. But honestly, even if we get to like 39.30s and we fail, because that's what I was noticing earlier, there could be a short. I think there's some play still in SOX L as we continue below that 90 MA and we continue this pattern of failing previous support areas. Eclectic Passion saying, snap out of it, girl. We'll have to see, hopefully Snap snaps into gear, and then I'll be able to snap out of the trade and stop making snap punts. Shout out to you, Eclectic Passions. Love the name. Easy Trader asking for weed news. I know we had some weed moves.
Holy cow, everything in marijuana world just pumped. Everything, Adara.
Oh, just MSOS halted on the circuit breaker to the upside, but I'm still not seeing any news. Although the fact that it's up 4.21% feels like fate. Yeah. 4.21%.
Sorry, I was too busy like Like,
That's fair.
just, looking at all these green, okay, maybe I can't even talk. Show the screen. It's okay, that's fine. This is what we have in Weed World here. Tilray up 8.5, Cron up 5.5, Evergen up 6, MSOS up 4, MSOX, the triple levered, up 20, Cureleaf up 8, CGC up 11, Aurora Cannabis up 6. Everything is flying here in Weed World. What is the reason here? What's going on?
Associated Press saying that the DEA is moving to reclassify marijuana as a less dangerous drug. So we know we talked about reclassification news for a while. There's not a lot of details on that, but Associated Press reporting that DEA is moving to reclassify marijuana as a less dangerous drug.
I like it. We knew that the Department of Health and Human Services had been putting pressure on the DEA. I think we got that news catalyst like months and months ago. Finally, it looks like it is materializing, but keep your eye out on weed this year. It is an election year, and last time we had an election year, well, you saw what happened with the marijuana stocks. Not saying that everything is gonna happen the exact same way, but we need to be alert, for the fact that we can come in and we can hear that it could be on the table there on the floor of Congress. Who knows? Who knows? It's not really one that I've heard talked about a lot. It seems to be right now a lot of focus on China with respect to the focus there in the government. So we'll see what we get. All right, I'm looking at Softy again. I want to take this short if the future continues to dance a little bit above, a little bit below 17.7. So it's tried to make a 17.7 reclaim. What I'll be looking for is a move into 396 and a third, 396 and a half. That's where the 20 period is on the soft one. Last time around, when we moved into the 20 period, we did reject a couple of times today on Softy. So it's been down and to the right. Now it's just where do we get in? I took a quick short on it. I'll take a quick short on it again. Okay, ELYM, I'm getting a notification in my ear that it is coming into the VWAP. So ELYM just absolutely tanked off that level. So happy we put the alert, not the dip trade on ELYM. Bless you, Neil. As this one, there you go. These ones are around for a good time. They're not around for a long time. So this one blew through that level. It didn't even hold up. Let's look at the 1 minute. Did you even get a quick support level? No, you didn't. You got that big boy Huadunk and that one candle. Someone unloaded about 100,000 shares and that blew all the levels from 7.25 down into 6, almost 6.5, 6.55. Alas, we are getting a bit of a bounce back up now into 6.75, but definitely a level break here. And I won't be trading this to the long side. That is until I should say, it reclaims the volume weighted average price. So we shall keep an eye on these small cap gappers, but I feel like it's going to be MSOX here, Adara, that we're going to have up on the chart because it's doing things.
Yeah.
So we're going to keep an eye on weed here the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, those weed traders want all the smoke. That is for sure.
This is a perfect time to say that.
Right?
It's just like.
And it's a dope move up in weed. Why not? You know what I mean?
Hold on. Say that one again.
It's a dope move up in weed.
Sorry, Neil.
I like also the Neil and Sean smoking weed are great with animations there. But yeah, lots of weed names in the green right now. That one was in the chat as well. So shout out to everybody in the chat with these fire puns. But for now, we're going to move on to our fire lesson. If you're having fun in this community, I'm so happy to be here and a part of this. Definitely like and subscribe so you can join us every day when the markets are open. You can also join Sean and I with these after hours earnings. We've got a doozy for you tonight. Starbucks. If you want a little bit of caffeine, a little bit of excitement in your market, let's look at the Starbucks earnings tonight after close. SMCI after close tonight. AMD, Amazon going to Express Deliver some interesting trade opportunities, I am sure. So definitely visit us every day and also check out the market recap if you want to see those earnings. We're going to let Snap kind of have the snap to the downside. I do have beak wetters ready. I actually have enough for 4 beak wetters here, but I've already set 2. Trying to get out some of this at that 1493 base earlier, then another portion are out around 1490s. For now, though, I'm going to keep an eye on that in case we break into 15. But if we don't, we're going to continue no turbulence on this lesson of the day, which is going to be about fading the open. understanding the gap and go strategy, which, as Sharif was saying, and also shout out to AV in the chat for reiterating this is a bit more of a complex strategy. It can work really well, but make sure you understand and you have all your ducks in a row before getting involved in the gap and fade strategy. It's a popular intraday trading tactic. But what if the initial surge seems a little bit too enthusiastic? You don't want to go chasing waterfalls. You want to make sure you're buying into something that you're comfortable with or shorting into something you're comfortable with, right? How do you get a level you like while still attempting to play the gap and go? Well, let's talk about fading the open, because this is going to be a bit more of a counterintuitive approach that aims to capitalize on short-term pullbacks within a trending stock. So this is going to be a quick lesson talking about some of the key considerations and how you might want to execute. So a fade is when you've got a stock gapping up significantly or gapping down significantly at the open. The classic gap and go strategy would have you buying in anticipation of the trend continuing, getting right involved, gapping and going. But what if you don't want to do that? This fading the open is going to take a bit of a different approach, because you're going to wait for the pullback, so a small dip in the price or a small rip in the price if you're talking shorts, after the initial jump, and then enter the trade, assuming that the trend will still hold, but now having a bit of a level to get involved in as well. So here is one example here. You did have this close, and I apologize, it's kind of a blurry chart here. I was not able to make this any clearer. We have a nice little gap up. Then we gap up around 410.20. Then we come to rest at this 408 before continuing to move to the upside, right? So this is one example of a gap that gives you a little bit of a fade and an opportunity to get involved. Also, we have 2 over 4 beak winners out of Snapchat, so please just punch there. But why do we want to fade? Well, there's 2 main reasons. One of them is going to be profit taking. The initial surge in this market to the upside or downside of your gap up or down can attract short-term traders looking for a quick profit, and their selling can cause a pullback, which can create an entry point for you. But what about false breakouts as well? Not all gaps are going to represent true trends. Some of them can be fake gaps. And sometimes they're just overreaction. So if you're waiting for the fade, it allows you to potentially avoid buying into a stock that might quickly reverse course and send you spinning. So how do you put this into practice? First, you want to identify a gapping stock. Look for a gap scanner. We talk about TradingView, Benzinga, all these I use. Trade Ideas and Benzinga. I use both of those in the morning when cultivating the watch list to see what is gapping, what has the potential to get going, and what can we kind of look at in the morning, right? So that definitely lots of scanners you can use for that. But also, once you have identified your scanner with volume, you want to wait for the pullback. You have your open, we gap, but then you don't want to jump in right away. You want to let the price action develop and look for a pullback towards the gap or a key support level, which we're going to show you an example of in the next slide here. Then, last thing you want to keep in mind is your entry and stop loss. Once you see a pullback, consider placing a limit order slightly above the pullback low for a bullish gap to ensure that you get your desired entry price. And you want to set a stop loss order below the pullback low or above the pullback high if you're playing a gap down to limit your potential losses. And here's one example of a gap fade using support and resistance. So you have your resistance level here. That was the previous close. Then we gap down to this 425 level, but we come back up and we fail the resistance. And that's how, if you are a gap trader, you're going to know, this is where I get in. This is where I get in. You might want to set your stop loss along that resistance and you get involved in that short. So that's one example of a gap to the downside where you could play that strategy. And that's why I wanted to find an example of a gap to the downside, because you can play this on gaps up or gaps down. Just have to, of course, make sure you're adjusting accordingly. So what are some other considerations here? These are not going to be for every gap. Fading is not suitable for all gaps, and strong trends might not offer significant pullbacks. Risk management is also worth noting too, right? You always want to prioritize risk management. Where is my entry? How am I planning the trade? Do I have a way to get out unscathed? Do I have a way to Jason Bourne style hop out of this trade if things are going awry? Can I fast and furious jump out of this moving vehicle if it's working against me, right? So make sure you have a plan, use proper stop loss orders and position sizing. And last but not least, confirmation. Consider using technical indicators like RSI or moving averages to confirm the overall trend before fading. And remember, fading in the open is an advanced strategy, so you might want to practice on a paper trading account before risking real capital. Also, one thing too I want to touch on, I know Neil was mentioning this earlier, I think right before we went to how to trade, saying that you have to have all of your plans set up or you don't really have a full plan, right? So if you don't have where you want to get involved, where you want to have your profit takers, you have to make sure you have all of that planned, especially if it's a strategy that depends a lot on what we do at the open, like a gap and fade. So I wanted to shout that out. Also, I want to give a huge shout out to Snapchat. I was in this, doing the lesson of the day, keeping an eye on it. And Snapchat kept dropping, so please just punch for Snapchat. We're going to take out, I think, the rest of this position here. I was going to save another third, but I'm happy with this. Please just punch. With how this trade went, because I always get a little bit nervous taking breakdowns, but I was happy I was able to avenge Snapchat after not being able to get in a little bit earlier. How are you doing?
Love it.
Thank you so much.
Doing really well here on the soft one, letting it go right back down. Yet another 10-period rejection on the 5 for the soft one. It's been awfully weak. I mean, ever since earnings, Adara astutely pointed out that their guide was a little poop. And, you know, so things went awry. Took some profits out there on the dip into the 30s, so we'll see whether we can get that continued move. But we had these topping tail candles here come in at the 10. So, you know, I really felt like I wanted to wait for the 20 to come in, but the price action told me the 10 was going to be where they held up. So I went short again on this one. So we'll see if we can get a continued move back, maybe down into the whole dollar, 3.95. Already wet my beak on some profits. A nice 25 penny winner on the soft one at the moment. Keeping an eye on that now. Let me show you this now. Look at Tesla rejecting off the 50 period. So the wicks into that astutely again. Shout out to Adara, man. That 185.50 level that Adara pointed out, featuring yet again. And look at that, rejecting 75 pennies off that level is TSLA. 185.50 was the level she was talking about. And down we go into 184.75. So good look there. Down go softy, baby. So nice 30 penny winner here, looking for somewhere near that, you know, that whole dollar level. But as I wait for the as I wait for my level to come in on softy, I want to tell you guys that we're really, really close to 450,000 subs. And if you guys know anything about YouTube, you guys know how important subs are to us. So please please subscribe, and if you can, share. If there's anybody who would get value out of this channel, please send it to them. Let them know that we're doing this every day, 8:30 to 4:30. You guys go to 4:30?
We do go to 4:30, sometimes a little bit later.
And even a little bit later. Every single day we're doing this, and we're not going to stop. We're only going to improve. You have no idea what's being built back there. So, I mean, things are on the up and up here. We'd really love for you guys to be part of this community. And from now, I'm going to sit here silently until we get about 450,000. So.
I love like the eyes, like just like the I'm waiting. There we go, Sharif. Oh, he's not joking.
No, I'm not. I'm kidding.
You're just such a good actor. Yes. Oh my gosh.
So like and subscribe, guys, because whatever we can do to grow the community, we really want to do on our end, and we'd love for you guys to assist us as well. Thank you so much for your continued support. We love every one of you guys, except the people that troll us in the chat. That's fine. We really like you guys. No, we like you guys too.
I like the trolling. I love, honestly.
Nah, come on. I have to throw some shade a little bit there.
You gotta throw a little bit of shade. I think that's part of the signature Sharif shade, right? Just a little bit. Shade Reef, but no, I'm joking. I will say too, I love interacting with this chat. I've always said that, so we're always happy to have you guys here. Thank you so much for being part of this community, and thank you, Snapchat. Yes, I'm thanking a stock. And honestly, you know, if we keep failing this 1490, I might get back in, but right now, just please just punch with how this went. Nice. I said I kept waiting. I was saying this back to AV, I think, in the chat around this 506 level, 1506 level, sorry. I wanted to get short. Wasn't able to get short, didn't want to chase it, so I waited, kept it on my side chart to see if things got interesting. Then this failure of the 15 area, that's where things got interesting for me. I said, if we break above 15, I'm going to get out. As we were starting to break above 15, we kind of had to move above in the futures. I was getting a little bit nervous Nelly, anxious Adara, scared Susan, what have you. But I was like, you know what, Adara, a scared trader is a deficient trader, as Sean says. You like the setup. You haven't broken above 15. Just chill. So I got involved here initially, tried to get involved 1496, planned add here at 1498. Then I started getting ready to leave the position as the lesson began. I just had it on my side chart to make sure things were going according to plan. So yeah, really happy with the Snapchat trade. This is one example of sometimes having, as Neil was saying in his lesson of the day, when you have levels in mind, try to execute those to the best of your ability. I am paraphrasing. Always make sure you check out those lessons because Neil tells it like it is. He is the real deal. But happy with that snap. And also, Kyle Burdett, $5 super chat. Big Kyle special guest for the 500,000 subscriber podcast.
Jeez.
I mean, that'd be a big, nice surprise there. Shout out to you, Kyle Burdett, and thank you for that super chat.
Of course. I have to echo that sentiment as well. Shout out to big Kyle Burdett, always doing the best there in the chat, obviously, with the futures levels and always super chatting as well. Shout out to Big Kyle. Hell of a guy, too. I already shouted him out with respect to his profession. Artisan, iron artisan extraordinaire. All right, so let's have a look at some levels here. I'm still in the soft one at the moment, short at these levels, but it is finding a bit of a footing here. So the aggression with which Softy was selling off, I feel has cooled off a little bit. Look, it's still a downtrend. There's no doubt about that. But I was looking for that 395 retracement. It doesn't look like it's going to come in as quickly as I would like. So I'm going to keep my eye on this. If it makes a new 5-minute candle to make a new high, which would take us above that 61 print, I'll get out. I'll flatten out here, and it looks like we are close into that area. So I'm going to pack my patience with some of these trades, but it feels like most of them are still shorts off key levels of areas or key areas of resistance, I should say. I'm talking about, Google coming into the 10 period. I'm talking about Apple coming into the 10 period, and maybe even Meta coming into the 20 period here at 432. So I will end this softy trade here. We'll take about a 10 penny hit on the last little piece, as it does make a new 5-minute candle and make a new high, but it was a quick wick. So we'll see if we could get back into that. I have no issues with that. All right, what else we got? Let's look at the small cap gapper, see if anything happening in that world. So MSOX, we were talking about MSOX. It just printed a day about a few minutes ago at 795. It's coming into the 10 period here, which is at 712. The retracements initially into the 10 period all got bought up, but I feel like we're putting in topping tail candles right now. So I'm not inclined to buy this super quick. Kind of hard to figure out where to get in on MSOX. It's up 50%, guys. This thing is moving here. Maybe the whole dollar level. Here comes the whole dollar level. Here comes 7. Does 7 get defended? So bouncing off 7 for now, right above the 10 period again. Does it hold, though? Or do we get that 6 pop is? If it breaks down into that level, that would be interesting long for me, but it'll have to prove itself first. And VWAP is a decent area to look for a dip trade. A lot of people looking at VWAP. All right, let's go back into big tech here. What do we got going on? All right, so we're back above 17.7 yet again here on the future. How many times is this going to be here where we kind of bottom out below 17.7 and curl right back up? I'm not taking anything long. I got to tell you the truth. I'm going to be looking to short either Meta or Google at these levels, Adair.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Meta and the Google, certainly. I'm saying the now. I feel like Obi with the Amazon. But yeah, those are both certainly interesting ones. I want to talk about SOXL because I did just take a SOXL on SOXL, but I'm proud of myself for getting involved in the first place. So I want to talk about it. I liked this short because we did have, look at this bearishness coming into 940. Now, the things working against the short thesis was going to be, of course, that hold of that area just below 39, around 38.95, and these looks to the downside. So I was cognizant of that, but I also said, I watched it fail a couple times. I said, Adair, if you like the short, try to take the short. The other thing, too, I was cognizant of was this was a name I did well in earlier, and I didn't want to give up too many profits. But it's also like, Adair, stop trying to trade P&L. If you like the stock, if you like the trade, take the trade. I took the trade. We broke above 39.20 with a viciousness. That was what I was looking for. I got out. Happy with how I executed. But I guess the point I'm trying to make here is sometimes, as long as you have a thesis and a plan, and your plan makes sense, try to take the trade sometimes. That was a huge thing I've learned being here on this desk. So even though we did loss, I'm still up in this name. This is my strongest name, and I'm still up on the day. But either way, regardless of the P&L, I'm still happy I tried. And looks like maybe I might have set my stop a little bit too early because SOXL's like, oh, you're like left the short already and now I'm deciding to go to the downside. Like, okay, Adair, I guess you should have kept the socks on because like I think I'm going to leave without you.
I don't think I'd ever want to speak to SOXL ever if it talked like that.
Well, I guess I made it a bit of a valley
it sound
girl.
so bad. It's like
Yeah, she's a
the
little bit of a
worst
valley
fucking
girl. I
world.
mean, well, you know, she's got a lot on her
I'm
plate,
surprised you know
Sharif.
what valley
She
girl is, eh?
Well,
That's like an 80s term.
Well, like the vocal, I know like how they talk,
Yeah.
right? The whole vocal fry thing, but yeah. But I think too with Sox Al, you know, she's got a lot on her plate, Sharif. Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You know, I think she understands. I just think if a stock were to be a Valley Girl or an ETF, Sox Al has all the semiconductors to keep an eye on. It's a lot to ask.
It's a lot.
You know, I think she's allowed to be a little bit saucy. And you know, you gave me 2 great short Sox Al, so third time wasn't a charm. I'll keep an eye if we actually end up bouncing at that previous level. How are you doing over
I'm trying
here?
to short the soft one again because we're coming into some levels here at the 20 period. I may not overstay my welcome a little bit in this name. The future's getting a nice pump up, man, through 17.7, so that's a little concerning here for the future, especially for some of these longs. I mean, that's kind of how I feel. We'll see exactly what we get. I shorted again because we did make our way back into the 10 period. I'm also interested in some other names. Meta rejecting the 20 period quite nicely there as it comes right back down. So we'll put our beak water there, possibly for the soft one as it makes its way down. This is the 20 period rejection on Meta that I want to point out. So we're talking about the deeper retracements going into the 20, the more shallow holding up at the 10, and there you go. You got an almost exact touch at the 20, 432.29. It's trading at 47. So, you know, for a several $100 name, that's a pretty good level to come into. So decent look there. Back to the soft one as it dances below the $0.50. Again, I'm talking about Microsoft. Short at the $0.50, looking for a move back down, maybe to the whole dollar here. I mean, they keep putting in topping tail candles into the 50 period. So to me, it seems like a short, right? I mean, it's not manifesting, but to me, the price action is screaming short here.